Hey everyone, welcome to Fiction Quest. Today, we're bringing you an incredible new movie on What If Naruto in the world of One Piece on his adventures with the Marines and Got Harem. Don't forget to subscribe and like this video before we begin. Let's get into the story. Sakura. Naruto yelled from the ground below the window to her second-story room. Sakura. He yelled again when he didn't receive a prompt enough reply. A few moments later, the window opened and a pink-haired girl stuck her head out the window. "What are you yelling about this time?" she asked him, but thankfully he didn't notice any real irritation in her voice. Naruto had learned long ago that calling for Sakura in this manner too early in the morning wasn't good for his health. And although he'd held off until 9:30, that was still a somewhat risky time. But given how important today's news was, he couldn't bring himself to wait any longer. "I came to say goodbye," he informed her. "I'm leaving the island today to join the Marines." "What's all that racket, Sakura?" a voice called out from somewhere behind Sakura. "It's Naruto, Mom," she replied. "He came to say he's leaving to join the Marines." "Again?" her mother inquired. "Well, tell him I'm serving unagi tonight and he's welcome to eat with us when he gets back." "She makes it sound like she doesn't believe I'll go through with it," Naruto complained to Sakura. "I'll have you know I'm completely serious." "We know you're serious," Sakura told him. "But you've tried this about a dozen times in the last 10 years and Mayor Sarutobi has caught you every time. With a boat docked here, you know he'll have it watched." "It's different this time," Naruto insisted. "I have a plan that's sure to work. So if you have anything to say to me, say it now. It might be a long time before we see each other again." "Okay. Goodbye, Naruto. See you for dinner," she told him cheerfully. Annoyed, Naruto turned around and stalked off, Sakura laughing at his antics as he departed. They may doubt him, but he'd been planning this attempt for a while and he wasn't about to fail again. He was getting off of Leaf Island. Not that he had anything against the island, but its single small town with a population of 31 felt positively confining to Naruto. He had much bigger dreams than possibly replacing the old man as mayor someday. And sure, he'd miss Sakura. Having been the only other kid his age growing up, they'd become friends almost by default. But there was a whole world of exciting people to meet and things to do. And today it would all start, he promised himself. He'd worn his favorite outfit to commemorate the occasion, a white shirt and white pants. The shirt had blue seagull designs on its sleeves. It wasn't an official Marine uniform, but it was his own personal tribute to his career choice. As he walked along, he passed a number of houses. Given the size of their village, they didn't have a professional carpenter or a town planner. So the houses were built somewhat haphazardly rather than in a neat line. They weren't always of the best construction either. At some point before Naruto was born, someone had decided to put in a cobblestone road that sort of zigzagged between the buildings. Even that wasn't as well maintained as it could be. It didn't take him long to come upon a small warehouse on the edge of the village. It was even cruder than most of the houses, actually having a thatched roof of all things. Sneaking inside as quietly as he could, he closed the door behind him. Then grabbing an empty crate from the back, he moved it next to a large pile of similar crates near the entrance. Opening the top, he climbed inside and closed it behind him. Previously he'd always tried to sneak directly onto the ship. But as Sakura had said, the old man was sure to have it watched. But if he hid among the cargo the village was selling to that merchant ship, they'd carry him on board themselves and he'd appear to be nothing more than another box of goods. He didn't have to wait long before he heard the door open and soon after felt his crate being lifted. He remained as motionless as he could, barely daring to breath. But after what seemed like an eternity to Naruto's frayed nerves, the box was set down. He then waited what must have been 20 minutes listening for any other movement. Finally, he decided to risk lifting the lid to peek out, only to find himself staring at the face of Mayor Sarutobi, who was nonchalantly smoking a pipe. "What are you doing on the ship, old man?" Naruto demanded of him. "We're not on the ship, we're in my office," he replied. "I was having you followed. So when you tried your little stunt, I just had you carried here." Looking around, Naruto confirmed this to be the case. They were in the somewhat cramped room in Sarutobi's house that doubled as his mayor's office. It wasn't any cleaner than usual either, books lying about haphazardly all over the place. And his large desk was completely covered in paperwork dealing with village affairs. He was dressed in his working clothes. Dark blue pants and shirt that were probably cotton, like every piece of clothing someone didn't trade for from outside the island. With its small population, Leaf Island didn't even warrant a full-time position for a mayor. Although at Sarutobi's age, none of the villagers would have complained if he retired from his regular work. But the man insisted on continuing his regular job as a fisherman. And from what he'd heard, he still managed to bring in more fish than the village's other 3 fishermen put together. Naruto climbed out of the crate, realizing there was no longer any point to remaining inside. "Why do you have to keep stopping me?" Naruto asked accusingly. "Because with your parents both gone, I'm your guardian, and I'm not about to let you run off without understanding the full implications of your actions." "I may have bought that story in the past, but I'm 17 now," Naruto retorted. "I do understand the risks involved. Yes, being a Marine can get me killed, and this island is on the Grand Line, so it's even more dangerous. I know all that." "And what about the risks to the other villagers you're leaving would entail?" Sarutobi questioned him. "Many of them have expressed concerns to me about your desires to leave. Considering what happened after your father left, I can't say I blame them." "That had nothing to do with him," Naruto insisted angrily. "If it was really some curse because a villager left the island, why did it happen more than 5 years after he left? I'm not going to stay here because of a bunch of superstitious villagers who should be grateful my father came back to save them after how they treated him." "I still don't feel you're ready to make that decision yourself," the mayor told him. "But if you'll calm down a little, I have something for you. I do think you're old enough for now." "What's that?" Naruto asked, curiosity tempering his anger at least for the moment. Motioning Naruto to follow, he led him to a mid-sized wooden chest in a corner of the room. "This was found on your father's ship after he died," Sarutobi told him. "Really?" Naruto asked excitedly, then narrowed his eyes and looked accusingly at the old man. "Why didn't you give this to me before now?" "You were too young," he responded. "I didn't feel right opening it myself, but for all I know it could be full of guns and swords. I would be irresponsible giving that to a young child. And more recently I was just afraid that whatever was in there would only reinforce that foolish notion of yours of joining the Marines. But you're old enough now that you deserve to have it." "I'm going to go open this." "Thanks, old man," Naruto told him, then quickly grabbed the chest and rushed out of the room. If it had been any larger, it would have been awkward to carry, but as it was, Naruto was able to make a decent pace while still trying not to jostle the contents too much. He was nearly to his house when he saw Sakura walking down the street toward him. "Back already?" she asked him. "I take it things didn't go as planned?" "Not exactly, but there'll be other ships," Naruto replied optimistically. "You're taking it surprisingly well this time," Sakura noted, then focused her attention on his newest prize. "Isn't that chest from the mayor's office?" she asked him, frowning a bit at whatever picture her mind was putting together of the events that led to him taking possession of it. "You didn't steal it to get back at him for stopping you, did you?" she queried, the note of disapproval now clear in her voice. "No, he gave it to me," Naruto corrected her cheerfully. "He says it belonged to my father. I'm bringing it home to see what's inside." "Well, it makes sense he would choose today to give it to you," Sakura replied. "What do you mean by that?" Naruto asked, racking his brain for any reason why today would be special but not coming up with anything. "You must not have heard," she told him. "The merchants decided to relax in the bar for a bit after finishing their business. In addition to that, a marine ship just entered the bay. They're just staying long enough to stock up on provisions and then they're leaving." "Really?" Naruto asked enthusiastically. "A marine ship? Yeah, we almost never have 2 ships here at the same time. He probably wanted to distract you for a few hours until they've left, since it'd be harder to guard both of them." That did sound just like the old man too. Naruto was tempted to head to the bay right at that moment just to spite him. But even if it was playing into his hands, Naruto couldn't leave without seeing what was in the chest. "Thanks, Sakura," he told her sincerely. "I'll just have to finish going through this before they leave. So I can't waste any more time talking." With that he rushed off down the cobblestone path through the center of the town until he reached his house. It was a small single-story building left to him by his father. Setting down the chest, he opened the door, slid the chest inside and let the door close behind him. Wasting no time he opened the lid and began going through the contents. Looking inside, he saw a small telescope sitting atop one of his father's marine uniforms. Moving the uniform, he spotted 3 log poses. Although on closer inspection 2 of them were eternal poses. One was labeled Marineford, and the other had Leaf Island scrawled on it. That last one must have cost his father quite a bit. Custom-made eternal poses weren't cheap, and he highly doubted anyone else would have cared enough to make one for their little backwater island. The final item in the chest was another, much smaller chest. Naruto quickly pulled it out and opened the lid. But he certainly wasn't expecting to see a piece of fruit in it. Was the mayor playing a joke on him? There was no way a piece of fruit would sit in that chest for more than a decade without rotting. Actually, there was one way. The fruit was unlike any he'd ever seen before. Sort of shaped like a pear, but red in color with purple spots. Could it be a devil fruit? Almost as soon as the possibility occurred to him, Naruto made up his mind. Grabbing the fruit, he took a large bite out of it. The flavor was pretty unpleasant, but he ignored it and finished off the rest of the fruit. He left nothing behind as it seemed to lack a stem or core of any sort. Thoughts of what amazing new power he might have received were swirling through his mind, but Naruto pushed them aside to focus on trying to confirm he actually had eaten a devil fruit. Those who had eaten one were supposed to be unable to swim. But risking drowning didn't seem like the best way to find out, and he didn't want anyone else to know about this just yet anyway. He knew some devil fruit users could transform their bodies, so he decided to try that first. He attempted to will his body to transform in some way, but after several minutes of that, nothing had happened. Well, maybe he could shoot something out of his hands or something like that. Refocusing his will on trying to emit something, he felt some sort of energy stirring in his body. Willing the energy to move, he felt it almost leap out of him. Looking toward where it went, he examined the result of his efforts and smiled. This had a lot of potential. 1 hour later, Naruto sat looking out his window with the telescope he'd found in the chest. He had a good view of the bay from there and could see that both ships were now preparing to leave. Still, he waited a little longer. He'd have to time this almost perfectly. The marine ship finished preparations first, and Naruto saw them getting ready to raise anchor. It was time to put his plan into action. Slipping out his window, he began to dash towards the marine vessel. It was larger than most ships that came to port, being more than twice the size of the merchant ship docket a couple hundred yards from it. Just seeing the seagull painted on the ship's flag gave Naruto an extra burst of energy as he ran, determined that today would finally be the day he joined. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a villager running after him. Naruto grinned to himself, realizing his speed had forced the man to abandon his attempts at stealth. But his smile vanished when he noticed that despite his best efforts, the man was slowly gaining on him. He just hoped he could stay ahead of him long enough. As he approached the ship, he saw a second villager moving to intercept him, but Naruto continued to run for the ship. He was only about a dozen feet from the second man, with the first having closed the distance to about half that, when he took the 2 spherical objects he'd been holding in his hands and threw one at each man. The smoke bombs went off, obscuring them from view, and in the confusion, Naruto made a sharp turn to the left and changed course toward the merchant vessel. The 2 men who had been chasing him did not immediately give pursuit thanks to the smokescreen. He'd traversed most of the 200 yards when still another man attempted to intercept him. He prepared a third smoke bomb for the man who must have been assigned to watch this ship and threw it at his feet. But this one was prepared for the tactic and continued through the smoke only to seize Naruto by the arm. The other 2 men quickly caught up and surrounded him. All 3 of them began talking over each other, trying to berate him for his latest escape attempt. But Naruto tuned them out, smiling to himself. Then, in a puff of smoke, he vanished. Meanwhile, the real Naruto was already racing toward the marine ship that had begun to pull out to sea. This was cutting it kind of close. It was going to be difficult to reach the ship, and he didn't exactly have the option of swimming out to it. He was only a few yards from the shore when his clone's memories integrated into his own. Ignoring them, he ran the last few yards at top speed, and then leapt toward the departing ship with all his might. He felt a moment of fear seeing all that water beneath him, but it passed as soon as his feet landed solidly on the deck. This startled a number of the Marines on the deck who obviously hadn't been expecting his last-second arrival, and he found more than a few guns suddenly pointed at him. "Who are you? What are you doing on board?" One of the uniformed Marines demanded of him. "Relax, men," another voice called out. "It doesn't look like he means us any harm." Turning toward the voice, he saw a large bearded man wearing an officer's coat over a suit. The other Marines followed his orders and lowered their guns. "Yeah, I'm here to enlist," Naruto told them cautiously, much happier with the guns no longer aimed at him and not wanting to do anything that would lead to them returning to their previous positions. "Are you the captain?" "That I am," he replied jovially. "Now would you mind telling me why you felt the need to make such a flashy entrance?" "Most of the villagers are superstitious," Naruto replied. "They don't like to let anyone leave the island. But it's always been my dream to join the Marines like my father did, so I wasn't about to let that stop me." "I think I've heard of that superstition before," the captain said thoughtfully. "Wait a minute, I knew Leaf Island sounded familiar. You're Admiral Minato's son, aren't you?" "That's right," Naruto confirmed proudly. "Namikaze Naruto, reporting for duty, sir." "Well then," the captain said, "if you turn out to be half the man your father was, it'd be nothing short of dereliction of duty if I stopped you from joining." "Oops, sorry about that," the captain added bashfully, realizing what he'd just said. "Bad choice of words, I didn't mean to bring that up." "Don't worry about it," Naruto told the man. "I must say that was quite the jump to get on here," he said, obviously wanting to change the subject. "You must have had a lot of training already." "That was nothing," Naruto boasted. "We're a small island in the middle of a major route on the Grand Line. Everyone is taught to defend themselves. I've been helping fight off pirates for years." "Good to hear," the captain told him, back to his cheerful demeanor already. "I'd wager you have a bright future ahead of you. Marineford isn't too far out of our way. I'll have you there in no time. Then you can start your official training." This was turning out to be a near-perfect day for Naruto. He only wished he could see the old man's face when he figured out that the chest he'd given Naruto had been the very thing that made his escape possible. Sarutobi stood watching the ship depart through a pair of binoculars. Had the fruit's power been teleportation, or maybe some type of illusion? Whatever it was, it would certainly aid the boy in his endeavors. And the villagers could hardly blame him. After all, how was he supposed to know Naruto would have access to a devil fruit? It's not like he'd given it to the boy or anything, right? Sarutobi chuckled a bit at that, taking his pipe out of his pocket and lighting it. "Good luck, Naruto," he said out loud. "Make your father proud." Naruto couldn't help but gawk at the size of Marineford as he made his way through the city. He'd heard of what cities were like from some of the merchants that visited their island. He'd even seen some pictures. But none of that had prepared him for actually being here and having his senses assailed. There was so much going on and so many people that it was almost overwhelming. And you could easily get lost among all the twists and turns of the buildings. Naruto was suddenly very grateful for the detailed directions the captain had given him before they'd parted ways. Examining them again, he continued along his path, occasionally stopping just to marvel at his surroundings. But he soon found himself standing in front of the recruiting office. Opening the door, he entered, finding himself in a small lobby with a few chairs on the side. There was a desk across the room with a woman sitting at it. She wasn't wearing a uniform, but she was the only one in the lobby, so he walked across the room to her desk. "Can I help you?" she asked him. "I'm here to sign up for the Marines," Naruto responded. Just like that, she asked him, "You don't have any questions or concerns?" "Nope," he answered. "I've wanted to be a Marine all my life." "Well, that's certainly refreshing," she told him. "Usually our recruiters have to twist arms to get anyone to enlist." The woman then grabbed a paper from a stack on her desk and handed it to Naruto along with a pen. "Just fill this out and sign your name at the bottom," she told him. Leaning over the desk, Naruto began to do just that. The form was pretty basic personal information about himself and any health issues he might have. So Naruto progressed through it pretty quickly. "Our next basic training group begins in 4 days, the woman informed him as he was nearly finished. "This packet will tell you where and when you need to show up and give you general information on what your service will entail." Finishing up and signing his name, Naruto traded the form for the folder she was holding out to him. "Do you have a place to stay until then?" she asked him. "Not exactly," Naruto replied, having sort of assumed you would just start your training as soon as you signed up.
Well, do you have any funds to get you by until then? She queried.
Some, Naruto replied vaguely. If you head down the street to the right you'll come to an inn by the name of the Seagull's Nest, she told him. The Marine Force will subsidize your stay there. Just show them the packet and they'll give you a discount.
Thank you, Naruto replied graciously. Also, do you want me to sign you up for the officer exam? She inquired. If so, you'll need to show up at 2 p.m. the day before basic training starts.
There's an exam to become an officer, Naruto asked. What's on it?
There are 2 parts, she told him. A test of your combat skills and a general exam that covers everything from marine rules and navigation to general history. The curriculum is actually in that packet. But if you're hoping to become an officer, you may want me to sign you up for the next exam instead. 3 days isn't much time to study for it. When is the next exam? Naruto asked, considering her offer. A month after this one, she answered. As much as he would like more time to fully prepare, Naruto doubted the small stash of berry he'd brought with him would last that long. No matter how much that inn was subsidized, it probably wouldn't even feed him for a whole month. No, this one will be fine, he told her. Besides, I'll ace the combat portion easily. Taking out a small piece of paper, she began writing on it, then handed it to Naruto. This is directions to the Marineford Public Library, she stated. It has any number of books that cover the material on the test. You don't have a lot of time to study, but every little bit helps.
Thanks again, Naruto responded earnestly. You've been a huge help. Just doing my job, she replied modestly, and good luck with the exam.
Waving goodbye, Naruto left the building and then examined the directions to the library. He'd head there first as it was already well into the afternoon and he wanted to make sure it didn't close before he arrived.
The directions were easy enough to follow, but despite that, when he'd completed them he didn't see the library anywhere. Well, the last instruction had said to take the second right, but maybe she hadn't counted that small alley he'd passed as the first one. Anyway, he should be close to it, so if he got to higher ground he'd likely be able to see it. That in mind, he jumped onto the roof of the nearest building and began to scan for anything that might be a library. Then again, what exactly did a library look like from the outside? He'd never seen one before. Maybe it was one of the buildings he'd been standing by and he just didn't recognize it. But one thing he did notice quickly was that he wasn't the only person up there. Just a couple houses away was a man with long, spiky, white hair looking through a telescope at something in the distance. And the man was a Marine officer, judging by the uniform he was wearing. Curious as to what brought him there, Naruto approached the man. What are you doing? Naruto asked when he was only a few feet away.
Nothing, the man yelled out, fumbling with the telescope as he was startled by Naruto's question. Turning around, the man seemed to calm down when he got a look at the person who had just surprised him. Seeing the other man's face for the first time, he was drawn to the red vertical lines beneath each of his eyes. Was that painted on or some kind of tattoo? I mean, I was simply keeping a lookout on the area, the man said, contrary to his previous claim. First, I'm a Marine, you know. I should be the one asking you what you're doing up here. You aren't causing any mischief, are you? I'm just looking for the library, Naruto answered, hoping there weren't any rules against being on someone else's roof. The last thing he needed was to get himself in trouble with the Marines only minutes after he'd signed up.
If you're looking for something to read, this is your lucky day. I happen to be an author as well as a Marine, he declared proudly.
Pulling a small orange book out of a coat pocket, he held it out expectantly toward Naruto. Thanks for the offer, Naruto responded, trying to decline as politely as possible, but what I need is some material to study for the officer exam. I'm joining the Marines myself. Still, you don't want to work too hard or you'll just get all stressed out, he replied, holding the book out insistently. Believe me, this book is great for relieving stress. Naruto was saved from having to respond when a third figure landed next to the two of them. He was another Marine officer who looked older than the first, not that either of them would ever be considered young. There you are, Jiraiya, the new arrival called out. I've been looking all over for you. And here you are trying to corrupt our youth again. Now you went and got me spotted, the man apparently named Jiraiya said to Naruto accusingly, before turning to the other man. What do you want, Garp? he asked. You're Garp? Naruto asked the older man excitedly. As in Vice Admiral Garp. Garp the hero. Hey, why no reaction to my name? Jiraiya questioned him. I'm a Vice Admiral too and famous as both a Marine and an author.
The kid just has good tastes, that's all, Garp countered.
It's an honor to meet you, sir, Naruto told Garp, bowing respectfully to man. If it's not too much trouble, I'm going to be taking the officer exam myself in a few days, and I would be grateful for any advice you could give me. Let me see, Garp said thoughtfully. Actually there is one thing. Remember that the written exam comes first. What was Garp trying to tell him? Maybe that he shouldn't warm up before going to the exam because he'd just be sitting for a while. No, there had to be more to it than that, but Naruto couldn't figure out what it was. He didn't want to look stupid in front of such a great hero, but eventually curiosity won out over his desire to impress Garp.
I'm sorry, but what exactly do you mean by that? Naruto asked hesitantly.
It's just that I got a little confused on that point back when I took the exam and beat up the proctor, Garp declared without the slightest hint he was embarrassed by that admission. They caused quite a fuss over that, but it all worked out in the end. Naruto stood dumbfounded at the response. Was that supposed to be a joke? Seeing as Garp was now laughing at his own words, so he supposed that could be it. Ready to reconsider exactly which officer here you should be admiring? Jiraiya asked him. And just so you know, the library is 1 block north of here. There's a big sign so you can't miss it. I doubt Musclebrain here even knows what a library is.
Thanks, Naruto replied a bit shakily, still somewhat shocked by Garp's advice.
But pulling himself together, he decided to depart. He still needed to get to the library before it closed, and was no longer sure he wanted to continue talking to these two. Bidding them farewell, he jumped off the roof and began heading north as directed. Not bad for a recruit, Jiraiya said as the two watched him leap casually off the roof. He even managed to sneak up on me. Granted, I was a little distracted at the time. Yeah, Garp agreed. It's good to see at least one kid with talent who doesn't want to be a pirate. It's all that fool Roger's fault. Why even my own grandson talks of being a pirate, but I'll beat that notion out of him yet. You have a grandson? Jiraiya asked in surprise. I didn't even know you had any children. Ah, Garp replied. That was supposed to be a secret.
Don't worry, Jiraiya told him casually. I won't tell anyone young Patrick wants to be a pirate.
His name is Luffy, you idiot. Garp fired back. Really? And you say I'm the dumb one? Yeah, you're just too smart for me, Jiraiya deadpanned. He wondered about this Luffy and why he was supposed to be a secret. That kid who'd just run off interested him too. He reminded him of someone but he couldn't quite figure out who. He'd worry about those mysteries later, for now he had to try and get rid of Garp so he could go back to his research. Naruto set down the stack of books he'd borrowed from the library on a desk in the small, Spartan room he'd just got at the inn. It was a lot of material for anyone to get through in just 3 days. But Naruto wasn't just anyone. Naruto summoned 5 clones, which he had discovered to be his limit. Dividing up the books between them, they all found a space in the now rather crowded room and began studying. That night he learned another interesting fact about his power. His clones didn't need to eat or sleep. They also remained even as the real Naruto slept, studying on through the night. And despite some minor complaining on the part of his clones, they continued studying 24 hours a day right up until noon on the day of the exam. He could probably study for another hour, but he wanted to leave himself plenty of time to get there in case he got lost in the city. Banishing his clones, he headed for the door and fell to the ground in pain as it suddenly felt as if he had a dozen drills simultaneously trying to bore their way into his head. He tried to ward them off with his hands to no effect. Finally he got some relief as his consciousness faded. Naruto woke up with the worst headache he'd had in his entire life. Through the pain he tried to collect his thoughts and figure out what had happened. Was this a hangover or something? Had he gone drinking to celebrate his joining the Marines? But he couldn't even remember taking the exam. The exam. He finally remembered what had caused him to pass out. It seemed he wasn't able to handle the flood of a combined 15 days worth of memories. Rushing to the window he saw the sun already getting low on the horizon. He was late. Opening the window, He jumped out to the street below, stumbling as he felt another surge of pain. But he grit his teeth and began to run off toward the building he was supposed to have been at hours ago. Arriving, he was horrified to find the place empty save for a few Marines. He quickly approached the nearest one. "Who's in charge here?" he asked the man. "That would Lieutenant Commander Iruka over there," he replied, pointing to a dark-haired man on the far side of the room who was looking over a stack of papers. Thanking the man, he hurried over to Iruka. "Iruka, sir," he called out to him. "I'm Namikaze, Naruto. I'm here for the exam. I'm sorry I'm late." "So you're the missing recruit," Iruka replied. "And you're more than just late, you missed it entirely. I thought you'd changed your mind and run off." "I would never do that," Naruto insisted. "I just had some extenuating circumstances that kept me from arriving on time. Is there any way I can take a makeup exam? Or I could just take next month's exam." "I'm sorry, but there is no makeup exam, and you're scheduled to begin tomorrow," Iruka informed him to Naruto's dismay. Timeliness is important for an officer as well. Iruka had a stern face that seemed to brook no argument, but Naruto wouldn't be deterred. His dream wasn't to become a common enlisted sailor. He was going to be an admiral, like his father. Maybe even make fleet admiral someday. "That's not fair," Naruto complained. "I make one little mistake and now I can't become an officer. There's got to be some way." Iruka's face softened a bit at this, actually showing a hint of compassion for his plight. "If you're that determined, there is a way," Iruka replied. "Regardless of whether you pass the test or not, everyone has a month of basic training. Those who passed will undergo a different schedule designed for officer candidates. However, at the end of the month, there is another exam." "And I can take that one?" Naruto asked hopefully. "That's right," he confirmed. "It's a much harder exam. The majority of the officer candidates fail to pass it each year. Add in the fact that you won't have the benefit of the month of training for it, and not many who fail the first exam even bother to attempt it. But a few try each year and it's not unheard of for one or two to succeed." "Thank you very much," Naruto all but yelled at the man. "You have no idea how much this means to me. Instead of thanking me, just make sure you show up on time in the future," Iruka replied, trying to take on a stern look again, but unable to completely hide a small smile. "I will," Naruto promised, and ran out of the room back toward the inn. He'd make sure he passed the next one, although maybe he'd stick to more normal means for studying this time. His headache still hadn't abated, but a quick examination of his memories showed the effort hadn't been a complete waste, as everything his clones had done seemed to be there. Naruto walked down the barracks looking for room 121. He hadn't repeated his tardiness from the day before, and after completing all the necessary paperwork, he'd been given his room assignment. Finding his room, he entered to discover that it was already occupied. This wasn't unexpected as he already knew he'd have a roommate. The real shocker was that the occupant was the largest dog he'd ever seen. Seriously, the white-furred animal looked large enough for him to ride. The dog was looking just as intently back at him. They were still just standing there staring at each other when another boy walked up beside him. "Oh, you must be my roommate," the boy said. "I'm Kiba, and this is Akamaru. They're letting you keep your dog here?" Naruto asked disbelievingly. "This is more than just my dog, he's my partner," Kiba answered. "But they still wouldn't let me use him for the combat portion of the exam. I would have passed if they had. I mean, I've never even practiced fighting on my own." Naruto examined the other boy. He was brown-haired, and about the same height as him. He was also the second person he'd met this week who had red lines painted or tattooed or something beneath his eyes, although they were much wider than Jiraiya's had been. Maybe there was some meaning to it. "So, are you going to try to take the next exam too?" Naruto asked him, trying to make some friendly conversation. "You bet I am," Kiba replied. "I had the highest score of anyone who failed. I just need a little practice fighting without Akamaru and I'll breeze through the exam. How about you? What was your score?" "Well, I sort of missed taking the exam," Naruto said bashfully. "What happened? You sleep through it?" Kiba inquired. "No," Naruto replied before reconsidering. "Actually, I guess I kind of did, but it's a bit more complicated than that. You see, I have a devil fruit power." "Ah, cool, so does Akamaru," the other boy replied cheerfully. Your dog ate a devil fruit? Naruto asked doubtfully, wondering if he was serious. Yeah, we think that's why he grew so big, Kiba answered. He's also much smarter than other dogs, right Akamaru? Akamaru barked in response to this, making Naruto wonder if he actually understood what they were saying. And I can't exactly show you in here, but he can spin himself so fast he becomes like a drill. He can go right through solid stone. You'll have to show me some time, Naruto said with genuine interest. But I can show you my power right here. With that, he summoned 3 clones, and was pleased by the suitably odd look he received from his roommate. Akamaru, meanwhile, was going from one to the next, sniffing them all. Are they all real? Kiba queried. Well, they're all solid, Naruto replied. But all of them except the original will just disappear in a puff of smoke if they take any significant blows. Naruto then banished them all, which startled Akamaru, who had just been examining one of the clones. I also remember everything that happened to them after they vanished like that, he continued. I was using that to cram in some studying at several times the normal rate. Unfortunately, I kept it up so long it was sort of a memory overload that knocked me out cold. I didn't wake up until the exam was over. That's a tough break, Kiba commiserated. But that means you didn't even really fail, so you might have an easy time with the second test. Anyway, what made you want to join the Marines? My father was an admiral, Naruto replied proudly. It's always been my dream to follow in his footsteps. Wow, he made it all the way to admiral? Kiba asked. My family has been in the Marines for generations, and none of us ever made it that far. My great-grandfather was a commodore, and my mother is already a captain, so she might go even further. But not many people make it to admiral. There's only, 3 of them right now. Further conversation was put on hold as 3 other recruits showed up the door. One with a face that strongly reminded him of a rat, and 2 hulking brutes behind him. The rat boy was holding a clipboard in front on him that he was reading at the moment. Room 121, he muttered to himself, that would make the occupants Inuzuka Kiba and Namikaze Naruto. My name is Nezumi and, is that a dog? Yeah, that's my partner, Kiba replied. But how did you know Naruto and I would be in this room? I have connections, Nezumi replied, having recomposed himself. That's what I'm here about. For a few favors, here and there, I can pull some strings and make life a bit easier for you. I see here that you received the lowest score on the officer exam, Naruto, so you could use all the help you can get. Hey, Naruto replied, disgruntled by his words. If you're here with us, that means you failed too, so don't act so high and mighty. Heavens no, Nezumi answered. I never even took the exam. I have no desire to be an officer, there's too much work involved. I'll simply graduate an enlisted man. Then my father, Captain Nezumi, will make sure I'm assigned to his ship and it's the easy life from there. Wait, is Nezumi your family name? Naruto asked. It's my given name, the rat-faced recruit answered. It's family tradition that the oldest son is always named Nezumi. But back to business, I'm looking for a few more subordinates at the moment. All you have to do is a few simple tasks every now and then. In exchange, I pull some strings and get you on my father's crew when we graduate. A nice simple assignment in East Blue. You could hardly ask for a safer job in the Marines. Thanks, but I'll pass, Naruto said firmly. Unlike you, I want to be an officer. With how poorly you did on the first test? Nezumi asked dubiously. I can see how you scored so low. You're not too bright to pass up an offer like this. Naruto was become quite steamed at the other boy's words. He wanted to give him a nice punch to the jaw to shut him up, but realized starting a fight on his first day wasn't the best idea. So he went with plan B. Get out, he ordered Nezumi coldly. Well, that's rude, he replied. I haven't even had a chance to finish speaking with Kiba. You heard him, Kiba interjected. Get out of here, we're sick of looking at your ugly face. It's your choice, Nezumi answered smugly, but don't come crying to me when you realize this is a mistake. I don't give second chances. Having said his piece, he turned and walked away, his 2 lackeys following behind him. Naruto stood watching them retreat, taking a few deep breaths to calm himself. We should probably get changed into our uniforms, Kiba suggested. We need to be outside for basic training pretty soon. Agreeing, The two of them did just that. Leaving Akamaru behind, they went outside, joined up with a growing group of recruits and waited. Soon a young purple-haired woman came out, wearing a revealing outfit that was definitely not a marine uniform of any sort. "My name is Mitarashi Anko," she announced to the assembled recruits. "And for the next month, you maggots are in my care. To start things off, we're going to go on a nice 5-mile run. And as a warning, if anyone isn't able to keep up with me, there will be consequences." Anko took off, and the group moved to follow. She set a decent pace, but nothing Naruto couldn't handle. A number of the other recruits started having trouble as early as a couple of miles in. Some looked practically dead by the time they finally returned back to their original starting point, but everyone had stayed with the group. He could swear Anko looked disappointed by that fact. They were quickly put to work doing other exercises, sit-ups, push-ups, crunches. After she was satisfied they'd done enough, she called them all together. "That's enough for today," she told them. "But make sure to get some rest tonight, we do this every day." "That's it?" Naruto asked reflexively. He did harder training than this back on the island. He'd assumed they'd just been warming up before the real training started. "I keep getting told that I'm too hard on new recruits," Anko responded. "Recruits are running away, Anko. Word's spreading and now no one will even join, Anko. That's practically torture, Anko." As she was giving her speech, she stalked back and forth among the recruits, like a predator looking for a sign of weakness. "So I decided to be nice and ease you into it," she continued. "But apparently I was too lenient. Since one of you was kind enough to point that out, I'll rectify the situation immediately. We're going to repeat all the training we just did, starting with the run." A collective groan went up, and Naruto saw more than a few dirty glares sent his way. But they weren't given time to do more than look as Anko had already set off again. As Naruto started running, Kiba pulled up next to him. He was glad to see the other boy didn't seem to be much bothered by the exercise either. "I heard about Anko from my sister," he told Naruto quietly, eyeing the back of said woman warily as if nervous she'd hear. "Apparently she's a former pirate. Quite a nasty one too, had a thing for torture. She got leniency for ratting on her captain. But they keep her here in the center of Marineford where they can keep an eye on her because they're afraid to let her loose." "Why would the Marines let a former pirate train recruits?" Naruto asked dubiously. "I'm just repeating what my sister said," Kiba replied defensively. "And you have to admit, she certainly looks the part." A loud huffing noise let the two boys know someone else was approaching from behind them. Glancing back they saw Nezumi, struggling to catch up. "If this is some kind of revenge," he struggled to get out between his labored breaths, "you're even dumber than I thought. You're suffering just as much as I am." Naruto certainly didn't feel like he was suffering and was going to tell the boys so. But saying that seemed to have taken the last of Nezumi's strength as he fell to the ground right on the spot and lay there. Naruto and Kiba continued running, noticing Anko glance behind her. "Looks like we have our first straggler," she said cheerfully. "You guys keep running, I'll be right back." Looking over his shoulder, he saw Anko dash back to the boy and pull a whip from somewhere. One that she immediately proceeded to put to use. Naruto turned his focus back to where he was going, grinning to himself. "You can't do this," Nezumi screeched indignantly from behind them. "My father will have your head for this." She didn't seem to be worried by his threats, as the sound of the whip continued, much to Naruto's delight. "Okay, maybe she was a pirate after all," Naruto conceded. Naruto sat on his bed, looking over a star chart. They'd just finished their training for the day and were falling into their usual routine. 3 weeks had already passed since he'd joined the Marines. And with just one to go until the exam, Naruto and Kiba had both been hard at work preparing to pass it. It's not as if their basic training would be much help. He should have realized it from the name, but it was mostly just exercise, even if it had got a bit harder over time. Sure, they mixed in a few things that were actually useful. Gun maintenance, steering ships, repairing leaks, and such. But he'd learned that most of the interesting stuff was saved until after they'd completed basic. "Nose stuck in a book again?" Kiba asked. "You should come outside and do some real training with me." "Believe me, I'd love to," Naruto replied. "But I'm already confident in my fighting ability. If I'm going to fail this exam, it'll be the written portion. You could probably use to spend a little more time studying as well. I don't need to worry about that, Kiba said dismissively. You do know that as long as you do exceptionally well on one portion of the exam, they'll pass you even if you totally bomb the other half right. Really? Naruto replied hopefully. Most of this material was horribly dull, and he'd love nothing more than to throw out his books and go spend the last week sparring with Kiba instead. But as tempting as the idea sounded, he quickly dismissed it. My father always used to tell me there's more to being a good officer than being able to fight, Naruto said firmly. We might be able to pass the exam, but do you really want to be the type of officer who's only good at fighting? One that your subordinates can't rely on for anything else? Man, no need to get all philosophical on me, Kiba said defensively. I guess I can keep you company for one night. Making good on his words, Kiba grabbed up a book on identifying edible plants that was sitting on the floor. Taking it over to his own bed, he sat down and began to read. It wasn't long before he began to fidget. So how about that special training we're doing tomorrow? Kiba asked. Finally get to have some real fun, huh? They didn't go into a lot of details, Naruto replied, just that it's some sort of naval combat simulation. You know anything else? Yeah, I heard all about it from my sister, he answered, always happy to show off what he knew. It's more a sort of a final test for the officer candidates. They give them a bunch of fresh recruits who aren't even done with basic training. Then they stick them on a ship and pit them against each other to judge how well they can lead their crew. For us, it's mostly just a chance to enjoy ourselves. So do we get to fire the cannons at each other or what? Naruto queried. Because that sounds a bit dangerous. They have special paint balls for all the cannons and firearms, Kiba responded. Sounds fun, Naruto agreed. I wonder who we'll get teamed up with. Tashigi approached the area where she was told to meet her temporary crew and, sure enough, they had already gathered there. She was going to introduce herself, but held off when she saw a blonde boy having a heated discussion with another recruit. You'll eat those words, Nezumi, the blonde said angrily. We're going to tear your team apart. I highly doubt that, Naruto, Nezumi replied smugly. I noticed something odd about your group. The 10 of you are the 10 who received the lowest scores on the officer exam. Someone must really have it in for whoever is leading your group. Tashigi felt like she'd just been kicked in the gut. She'd noticed she hadn't had the fairest treatment ever since she'd spilled hot coffee all over the commander's face. But he wouldn't deliberately try to make her fail out of officer training, would he? Then whoever they are is lucky you didn't take the exam, Naruto fired back. It really would be hopeless if they had to deal with you. Please, I could have passed the exam with ease, Nezumi retorted. Now I really have to be getting back to my own group. I look forward to seeing you squirm after we defeat you. This is Group 7, right? Tashigi asked the remaining recruits, hoping that she'd somehow ended up in the wrong place. That's right, Naruto answered, destroying her last hope. No, she couldn't just give up before she even tried. All of the recruits in front of her had at least hoped to be officers, having chosen to take the exam. So they couldn't be completely incompetent, could they? I'm Tashigi, she said, trying to sound more confident than she felt. I'll be in charge for the remainder of this exercise. Now let's all board the ship and get this started. See, that wasn't so bad, all of them were following her and not even one had talked back. Climbing aboard, she found the proctor already standing on the deck. He had them wait a few minutes before telling them to begin. As soon as he did, most of her crew began rushing for the cannons. This led to a bit of confusion as there were 10 of them, only 4 cannons on the small ship. We can't all use the cannons, a rather portly one announced, so I'll take this one and some of you will have to find something else to do. That's not fair, another complained. Why should you get to be the one to fire it? Maybe we can all take turns, a third suggested. Glancing nervously at the proctor, Tashigi realized she needed to get control of the situation fast. So she began selecting recruits at random and giving them tasks. You, take the helm. You, raise the anchor. You two, unfurl the sails. And you, climb up to the crow's nest and keep an eye out for the other ship. But I'm afraid of heights, the boy she'd selected as lookout complained. I think I should just take a cannon instead. If you really are afraid of heights, now's as good a time as any to get over it, she replied angrily. Now get up there. That's an order. Out of the corner of her eye she saw the two recruits she'd ordered to unfurl the sails doing just that and gasped. Wait, she yelled to them, that hasn't been properly secured yet. But her words reached them too late, as the newly unfurled sail caught the wind. This rather forcefully swung the boom around, knocking both of them over. Thankfully the blonde from earlier had already jumped in and was securing it, because she had another crisis to deal with. Help! Get me down from here! A voice cried out from above. The boy she'd sent to the crow's nest was halfway up, eyes closed, and clinging to the ladder with all his might. At least he hadn't been lying about his fear of heights, she thought bitterly. Just take some deep breaths and climb back down, she said soothingly. I changed my mind, you don't have to go up there. I'm not moving, he insisted stubbornly. Tashigi continued to attempt to coax him down until she noticed that, despite all the time she'd wasting doing so, the ship still hadn't moved. Looking over at the anchor she saw it had yet to be raised, the recruit assigned that task still struggling with it. She hurried over to see what was wrong. I'm sorry, but it won't budge, the recruit declared when he saw her coming. Walking up next to him, Tashigi released the locking mechanism which was still in place and the crank immediately began to turn under the boy's efforts. Sorry about that, he said sheepishly. The ship finally began to pull away from dock, but her relief was short-lived as she heard first one, and then a second cannon fire. Tashigi rushed over to get a look at the other ship, mad that no one had announced its presence. She saw it off to the port side approaching rapidly. But it was still pretty far off. What did you fire the cannons for? She berated them. They're still way out of range. But they wouldn't be for long. Judging by their course, they were trying to get in front of them. A wise decision considering the ship didn't have any front-mounted cannons. Reload, quickly, she ordered, then turned to the helmsman. Hard to starboard. She wouldn't let them have their way so easily. She'd turn the ship parallel to their course and they could exchange shots until one of them sank. She only hoped the port side cannons were reloaded in time. Or that's what she would if the ship were actually turning to starboard like she'd ordered. That's port, she yelled at the helmsman. No, don't switch directions now. It's too late for that, keeping turning to port. No, port is the direction you were going the first time. Just turn left. You do know which way is left, right? In the confusion, the other ship had positioned themselves directly in front of them, just as she'd hoped to avoid. It fired a pair of shots. One fell short, but the other slammed into the main mast, just above the still cowering recruit, painting it a bright shade of yellow. The impact startled the recruit who lost his hold on the ladder and began to fall backwards. Tashigi ran beneath his path and succeeded in catching the boy, but lost her balance in the process. The two of them went sprawling, their spill sending them right into the stairwell and cartwheeling down below deck. Her progress stopped by a wall. Tashigi quickly regained her senses and checked on the boy, seeming to have avoided anything but a few bruises herself. Are you injured? She asked him. I think I'll be okay, he replied shakily. Hurrying back upstairs she was dismayed to see a big splotch of purple paint right in the middle of the deck, indicating a second hit. Your main mast is destroyed, and your ship is sinking, the proctor announced. What will you do? What could she do? It was too late to do anything. She was going to fail. The other ship was pulling up alongside them and ordering them to surrender. She supposed that was the only option she had. But before she could say anything the blonde recruit from earlier spoke up. If our ship is sinking, then we'll just have to take theirs. Not even waiting for her reply he ran to edge of the ship and leapt across to the other one. His action served as a much-needed wake-up call. Firming her resolve she turned to the crew. All hands to the lifeboats, she ordered. I've got a ship to capture. Following after the reckless recruit, she jumped across to the other ship. The defenders had pulled out their guns and were attempting to get rid of single-man boarding party. But he was weaving between them faster than she would have believed possible from a recruit, and not a single shot hit. Could he be using Soru? How could anyone who had even partially mastered one of the Rokushiki have failed the exam? But Tashigi didn't have time to consider that further. When she'd landed, two of their opponents had redirected their guns at her. Pulling her wooden sword from where it was strapped to her side, She disarmed them before either could fire, then knocked both of them out with swift blows to the back of the neck. She quickly took out a third recruit before finding herself lacking any opponents. The rest were lying unconscious on the ground, save for the Nezumi boy, who Naruto was holding in the air by the collar of his shirt. The boy's face already swelling from whatever treatment his tormentor had given him. "I give up," Nezumi cried frantically. "Have mercy. Please, someone stop him." "That's enough," the proctor ordered him. Complying, he set the other boy down, who scurried away to hide behind the proctor. "Does this mean we won?" Naruto asked. "Well, they certainly don't look victorious to me," the Marine replied, surveying the unconscious crew around him. "Great," Naruto replied cheerfully, then turned to address her. "Nice job over there, Tashigi. Sorry you had such a lousy crew." "It's not your fault, Naruto," she replied graciously. "And thank you. I owe you a huge favor for today." She meant it too. He may have just saved her career. The day of the exam had finally come. Naruto had hardly slept the night before and had shown up a full 2 hours early. But now he'd finished the written portion and let himself breathe normally again. He thought he had done pretty well overall. He didn't know all the answers, but most of them had been pretty easy. And besides, Kiba had assured him you could completely fail the written portion as long as you aced the combat test. So he'd informed them his specialty was unarmed combat when asked. Then he waited for his turn with the unarmed specialist. Kiba's name came up first, and he wished his friend good luck as he departed. Not long after that, Naruto was called, so he left for his assigned room and walked up to the examiner. For some reason, the man had a bandage across his face and resting on his nose. Had he been injured earlier? "I'm Lieutenant Katetsu," the man told him. "You have a couple of minutes to stretch and warm up before we start." "Thanks," Naruto replied, deciding to do just that, still being a bit stiff from 2 hours of test taking. "You have some pretty impressive people in your group," Katetsu told him conversationally as Naruto went through his routine. "There was a boy just a couple spots before you who fought like a wild animal. Almost caught me off guard coming at me so ferociously right from the start." "You mean Kiba?" Naruto asked. "Because if he almost caught you flat-footed, you better make sure you're prepared for me. When he fights without his dog, he's not even a challenge." "He fights with his dog?" Katetsu asked dubiously. "You're pulling my leg, and don't worry about me, I'm pretty sure I can handle a few more recruits today. Just come at me whenever you're ready." He couldn't say Naruto hadn't warned him. Now to see if he could rid him of that why attitude. Using his Soru, he circled around Katetsu, kicking the back of his knee. Naruto was satisfied to see his leg buckle, causing him began to fall backwards. Grabbing his arm, Naruto gave him a little help and flipped him over so he was flat on his stomach. He then stood there grinning down in appreciation of his work. "Man, they don't even warn me they're sending over a Rokushiki user," Katetsu mumbled before lightly hopping back to his feet. "Now, let's try that again, hopefully with a little less of me humiliating myself." Complying, Naruto charged in again, but found his examiner ready for his speed this time. What followed was the best match Naruto had had since he'd left Leaf Island. He was pleased to see that he was a little faster than his opponent, but found it difficult to capitalize on that fact as the man was very skilled at dodging or redirecting all his blows. But he did keep the lieutenant on the defensive for the most part, and had been able to deal with the few counterattacks that had come his way. Deciding the match had gone on long enough, Naruto made ready to use his clones. He'd see how well he could defend against 5 attackers at once. "Stop," a voice ordered forcefully before he could summon them. Naruto and Katetsu both dropped their guard and turned to where Lieutenant Commander Iruka had just called out to them from the doorway. "Ah, but I almost had him, sir," Katetsu complained. "You're not here to beat him, you're here to test him," Iruka declared. "And you were supposed to finish that 5 minutes ago. So I came to see why you're holding everyone up." "Sorry, sir," he apologized, "I guess I just got a bit carried away." "Well, I can see why," Iruka admitted. "I don't think there's any need for further deliberation. You pass, Naruto." "What about the written portion?" Naruto asked. He realizing he should be pleased, but he was a bit unprepared to be so casually told of his success. "I'll inform you of how you did later," Iruka promised, but as I'm sure he'll be happy to tell you, Kotetsu may only be a lieutenant, but he'd one of the strongest lieutenants in the force. We certainly don't expect anyone fresh out of basic training to be able to fight evenly with him. I wouldn't say it was evenly matched, Kotetsu interjected. You didn't expect me to go all out on a recruit, did you, sir? Hey, I didn't even use my secret weapon, Naruto countered. You wouldn't have stood a chance if I had. You two can debate this later, Iruka told them. We've held up the next examinee long enough. Congratulations again, Naruto. Naruto left the room with a huge grin. One that he seemed to have almost perpetually for the rest of the day. It also nearly drove Kiba to murder him, at least until several hours later when it was confirmed that he too had passed. Jiraiya sat nursing his drink. Garp was sitting beside him in the tavern they were frequenting, rapidly making his way through a mound of food. Watching his fellow vice admiral eating obscene quantities of food was not how he'd planned to spend this evening. But Garp had invited him, and he rarely took no for an answer. Usually didn't even seem to hear you say the word. You know that blonde kid who wanted to join the Marines? Garp asked without even bothering to swallow his current mouthful of food first. Yeah, Jiraiya replied, interest piqued. He just passed the officer exam, Garp continued, pausing his eating in a rare nod to courtesy. And you know that thing with the ship they do? The thing with the ship they do? Jiraiya parroted. We're in the Marines, you know. You're going to have to be a bit more specific. You know, the test, Garp replied, where they fight each other with paint and stuff. Ah, that, Jiraiya nodded sagely. Well, I hear the kid jumped himself onto the other ship and beat up the crew himself, Garp informed him. That is how to win that with style. I'm really starting to like that boy. That's certainly interesting, Jiraiya conceded, but beating up a dozen or so fresh recruits isn't exactly an awe-inspiring feat. They also say he knows Soru, Garp added. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow at that piece of intel. You know, he reminds me of someone, he told Garp, but I can't figure out who. Not that he'd really bothered to think about it since he'd last seen the boy. Honestly, he'd been more interested in why Garp was being so evasive about his grandson. He hadn't even been able to get more out of him than his name. And considering how bad Garp was at keeping a secret, there had to be something to it. That's probably because he's Minato's boy, Garp explained. Minato had a kid, Jiraiya shouted, drawing disapproving glances from those around him. Does everyone I know secretly have children? Jiraiya asked more calmly. I've decided I'm going to train him, Garp declared, ignoring his questions. And not that pointless stuff they'll do at the academy. Real training. While I agree giving him some extra training is a good idea, maybe I should do it. Your training tends to be a bit excessive. And I did know his father better than you. You can't have him, Garp replied stubbornly. I saw him first. Actually, I saw him first, Jiraiya corrected. Really? I guess I forgot, Garp answered before bursting out into laughter and taking another bite of food. But you still can't have him, Garp insisted, once again not seeming to care. His mouth was otherwise occupied with chewing. Jiraiya decided to cave. When Garp got like this, there was no point arguing with him. He just hoped Minato's son survived his attention. Minato's son. The notion still seemed so strange. Even if he was younger than he looked, he would have been at least a few years old when Minato died. So why hadn't he ever mentioned him? He'd never even heard Minato mention a girl he had his eyes on. Maybe he didn't know he was a father. A plausible explanation, even if it seemed to go against Minato's character. But his gut told him there was more to it than that. Jiraiya didn't like secrets, and between this one and Garp's grandson he had two of them to gnaw away at him. He'd have to do something about that. Carrying his box of possessions, Naruto left the barracks that had been his home for last month. He'd spend the next 11 at the Marine Officer Academy. And whether out of kindness or coincidence, he'd still be rooming with Kiba at his new location. Not that he'd mind meeting new people, but he'd become fast friends with the other boy. He'd even gotten used to having Akamaru around, despite the rather cramped state that came from having such a large dog in an already small room. Turning a corner, he found himself face to face none other than Garp. Quickly he set down his box and saluted the man, expecting him to continue on his way. Instead he just stood there examining Naruto. You know any of the Rokushiki other than Soru? Garp asked him out of nowhere. I know the theory behind all of them, Naruto answered, but I'm afraid I haven't mastered any others yet. Then I suggest you learn Tekai quickly, the large vice admiral told him. Is there any reason? Naruto asked curiously. I was actually working on Shigen next. Tekai? Naruto, it has to be Tekai, Garp insisted, then walked off without an explanation. What had that been about? Naruto didn't have a clue. Still, he could boast to Kiba later that Garp himself was giving him advice on training. That gave him pleasant thoughts as he picked up his box and continued to navigate towards the academy. He was crossing a training field near his destination when he saw a flash of something out of the corner of his eye. Almost as soon as he'd noticed, there was a loud impact directly in front of him, and Naruto found himself pelted with chunks of earth that had been thrown up by it. Quickly overcoming his surprise, he looked in the small crater to see what had caused it and was intrigued to see a cannonball. He hadn't walked into an artillery practice zone, had he? Looking toward the direction it had come from, he didn't see any cannons. Just a single man standing on a nearby hill. Make that a very familiar old man who was waving at him. Tekai. Naruto, Tekai. Garp yelled loud enough for Naruto to hear clearly even from a distance. That would have to be a pretty powerful Tekai to withstand a blow like that. Judging by the crater, it had a lot more force behind it than a cannon would impart. And Garp had thrown it. Just how strong was he? It was then Naruto noticed the man lifting another cannonball from a small stack beside his feet. He hurled it and Naruto instinctively leapt to the side, seeing the metal sphere pass right through where he'd just been standing. That could have killed him. What kind of homicidal maniac was this man? But seeing him reaching once again for his pile of death, Naruto dropped his box and dashed full speed toward the entrance to the academy's dorms. He had to dodge 3 more assaults, but slid through the door safely, panting and sweating more from the adrenaline than the actual exertion. Naruto, a voice asked from beside him. Is something going on out there? He realized he wasn't alone in the hallway he'd just entered, as the blue-haired girl from that naval exercise was standing next to him. Tashigi, he believed her name was. But how to answer her question? He wasn't about to go around raving to everyone that a legendary hero had gone crazy and was trying to kill him. He'd be the one locked up in an asylum somewhere. Just getting some exercise, he lied, trying to sound as natural as possible. I passed the officer exam, so I'm moving in here today. That's great to hear, she told him. I'm really more surprised you failed the first time. That's a long story, Naruto replied sheepishly. Well, I wish we could talk more, but I'm just leaving, Tashigi informed him, pointing to a satchel she had slung over her shoulder. I already graduated, just received my first assignment. Good luck with that, he replied a bit enviously. I wish I were going with you. I'm already late, she declared and then brushed past him to hurry out the door. Naruto watched her go, worrying briefly that she was about to be crushed by a cannonball. But she continued without incident. Maybe that meant Garp was gone. He did still need to go back and get his box of possessions. Deciding to play it safe, he summoned a clone which he sent outside to look for any sign of Garp. It was only a few feet from the entrance when a cannonball flew into its head from directly above, destroying the clone and smashing into path beneath it. That's a nice trick, Naruto, a voice called out from the roof. Yeah, he'd go back for the box later. Turning from the door, he continued on until he located his new room. It was a bit larger than his previous one, and included a pair of desks to go with the beds. Well, he'd better get to work practicing his Tekai if he wanted to survive to see his graduation. He hadn't attempted Tekai in a while, but in concept it was pretty simple. You had to tense your muscles in just the right fashion and will them into becoming as hard as iron. In practice, even the slightest wavering in your will could cause the technique to fail and crack your defense. Summoning a clone, he prepared his body and nodded for the clone to start. He watched the blow heading for his stomach, trying to focus his will even harder on its intended destination. He felt the impact of the fist, then doubled over as the blow to his gut knocked the wind out of him. Naruto saw his clone looking down at him sheepishly as he was recovering from the assault. Not being deterred, he stood back up and resumed his previous stance. Again, he ordered firmly. And that was what Kiba found him still doing when his friend walked in the door a few minutes later. He was already sporting bruises all over his body, having tried a number of different targets. Not only to see if he had better luck there but also to avoid assaulting already abused body parts. "What exactly are you doing?" Kiba asked dumbfoundedly. Akamaru had followed the boy inside and seemed to quickly decide he did not approve of the situation. The only problem was that he couldn't seem to figure out which Naruto he should be upset with. He quickly settled on pushing his way between the two of them, and sitting there, giving both Narutos a look that made it clear he wouldn't let them try anything. "It's just that Vice Admiral Garp was trying to kill me," Naruto started explaining, letting his clone vanish, which seemed to calm Akamaru down. "So you decided you'd help him out?" Kiba quipped. "There is such a thing as too much loyalty. Anyway, what do you think all those cannonballs outside are for?" Kiba asked, probably thinking he was changing the subject. "I mean, there's even one stuck right outside the main entrance." "That was courtesy of Garp," Naruto answered. "He wants me to learn Tekai, an ability to make your muscles as hard as iron." The cannonballs seemed to be his idea of motivation. "Are you serious?" Kiba asked dubiously. "I'm afraid so," Naruto confirmed. "But I'm not exactly having much luck here. I may not even have the physical conditioning for the technique yet." "Well, it doesn't sound like the sort of technique you can learn overnight," Kiba consoled him. "But my life may depend on me doing just that," he replied bitterly. And so his life at the Marine Officer Academy began. Naruto had to send clones to all his classes to avoid death by Garp. The Vice Admiral certainly hadn't given up on his training. Thankfully he remembered everything his clones experienced, as many of the lessons were quite interesting. He particularly enjoyed studying military tactics. They also were getting more real combat training. Sure, the unarmed training was too basic to be of any use, but they also trained in the basics of guns, swords, and artillery. Meanwhile, the real Naruto hadn't left the dorms since he'd entered on the first day. He'd spent some of the pay he'd received when he completed basic to buy himself weights to train with. But even as his strength grew, he was frustrated by the slow progress he'd been making over the months. He'd actually activated Tekai on numerous occasions now, but he still couldn't reliably use it, and even at his best, it wouldn't be strong enough to stop one of Garp's cannonballs. And on top of everything else, he was sick of being interrupted from his training by the memories of his head being smashed in by a high-velocity iron projectile whenever Garp took out one of his clones. The only good thing to come out of this is that he did get some real experience patching holes on a ship. As Garp didn't let the risk of damage to a marine vessel deter his efforts, and they trained on ships fairly regularly. At least he got breaks on occasion. Garp wasn't always in Marineford. Sometimes his clones would go weeks without being bothered. And over time his skill at Tekai became both stronger and more reliable. He still remained hesitant to put it to the test. Even a small mental slip could cause the skill to drop. And there was nothing like having a cannonball hurtling at you to make you lose your focus. But it was during the 10th month of his Schedule 11 at the Academy that a particularly long absence from Garp finally convinced Naruto to risk going outside and getting his real body some much-needed sun. He was lined up next to the other officer trainees waiting for the instructor to arrive. The rest of them had all long since learned to give him a wide berth, creating a very noticeable break in the line on either side of Naruto. A fact that was picked up by Lieutenant Commander Iruka, who happened to be walking by them that day. He didn't usually hang around the academy, dealing more with the enlisted recruits. But whatever caused him to be walking past that day, their odd formation drew his attention. After pausing to examine it curiously, he approached them. "Didn't anyone ever teach you how to form a line?" he asked derisively. "Straighten this mess up immediately." There were some nervous fidgets, but no one complied with his order, a fact that didn't look to sit well with the young officer. Moving over to the trainee to Naruto's right, he got directly in the young man's face. "I gave you an order," he said harshly, then without waiting for a reply turned to his left and began walking back toward Naruto. But Naruto wasn't paying much attention to Iruka any longer, as he'd spotted something else that sent a chill down his spine. Off to the left, standing on top of a nearby building, stood Garp, having chosen the worst possible time to return. He was already preparing a throw, and Naruto made ready to dodge. But before he could, he realized Iruka was once again next to him, and would be directly in the cannonball's path should Naruto move out of the way. Not having any choice, he instead took a wide stance and prepared to put his training to the test. In a flash, the large metal object slammed into his chest, sending Naruto's whole body backward with the force. He crashed into Iruka with enough momentum left to knock the both of them into the ground. Naruto took only a moment to regain his bearings. Upon doing so, he realized he now held the iron sphere in his hands, and none of his bones seemed to be broken. He was in more than a little pain, but it didn't appear to be anything serious. Climbing to his feet, Iruka did the same a moment later, looking completely shocked. "What was that?" he all but yelled. "Is that a cannonball in your hands?" "Nice catch, Naruto," Garp shouted from his position on the roof. This explains why everyone was keeping their distance," Iruka muttered, having more or less deduced what was going on. "Isn't something being done to stop this?" "Well, it's been going on since I started and I haven't been hurt yet," Naruto boasted, proud of his accomplishment and not wanting to admit that this was the first time he'd actually taken a hit. "Still, I'll be filing a report on this incident immediately," Iruka promised. So saying, he began to walk off, keeping a wary eye on Garp as he did. The Vice Admiral just waved cheerfully to him as he left. With his newfound confidence from that incident, Naruto began venturing outside himself regularly. But if Iruka did file a report, it hadn't done any good. Naruto had faced 3 more of Garp's assaults over the next month. And Naruto was proud to say his Tekai had protected him on each occasion. So with his training nearly complete, he found himself once again preparing for the naval combat simulation that he'd first done at the end of basic training. Only this time, he'd be the one in charge of the crew. He was especially looking forward to the exercise as he'd been paired against Kiba. Sure, they were still good friends, better than ever in fact. But that didn't mean he wouldn't enjoy proving his own superiority. And he got off to a good start. His crew was far more competent than the one he'd served with when he last did this. The anchor was raised, and the ship took off smoothly. At Naruto's direction, the helmsman turned the ship to port, the direction he knew the other ship would be waiting. That was when he saw him. Garp was standing back on shore looking at him intently. But he wasn't very concerned with Garp's attacks anymore. He'd just deal with this and move on. But a moment after Garp threw the cannonball, Naruto realized it wasn't heading for him. Whether through bad aim or deliberate action, Naruto quickly calculated its trajectory would cause it to land a half-dozen feet to his right, putting a hole in the ship in the process. No, he wasn't going to let the man ruin this for him. Not sparing a moment to second-guess himself, he ran directly into its path. Naruto only had a brief instant to prepare himself, but got his Tekai up just in time to protect him as the momentum of the iron object sent him sliding across the deck. He let himself breathe a sigh of relief at his success when he felt the railing hit the back of his legs, bringing a jolting halt to their progress. Unfortunately, the upper half of his body continued merrily on its way, spilling him over the edge and sending him plummeting into the water. Naruto could now confirm firsthand that those who had eaten a devil fruit couldn't swim. What was worse, it felt like the ocean was draining the very strength from his body. But very shortly after his own descent, he saw another body dive into the water, one he recognized as the Proctor. The man pulled him up, lifting his head above the water and allowing Naruto to gasp for air. One of the recruits had already thrown a rope into the water, which the Proctor grabbed and used to climb back to the ship, carrying Naruto with him. "Just hold on," the Proctor said worriedly after gently laying him on the deck. "We're going to get you to a doctor." "No, I'm fine," Naruto told him, strength already returning to him now that he was out of the sea water. "Don't lie to me," the man berated him. "You were just hit by a cannonball, for goodness sake. You were all but dead in the water when I got to you." "Really, I'm fine," he insisted, climbing easily to his feet to prove it. "I couldn't swim because I'm a devil fruit user." "Captain, the other ship is dead ahead," a recruit called out from the crow's nest, interrupting further debate. Garp may be a jerk, but he had given Naruto an idea. "Keep our course heading straight for the other ship," Naruto ordered the helmsman. Then summoning 4 clones, he helped them all gather up the paint cannonballs into a big pile on the prow of the ship. The crew looked on with suitably odd expressions. His actions also served to convince the proctor that he really was going to be okay. Lifting one of the mock cannonballs experimentally, he tossed it off to the side to gauge his distance, finding himself pleased with the result. He was no match for Garp, but these paintballs were much lighter than a real cannonball. And thanks to his months of strength training, it seemed his range was a fair bit longer than a cannon's. So he waited until Kiba's ship had just passed within that range and then opened fire. With Naruto and 4 clones throwing as fast as they could, it looked almost as if a storm of giant rainbow hailstones was falling on the other ship. When he stopped, it was clear to the naked eye the ship had received a number of direct hits. "I guess that means we win," he announced jovially to his crew. "Did you really have to show off so much, Naruto?" Kiba complained from beside him. "What exactly could I do to respond to that? You still haven't let that go?" Naruto asked. "If anything, you should be glad I did that. Like you said, what could you have done? There's really nothing they could fault you for. It would have looked a lot worse for you if I'd won with conventional tactics." "And what makes you so sure you would have won?" his friend replied petulantly. "Look, we both graduated, so let's just leave it at that and enjoy the moment," Naruto told him diplomatically. To his great pleasure, Kiba took his advice, and they soon filed into the auditorium where their graduation ceremony was about to take place. Finding their seats, they waited as the rest of the graduates made their way in, along with a number of family members taking up seats in the back. Soon the ceremony began, and Naruto was thrilled to see Fleet Admiral Sengoku himself giving the speech. "You're all here today because you chose to begin a noble career path," Sengoku orated. "And now, thanks to your year of hard work." His words trailed off at the end as he noted Vice Admiral Garp making his way onto the stage carrying a large box. "Garp, what are you doing here?" Sengoku demanded of him. "I'm going to let you finish," Garp replied, "but Naruto doesn't graduate unless I say so." "That's not your decision to make," Sengoku replied angrily. "Now get off the stage this instant." But Garp ignored the order and set the box down, opening it to reveal that it was full of cannonballs. "Consider this your real final exam," Garp called out to him. "And you better not dodge any of these." Naruto was unsurprised to see all the other graduates had already vacated the area. Even Kiba, who had been sitting right next to him, was nowhere in sight. This wasn't going to be simple. He'd never tried to take more than one of these at a time, and the range between them was much less than ever before as well. But his pride wouldn't let him back down now. Naruto crossed his arms in front of him and braced for the impact. The first one hit his right forearm, and Naruto could swear he felt his arm about to snap just before the pressure subsided and the ball fell to the ground. The seat behind him was helping prevent his body from sliding backward from the impact, not that he'd have minded a little extra distance. Almost as soon as the first attack had finished, the second struck him dead center on his forehead. Naruto wondered briefly how he'd been able to protect himself when there wasn't exactly a lot of muscle up there. But he ignored the thought and the new ringing in his ears. And a good thing he had, as he regained control of his Tekai just in time for the third cannonball, which landed directly in his gut. It forced him to exhale his breath, but he'd prevented it from doing more than that. The next projectile came so quickly gravity had yet to begin to assert itself over the previous ball. It struck him in his lower right leg, but he stood firmly, refusing to lose his balance because the next one. Actually, there wasn't a next one. Sengoku had wrestled Garp to the ground and was holding him there with his arms pinned behind him. "Congratulations to all of you," Sengoku declared, clearly still focused more on his struggle with Garp. "You're now officially commissioned ensigns in the Marine Force. Dismissed." Meanwhile, Garp was filling the auditorium with his raucous laughter. He'd also managed to free one his arms, which held out in a thumbs-up sign. "You pass, Naruto," he announced loudly. "Now go out there and teach those pirates to fear the Marines." "So where do you want to get assigned?" Kiba asked. After the graduation mess had been sorted out, they'd been directed to a building where assignments were being given to the new officers. Naruto and Kiba were currently on their way there. And seeing how much of an impact this would have on their lives, they understandably had little else on their minds. "Hopefully somewhere on the Grand Line," Naruto replied. "And out hunting pirates, not stuck in a base." "I don't know," Kiba answered, it might be easier to stand out and rise through the ranks somewhere else. You know, come back to the Grand Line when you have your own ship or something. Maybe for you, but I'm good enough to get noticed no matter where I go, Naruto quipped. You talk big now, but I'll bet you 3 months' salary I make captain before you do, Kiba challenged. You're on, Naruto replied. And I'm not going to let you back out of that. Coming to the building they'd been directed to, Naruto entered and quickly moved to the rear of a small line that had already formed, Kiba falling in place behind him. It was only a short wait until he stood in front of the desk that belonged to a silver-haired young officer. Lieutenant Commander Mizuki according to a nameplate on the desk. Name please, he ordered in tone that clearly showed he would rather be anywhere but here. Namikaze Naruto, he supplied. Namikaze, huh, Mizuki responded raising an eyebrow. I take it you've heard of my dad, Admiral Minato, Naruto said proudly. You mean Commodore Minato, Mizuki corrected disdainfully. They may have tried to spare his son the news, but he was demoted posthumously. He's still an admiral as far as I'm concerned, Naruto snapped back at the man. He didn't deserve to be demoted for giving his life to save his village. Disobeying a direct order and dereliction of duty are serious offenses, Mizuki said coldly. We'd received intelligence that Shanks of the Yonko was in East Blue and had been seriously wounded. Your father was supposed to be part of a task force sent to capture the man. Mizuki paused and stared at the fuming Naruto as if to make sure his words were sinking in. But because he refused that order, Mizuki continued, Shanks was able to escape. Naruto had a retort ready, but Kiba came to his defense and spoke first. You can't blame a man for caring about his own home and family. Or for choosing them over some pirate who seems content to stay in the New World fighting other pirates over One Piece. And how many law-abiding citizens can't sleep each night because he's still out there? Mizuki asked. How many have become inspired to take up a life of piracy because he seems to be able to get away with it? Mizuki appeared to realize they were causing a scene and holding up a line that was still growing behind the 2 young officers he was arguing with. Rifling through his papers, he pulled one out. I believe I have just the assignment for 2 officers who show questionable judgment, he said with a self-satisfied smirk. There's a Captain Morgan looking for some fresh blood. I've heard he's quite strict with his subordinates, so he shouldn't give you many opportunities to cause trouble. And what trouble could you really cause in East Blue? Quickly writing down their assignments in his records, he held out 2 sheets of paper. Your ship leaves tonight. All the details are right here, he informed them. Unless you feel your father isn't the only one who's too good to follow orders. Naruto snatched the papers from his hand, spun around and stormed back outside, Kiba following right behind him. Not his first choice of what to do with the papers Mizuki had been holding out. But that poor excuse for a Marine was probably itching for him to try something he could charge them over. Naruto leaned over the rail of the ship, staring forlornly as Shell Island came into view. He let out another sigh at being stuck with this assignment. Stop moping already, Kiba told him. This might not be all bad, and at least you've got a friendly face with you. Have you ever considered I might be sick of seeing your face? Naruto muttered sullenly. Hey now, Kiba snapped back, I'm just trying to cheer you up, no need to bite my head off. I know, Naruto said half apologetically, it's just we're stuck here in East Blue. The weakest of the seas. Do you know where East Blue pirate captains come from? Naruto asked. No, where? Their deck hands are cabin boys from pirate crews on other seas that were too weak for even that job, Naruto answered. So they come to East Blue and gather up a bunch of buffoons impressed just by the fact that they've been on a real pirate ship. Then they all go off and cause more mischief than actual harm. Now you're exaggerating, Kiba admonished, even East Blue has to have some decent pirates. I doubt it, Naruto replied. But despite Naruto's words, Kiba had somehow succeeded in cheering him a bit. Maybe he just needed to vent. You were right about the friendly face though, Naruto added, it is nice to have Akamaru along, right boy? Akamaru gave a quick bark as if in assent and Naruto rewarded him by scratching behind the large dog's ears. Kiba for his part chose to ignore the veiled insult directed at him. Well, they'd soon learn in more detail if there were any redeeming qualities to this assignment, as they were pulling into the dock right at that moment. After they'd departed the ship, they were directed toward a dark-skinned Marine who was busy yelling at a number of other Marines around him. They approached him and stood waiting for him to take notice, not wanting to interrupt his tirade. "I thought I told you to get rid of that pirate ship we impounded," he shouted. "So why is it still sitting here taking up space in the dock?" "Sorry sir," the target of his ire replied, "I'm just not sure what to do with it." "I don't know," the first man said, "find someone to buy it, take it out to sea and set it on fire. I don't really care, just someone get rid of it." The man saluted and walked off without debating the matter further. "Can I help you?" he asked impatiently, turning to where they'd been waiting. "We've been ordered to report to Captain Morgan," Naruto replied. "Oh, the new recruits," he replied. "I'd forgotten you were coming. But unless you feel like paying him a visit in his prison cell, you'll have to forget about your orders. I'm Commander Ripper, the one in charge of dealing with the mess he left me." He sat looking at them for a moment as if trying to figure out what to do with them. "I'm really busy right now, so why don't you go have a look around town," he suggested. "If you find me in a couple of hours or so, hopefully I'll have a few minutes to get you set you up with some quarters." The commander had already turned to another Marine, so Naruto just saluted and walked off, Kiba mirroring him, and Akamaru bringing up the rear. "So, anywhere in particular you want to go?" Kiba asked him. "Actually, there is," Naruto replied. "I want to go get a closer look at that pirate ship he was talking about." "That's fine with me," Kiba answered, "but why do you want to do that?" "Because I plan to take it," Naruto declared, unable to completely hide a devious smirk he was developing. "You plan to what?" Kiba asked incredulously, looking around to make sure no one else was in range to overhear. "You heard me," Naruto replied. "I plan to sail off with the ship and go pirate hunting. You're welcome to come with me, if you'd like." "Do you know how much trouble that could get us in?" Kiba queried. "Commander Ripper did order someone to get rid of it," Naruto pointed out. "So as I see it, we're just following orders. You don't actually think they'll buy that, do you?" his friend argued. "Look," Naruto told him firmly. "I know this is crazy and impulsive, and I'll probably regret it in the morning. But I just have the feeling that this is my chance. And that if I don't take it I'm going to be stuck here doing menial tasks instead of out there doing something worthwhile. Now I don't know about you, but I joined the Marines to make a difference." Kiba stood there deliberating for almost half a minute before he finally broke into a smile. "Oh, why not?" he finally said. "At our court-martial I'll just tell them it was all your idea. What do you say, Akamaru, are you in?" In reply the oversized canine began trotting over to the edge of the docks that held their target. The three of them hid themselves around the corner of a warehouse, hoping that the dock would clear itself of people if they waited long enough. While they were waiting they got a good look at the ship. It was a decent-sized ship which looked able to easily support a crew of a dozen or so. The ship itself was very plain in design, but seemed to be solid construction. Maybe a stolen merchant ship. Or given that this was East Blue, more likely just a bunch of merchants that decided to repaint their ship and call themselves pirates. It was a dark green in color with black sails, and there was a flag tied to the main mast with the ubiquitous skull and crossbones of a pirate ship. The skull had a green frog about half its own size of sitting on top of it. Yeah, that would really strike fear into the hearts of those who witnessed it. "That's a pretty big ship for just the three of us," Kiba pointed out. "It's going to be difficult to handle." "You're forgetting who you're dealing with," Naruto reminded him. "Oh yeah," Kiba responded. "That's a really useful power you have." The commander had already departed, and soon the ship that brought them left as well, leaving the dock deserted. Making use of the opportunity, they hurried to the ship and climbed aboard. Naruto immediately summoned 4 clones and sent them to work preparing the ship to set sail. The real Naruto took the helm and it didn't take long until the ship began to move away from the port. But it wasn't until the island had faded out of sight that Naruto allowed himself to breathe a sigh of relief. "Even I didn't expect to be captain of my own ship this soon," he admitted. "Hey, why do you get to be the captain?" Kiba asked. "This was my idea," Naruto pointed out. "And if that's not enough for you I have a devil fruit power. The captain is always the one with the cool power. But you can be my first mate if makes you feel better." What does devil fruit powers have to do with anything? He argued. Even Akamaru has a devil fruit power. Good point, Naruto admitted. You can be my first mate, Akamaru. Akamaru barked cheerfully and ran over to stand next to Naruto. You traitor. Kiba snarled accusingly, but Akamaru didn't seem fazed at all. Looks like you're outvoted, Naruto told him. Fine, Kiba conceded, but you two better find someone else to pull you out of the water if you ever fall in. Naruto could feel the thrill of adventure waiting for him. And despite their banter, he could tell even Kiba was getting into the spirit of things. He turned the ship west, toward the setting sun and, eventually, the Grand Line. Any pirates out there better hope they didn't have the misfortune of crossing his path. Pirates dead ahead, one of Naruto's clones called out from the crow's nest. That hadn't taken long, it was less than a day from when they'd set sail. Taking up a spare telescope, Naruto looked through to examine the pirates himself. He could just make out the skull and crossbones painted on their sails. And oddly enough, that's all there was to the design. Just a standard skull and crossbones. Usually each pirate crew added their own touch to make the design unique, but there didn't seem to be any such variation on this flag. He didn't recognize any pirates who used that design either. And he'd made sure to do research on all East Blue bounties before he shipped out here. And if they didn't have a bounty, that meant this fight was unlikely to be even mildly interesting. Still, it'd be one less pirate crew on the loose. Naruto set course for the enemy ship, which obligingly was moving toward them as well. The ship only had 2 cannons, one mounted on either side. He had a clone stationed at each in case they ended up exchanging shots. But the other ship was content to simply continue their approach, so Naruto held off on the shooting as well. As the ships pulled up next to each other, Kiba and Naruto stood at the starboard railing getting a look at the other crew. There were about 20 or so men armed with pistols and cutlasses. They were led by a captain who looked like a walking stereotype. He stood about average height and build, with a long scraggly black beard, a wooden leg, a hook for one of his hands, and an eye patch covering an eye. He even had a parrot sitting on his shoulder. Let me handle this, Naruto told Kiba. This fight will be dull enough even without help. Only if you let me and Akamaru have the next ship, Kiba answered. Fair enough, he agreed. Surrender ship if ye wish to live, the pirate captain ordered. You're the one that should surrender, Naruto yelled back. It'll be less painful for you. Ye hear that, lads? The leader of the pirates asked. He wants us to surrender. Why, I have more reason to fear me own mother than I do these bilge rats. His crew laughed appreciatively at his barb, some of them throwing in jeers of their own. Naruto just cracked his knuckles in reply and jumped across to the other ship. Still think your mother is scarier than we are? Naruto asked smugly. The captain held the honor of being the only pirate left conscious, the rest of them being sprawled all over their ship's deck where Naruto had left them. And the honor was somewhat dubious in nature given he was currently bound in rope after having received a thorough trouncing. And the way his one good eye was starting to swell up, he was at real risk of being temporarily blinded. Ye beat me soundly, the one-legged captain answered, I be man enough to admit it. But these wounds are nothing compared to me last encounter with me mother. A terrifying woman she be. What are we going to do with them? Kiba asked, having joined Naruto on the other ship. I don't feel like sharing our ship with 20 captive pirates. And how are we supposed to turn them in when we're trying to avoid other marines? I've already thought about that, Naruto answered. We can leave the crew on their ship and have 3 of my clones sail it into a marine base. Once I've handed them over, the clones can just disperse themselves. Can they travel that far from you? Kiba asked curiously. I've never tested it quite so far, Naruto admitted. But they've worked fine at a pretty decent range, so I have no reason to think it won't work. But we can keep the captain on our ship for now, just to be safe. Sounds good, Kiba agreed, but before we send them off, let's help ourselves to some of their food and water. There wasn't exactly a large supply on the ship when we left. Good idea, he replied. If we run into pirates often enough, we won't even need to risk stopping at a port to resupply. I just hope some of them put up a little more of a fight than this. Do you think they're pirates? Naruto asked, handing Kiba his telescope. Kiba peered through it at the vessel that was approaching them, a rather elegantly designed ship that looked to be quite expensive. Well, they don't look too friendly, Kiba answered. It's pretty clear they intend to fight us. But I've never heard of pirates being so well dressed. And there's nothing about the ship that would suggest they're up to no good. Maybe they think we're pirates, Naruto suggested. We may have taken down that stupid frog flag, but black sails are certainly suspicious. Still confused as to what would be the appropriate course of the action, they waited until the ships were close enough to communicate. I know the black sails are odd, but we're not pirates, we're Marines. Naruto yelled out to them. See, we're even wearing our uniforms. That's too bad for you, because we are pirates, a voice replied. While most of the crew could simply be considered well-dressed, the owner of the voice's outfit was nothing less than flamboyant. He would wager the white shirt and dark pants of his were made of silk. Silk wasn't cheap, as it was and beyond that his shirt was embroidered with a pattern of thorns that wrapped around his arms. You are in the presence of the most stylish pirates in East Blue, the man Naruto could only assume to be the captain boasted. Cower in fear or gaze in awe as you hand over your valuables. Whichever you prefer. Come on, Akamaru, Kiba called to his canine companion. I believe it's our turn. Naruto led the newly captured pirate captain below deck, where their first captive was still tied up. There were 6 rooms down here that were designed as sleeping quarters. 5 of them made for 2 crewmen and a larger room for the captain. Considering how often they were likely to have captives, Naruto would have to see about converting one of them to a cell at some point. But for now he was just leaving them tied up in the central area under guard from Akamaru. And whenever Akamaru needed a break, his clone would stand in for him. But he already had 3 clones taking care of their most recently captured ship along with its crew. So using his last one to guard prisoners left just Kiba to help him sail the ship. But as he brought his new captive below, the man immediately noticed his fellow prisoner, and Naruto saw a recognition flash in his eyes. I should have known you'd already be captured, Herald, he declared as Naruto began to secure his bonds. You always were a lousy pirate. I told ye 1,000 times, Julian, Herald responded in annoyance, don't call me by that name any longer. I be Captain Scourge now. And I'll have ye know that there were 12 men on this ship when we clashed. I killed 8 of them myself including their captain. And here ye be having lost to their 2 young cabin boys. That's a lie, like everything else about you, Julian retorted. Naruto realized he should probably get back above deck, but he was enjoying the argument too much for the moment, and decided he could spare a few minutes. It may be I exaggerate a bit, Herald admitted. Any pirate worth his salt enjoys a good tale. But what about me could be called a lie? Where do I start? Julian asked melodramatically. Your eye works just fine under that patch. You're holding that hook in a perfectly good hand you're hiding in your sleeve. And that parrot you usually keep on your shoulder is stuffed. That may be true, Herald granted, but me peg leg be real, and the rest be real enough in spirit. Whatever you say, Fakebeard, Julian mocked. Hey now, Herald replied, sounding truly hurt by the remark. It don't be right to make fun of a man's condition what doesn't let him grow a proper pirate-like beard. At least I be tryin' to look the part of a pirate. A pointless endeavor that is, Julian declared. You're just blindly sticking to stupid traditions. You need to realize that being a pirate doesn't preclude one from being elegant. Here's what I think of ye and elegance, Herald shouted. Then proving Julian's earlier claim, he wriggled beneath his bindings and managed to toss his hook at where Julian sat a short distance away. His aim was true, and the point of his hook snagged the other man's shirt along the side of his chest, tearing a hole in it. My designer shirt, Julian cried out in horror. Do you have any idea how much this cost? And look at this, I'm bleeding. If I scar, it'll ruin my perfect chest. I'll never be able to visit a beach again. Finally deciding he'd had enough, Naruto went back above deck, leaving Akamaru to look on in amusement as the 2 captains slid along the floor and began attacking one another as best they could while tied up. Honestly, were those 2 idiots even a risk to anyone? Making up his mind right then, he went back above deck and approached Kiba, who was at the helm. Set course for the Grand Line, he ordered. I don't want to spend any longer in East Blue than I have to. Naruto, I'm begging you, change into something else, Kiba implored. You may not care, Naruto replied, but I intend to stay in uniform. The problem is, you only brought one uniform on board, Kiba pointed out. And if you don't change into something else soon, Akamaru and I will mutiny. Hey, I still bathe every day, Naruto said defensively. Why are you making a big deal about this? Kiba asked. Stealing a ship, no problem. But heaven forbid you get caught out of uniform. There are plenty of clothes left behind on the ship. You can wear your uniform again as soon as you've washed it. Fine, Naruto conceded. Heading below deck, he ignored the prisoners and went to find something else to wear. After a bit of searching, he finally found a simple set of green pants and a gray shirt that seemed to be about his size. He washed up again quickly before changing into them and heading back above deck. When he arrived, he saw Kiba looking through a telescope at some ships that were nearing. What do you make of this? Kiba asked. 4 ships whose crews all look terrified of something behind them. But I don't see anyone chasing them. I don't know, Naruto admitted. Let's go ask one of them. They were able to pull their ship up next to one of the others, matching its speed and course. Naruto would have preferred a real marine ship. But it was some consolation that the one they'd ended up with was, in all honesty, a reasonably fast ship. Is there any trouble? Naruto asked. It's Don Krieg, a passenger on the ship yelled back. He's attacking the Baratie. We just escaped from there. Don Krieg huh? Naruto muttered. Recognize the name? Kiba asked. Yeah, he has the second highest bounty in East Blue, he replied. He must have at least a little fight in him to earn that. Setting course in the direction the ships had just fled from, it didn't take them long to see the floating restaurant coming up in the distance. But when he got close enough to make out details, Naruto almost did a double take. Krieg's ship is in pieces, Naruto declared in surprise. How did that happen? Kiba asked. Not having any reply, Naruto simply continued to scan through the telescope for any clues. But he saw nothing that could have left such a large ship so completely destroyed. At least until one figure in particular caught his eye. That looks like Mihawk, he supplied for Kiba, who was still waiting on an answer. But what would he be doing here? Why don't we go find out? Kiba asked. You can hardly complain that meeting a member of the Shichibukai is boring. Let's just hope it doesn't get too exciting, Naruto responded. If he oversteps his bounds and starts attacking civilians, we'll be obligated to stop him. Or maybe I should say try to stop him. You make it sound like a lost cause, Kiba complained. Sure he's strong and all, but it'd be 3 against 1. My father mentioned Mihawk more than once, Naruto explained. He said he was a dangerous man. You shouldn't underestimate anyone my father considered dangerous. Just imagine that's a Marine admiral standing there. Kiba's face paled at the thought. We're not really going to try to fight him, are we? He asked nervously. Not if he behaves himself, Naruto answered resolutely. He was dead serious about stepping in if the situation called for it, but he wasn't any more eager than Kiba to do so. Still, he continued his course and pulled up next to the Baratie, seeing that there was one ship that hadn't fled. A small vessel with 4 men on it, although a couple of them would probably be more accurately called boys than men. Hopping off and tying the ship to the Baratie, he saw a green-haired young man approaching Mihawk. Curious as to what was going on, he decided to see if anyone on the other ship had information. Who is that? He questioned them. And what does he think he's doing? That's Pirate Hunter Zoro, one of them replied after turning to face his questioner. The greatest swordsman in East Blue. And I'm his captain, boasted one of the younger passengers of the small vessel, a boy wearing a wide-brimmed straw hat. He looked like he was about to add something else. Instead, something behind Naruto caught his eye and his face lit up with excitement. That's a huge dog, he called out enthusiastically. Hey Usopp, let's go pet him. Luffy, how can you be so carefree when Zoro is about to fight that monster? Usopp admonished. But his companion ignored him, grabbing the other boy with one hand and the side of the ship with his other. Then he backed up, stretching his arm as he went. Must be another devil fruit user. Anyway, having stretched his arm to several times its original length, Luffy lifted his feet and took off as if fired from a slingshot. He and his passenger crash landed behind him next to where Kiba and Akamaru had just gotten off the ship. Luffy seemed unfazed by the impact, but the same couldn't be said for Usopp, who had yet to stand up. But Luffy ignored that fact and proceeded to run around Akamaru excitedly examining him. Neither Akamaru nor Kiba seemed quite sure of how to react. Naruto, however, chose to turn his attention back to the two who were still on the ship. "A pirate hunter," he parroted. "So you're bounty hunters?" "That's right," responded the same man who answered before. "I'm Johnny and this is Yosaku. We may not be a match for Zoro, but I'll have you know we're pretty strong ourselves." "So what exactly is he doing?" Naruto asked, still not having received a response to his earlier question. "Challenging him to a fight to prove he's the better swordsman, of course," Yosaku answered. "Well, you should stop him before he gets hurt," he warned them. "He may be the best swordsman in East Blue, but Mihawk is the best swordsman in the Grand Line. And you're about to learn how great the gap between those two oceans is." "Grand Line?" Luffy asked from behind him, the word having caught his attention. "Have you been there?" "I was born there," Naruto answered. "In fact, this is the first time I've left it." "That's great," Luffy said energetically. "You should join my crew. I'm going there myself and you could show me around when I get there." "You don't even know my name and you're asking me to join your crew?" Naruto replied, caught a bit off guard by the unorthodox request. "I guess you're right," the boy admitted. "I'm Luffy, what's your name?" "Naruto," he supplied. "There, now you can join my crew," Luffy declared, as if it were already a done deal. I appreciate the offer," he answered, still not sure how to react to the rather odd boy, "but I'm already captain of my own crew." Luffy looked like he was prepared to argue further, so Naruto switched tactics and tried to distract him instead. "Shouldn't you be more concerned with not losing the crewmen you already have?" he asked. "Ah," he cried out, "my navigator ran off with my ship. Wake up, Usopp, we have to go after them." While Luffy tried to shake Usopp back to consciousness, Naruto pondered his words. Wasn't that his ship over there? And why had his navigator run off with it? Maybe they hadn't agreed to join in the first place. Was this just some crazy kid who went around insisting people were part of his crew? Was he really even Zoro's captain? Speaking of Zoro, how was the fight going? Returning his attention to the match, Naruto was disappointed to see that Luffy's distraction had caused him to miss it. Two of Zoro's swords had just been destroyed. Normally that would leave a swordsman weaponless, but the man actually had third sword held in his mouth. That was a technique Naruto had yet to witness. He also took note of a number of wounds Zoro had received from the fight. It was clear his body must be reaching its limit. Sheathing his final sword, Naruto was glad to see he'd realized how hopeless the fight was before he was killed. At least until he spread his arms wide, as if to invite the other man to finish him off, an invitation Mihawk appeared inclined to accept. "Zoro!" Luffy yelled, having noticed the swordsman's predicament himself. But his cry didn't deter Mihawk, who swung the oversized sword of his, leaving a long cut down his opponent's chest. Johnny and Yosaku had already dived into the water to swim toward their wounded companion. A newly enraged Luffy, meanwhile, used that odd power of his to rocket his body toward Mihawk in an attack of his own. The situation was rapidly spiraling out of control, and would likely lead to more needless deaths. But as long as Mihawk was the one being attacked, there wasn't anything Naruto could do. Mihawk, however, showed surprising restraint for a pirate and simply dodged Luffy's attack without retaliating. He couldn't hear what was being said, but somehow the situation was diffused. As they'd been talking, Johnny and Yosaku had dragged an astonishingly still conscious Zoro back to their ship and began to treat him. He'd give the man full credit for his fortitude if nothing else. Naruto decided to leave them. Not really able to offer any help on the medical front, he'd be better served to turn his attention to things he could deal with. Namely Don Krieg and his pirates. Krieg and his crew were standing on the same large chunk of ship on which Luffy and Mihawk had just had their brief encounter, enraptured to the man by the event. He could use that get the drop on them. That was if he could get across the water between them. He estimated the distance to be right about at the limit of what he could jump. But given what would happen if he fell short, he'd rather not risk that. He might have to give up on any hope for stealth, but moving his ship closer might be his best option. Untying the ship from the Baratie, he reboarded and began sailing toward his targets. "Guard the civilians," he ordered Kiba as the boat began to pull away. But he'd hardly started moving when Mihawk made another attack, further slicing up the remains of Krieg's boat and sending up a large wave. Mihawk used the opportunity to escape and Naruto saw the bounty hunters sailing off, leaving their supposed captain behind. With Mihawk no longer there, Krieg quickly turned his attention to the Baratie, and Naruto heard him shout an order to his crew, who began to swim to the other vessel en masse. The Baratie responded in a most unusual manner, a couple of large wooden platforms rising up on either side like a pair of fins for the ship. It was a good thing he'd moved his own ship away, as the fins only just fell short of reaching the ship. But it looked like the pirates were coming to him, leaving little need to chase them down. So leaving a single clone to guard the ship, he leapt onto the newly raised platform and ran to where the fighting was already starting. "Don't underestimate our chefs," a blond man yelled as Naruto approached. The man then proceeded to tear through the pirates with an impressive display of martial skill that seemed to center entirely on kicking. He was soon joined by the other chefs who also were managing to get the better of the pirates. It looked like they might not need his help at all. Intrigued by the fight, he came to a stop next to Kiba and Akamaru, who were also content for now to simply watch the fight. Just then he saw two of the chefs hurtle past him. They'd been sent in that direction by a large man covered in circular pieces of armor who had just climbed out of the water. His very appearance lifted the morale of the remaining pirates. "It's Pearl," one cried out. "He'll teach those chefs why we're the strongest pirates in East Blue." Pearl continued to approach the group chefs, most of whom backed off in response to his advance. "This one looks interesting," Kiba declared. "Come on, Akamaru, let's see what he can do." His two crew members ran toward the armored pirate, who saw them coming and turned to face his attackers. Akamaru pulled out ahead of Kiba and made use of his devil fruit powers to begin his spin. Pearl braced for the impact as the large animal barreled toward him, but instead Akamaru passed just to his right, avoiding a collision. "Looks like your pet missed," he pointed out condescendingly to a still charging Kiba. "If you think that you may want to look behind you," Kiba shouted back. Turning around, he saw Kiba's claim hadn't been a trick, as Akamaru had reversed course and was once heading straight for him. Pearl prepared himself for the dog's attack. Unfortunately, he had apparently forgotten Kiba behind him as he found himself sandwiched between Akamaru's Suga and a shoulder tackle from Kiba. His armor proved insufficient for such an attack, shattering on both sides and not even absorbing enough force to preventing Pearl from losing consciousness as a result of the double impact. "He was supposed to be one of your strongest fighters?" Kiba asked, clearly disappointed. "I'm beginning to think Naruto was right about East Blue." "Nobody move," a new voice yelled. The call directed his attention to a pirate who had a gun pointed directly at the head of an aging chef. "Jin," the blonde chef from earlier yelled angrily. "What do you think you're doing?" "I don't want you or anyone else hurt, Sanji," Jin replied. "Just leave the ship and I'll let him go." Taking hostages, just what Naruto would expect of pirate scum. Well, he wasn't about to let them get away with it. He summoned a clone from behind Jin, one which was immediately spotted by a number of the pirates watching the scene. But his clone, knowing it had to act quickly, grabbed Jin's arm before a cry of warning could go up and wrenched it away from his captive. Sanji was already in motion and followed up with a powerful kick to Jin's head that sent him flying away from the man he now stood protectively over. "Thank you for help," Sanji said to the clone. "But let me handle Jin." Naruto was inclined to grant his request. He wouldn't want anyone barging in on a fight that was personal to him. And since his clone shared his thought process, it nodded its own assent a moment later. "Look out," Kiba yelled from nearby, and Naruto glanced over his shoulder to see a giant morning star heading right for him. Doubting he had time to dodge, he prepared his Tekai only to have Luffy jump into its path and sending it hurtling right back at Krieg with his bare hands. The armored pirate dodged his own weapon, which slammed into a mast that had somehow remained standing prior to that point. But whatever luck had saved it so far clearly had run dry, as its base splintered into pieces. Then gravity took over and sent it tumbling back toward them, creating a bridge between the Baratie and the piece of ship Krieg stood on. "What exactly is your power?" Naruto asked curiously, impressed by the display. "I'm made of rubber," Luffy replied proudly. Blows like that can't hurt me. Well, what do you say we go take down Krieg? Naruto asked, cracking his knuckles in anticipation. Sounds fun, Luffy answered cheerfully. So the two of them charged across the mast toward the captain of the pirates. In response, the man lifted his shield and fired a number of wooden stakes at the two of them. Using Soru, Naruto was able to easily avoid them, and even knocked a couple out of the way that looked like they were heading for Luffy. Not bad, Krieg admitted as their charge neared him. But how will you deal with this? He then flipped over his cape, revealing that the now outward-facing side was covered in spikes, protecting him from all sides. Naruto drew up short, trying to decide how to react. His clones would dispel instantly if they tried to attack that. But if they were careful, they could grab the spikes and toss Krieg and his stupid cape around. But his musings became moot as Luffy hadn't paused even for a second, slamming his fist right into the spikes protecting Krieg's head and knocking the man forcefully to the ground. The blood made it clear his power didn't protect him from sharp objects, and Naruto couldn't decide whether to be impressed or appalled by Luffy's attack. But he was able to decide on a course of action. So he quickly the shield and cloak Krieg had just dropped and tossed them into the ocean. He then summoned 3 clones and surrounded the pirate captain, who was just recovering from the attack. I'll admit I hadn't expected such a reckless assault, Krieg stated. But don't fool yourselves into thinking you have a chance. My armor is indestructible, so you two can punch away at me all day and it won't do you any good. Then you won't mind if I put that to the test, will you? Naruto asked, relishing the challenge. Naruto and his clones all charged simultaneous, hitting Krieg's armor with their strongest punches. Naruto had to admit the armor was hard, as he was now feeling a pain in his knuckles. But he was more than satisfied when several cracks appeared in the indestructible armor. How can this be? Krieg asked in disbelief, noticing the cracks himself. Gomu Gomu no Bazooka, Luffy cried out in announcement of his own attack. The double fist strike lifted him right off the ground and sent him flying backwards. Only the quick thinking of one of his clones prevented Krieg from going over the edge as it jumped into his path and sent him back to the ground with a flying kick. The force of the kick sent that clone into the ocean instead, the power of which instantly destroyed it. But that was a small price to pay to keep Krieg from escaping to where neither Luffy nor he could follow. In addition, the further attacks on his armor had caused the cracks had spread to the point where the armor itself now shattered and fell off as Krieg slowly stood. Without its protection, the following minute must have been one of the worst of his life. Needless to say, the pirate captain was no longer conscious after being subject to a brutal beating from the 2 devil fruit users. Turning back to the Baratie, he was expecting to receive shocked disbelief from Krieg's crew. But he was disappointed to see there wasn't a conscious pirate in sight. Just a pile of bodies where Kiba was stacking their limp forms. Even Jin had been dealt with, most likely by Sanji, who stood over the fallen man. Well, I think we did a pretty good job, Naruto declared proudly. Your power is great, Luffy replied. You could be like a whole band by yourself. Except I don't know how to play any instruments, Naruto answered, again caught off guard by the odd boy's thought pattern. That's too bad, Luffy replied. I need a musician in my crew. I'm going to take care of the pirates if you don't mind, Naruto told him, hoping to change the subject before Luffy had a chance to fixate on convincing Naruto to join his crew again. I'll make sure to tell them about your contribution if you're concerned about the bounty. I don't care about the bounty, Luffy proclaimed matter-of-factly. Ah, it was refreshing to see a bounty hunter who wasn't in it out of greed, even if he was a little off. Well then, it was nice meeting you, but I guess this is where we part ways, he told Luffy, offering his hand. Luffy grasped the hand with a smile. I'm sure we'll see each other again in the Grand Line, he predicted. Some party they threw us last night, huh? Kiba asked. It had been quite a party. Although with how much Kiba drank, Naruto had to wonder if he really recalled that fact or just assumed to be so. He might not think so fondly of it if he had a clearer recollection of his actions. We did save their restaurant, Naruto reminded him. It was kind of the least they could do. Pity that Luffy kid had already left though, Kiba added. He seemed like the type that would enjoy a party. Anyway, where are we headed next? To the nearest marine base, Naruto answered. What? Kiba asked, probably wondering if he'd heard right. I thought we were avoiding them. We don't exactly have a lot of choice, he explained. We've got a hold filled with over 50 pirates. We'll run out of food and water in no time with that many. And there wasn't exactly enough of their ship left to use our usual methods. There's got to be some other option, Kiba insisted. We could just steal the ship from the next pirates we find. And if we don't find one before we starve to death? Naruto asked. A couple of missing ensigns isn't exactly a big deal. There's a good chance that even if the base we're heading to has been informed, they've forgotten all about it. I still don't like it, Kiba complained. Naruto didn't like it either, dreading the moment the ocean would end. But eventually it did just that, a marine base coming into view. As his clones pulled into port and docked the ship, Naruto went down to the hold and brought up Krieg. He'd take care of the most dangerous captive first, and deal with the rest later. Seeing Krieg again, he couldn't help but let out a small chuckle. He knew the man was strong, and not wanting to risk him breaking his bindings, he had gone a bit overboard with the rope and chains. He looked almost like a deformed mummy. His head was the only part left free, and that only if you didn't count the gag. As there was no way the man could walk, Naruto lifted him over his shoulder and began to carry him away. Leaving Kiba and Akamaru behind, he left the ship, quickly being joined by an escort of marine guards when they recognized just who it was he bringing in. He was actually grateful Kiba had talked him into changing out of his uniform when he had, as he'd had a chance to clean it to pristine shape. He was nervous enough about this as it was. He didn't need a filthy uniform to make him any more self-conscious. On a positive note, no one had yet brought up his escape from Shell Island. Not even after he'd led his captives into the base, setting bureaucrats scurrying trying to figure out what to do with Krieg. He was beginning to think he would get away with this. Until someone else walked into the room. You, Naruto and Nezumi yelled at the same time when they'd spotted each other. Of all the bases he could have gone to, it just had to be this one. He recalled now that Nezumi said he had plans to work in East Blue. Naruto just wished he'd thought to check which base that was. I heard about how you went AWOL, Nezumi said smugly, but I never imagined I would be able to see you brought to justice myself. Fortune must be smiling on me today. While Nezumi surely had plenty more taunts ready, he was denied the opportunity to use them as the doors burst open, allowing the entry of a highly agitated man. Although clearly older, he bore a striking resemblance to Nezumi and sported a number of fresh cuts and bruises. This must be Nezumi's father, who went by the same name if his memory served. Father, Nezumi called out to the man, confirming their relationship. I caught that Naruto fugitive I told you about. I don't have time for your childish rivalries right now, his father snapped. There are bigger issues at stake. I need to. Is that Don Krieg? Naruto was suddenly grateful no one in the base had yet figured out what to do with the man. Showing off the good he'd done may put the Marine captain in a better mood to be lenient. Yes, sir, he answered with a salute. He's one of the pirates I've captured since I began patrolling East Blue. You mean to say a punk like you managed capture such an infamous pirate? He questioned, examining Naruto as if expecting this to be some big prank. He does have monstrous strength, his son informed him. But that's all the more reason to lock him up. He's a menace. I should listen to my son. I could have you locked up right next to your prisoners, Captain Nezumi threatened. But I think I may be better served turning one monster against another. Sir, Naruto asked, hoping for clarification. I'll let you continue on your way, he declared. But only if you agree to hunt down a pirate by the name of Monkey D. Luffy. Luffy, Naruto questioned, wondering if there was any chance he was referring to someone else by that name. Goofy kid that wears a straw hat and has a devil fruit power that gave him a rubber body. You know him? Nezumi asked curiously. I ran into him once before, Naruto admitted. But I thought he was a bounty hunter. He was with pirate hunter Zoro. Yes, he was with Zoro, Nezumi confirmed. But only because the pirate hunter has turned to piracy himself. He and his crew took out Arlong, stole all of his treasure, harassed the people Kokoyashi village, and then attacked the marine force I was leading in an attempt to restore order. I barely escaped with my life. Inwardly Naruto was kicking himself for not figuring this out earlier. Really, a bounty hunter who didn't care about a prize like the one offered for Krieg. He just knew there was no way a pirate would be able to collect, that's why he'd let Naruto take care of them. I'll do it, Naruto said firmly. I'll capture Luffy and his crew. If you succeed I may even see about getting you pardoned for your actions, Nezumi offered. Although I think my son here is hoping you'll fail. I guess one of the two of us is going to get our revenge. I'll just have to make sure it's you then, sir, Naruto replied. Nojiko gasped at the figures she saw walking up the path to Kokoyashi village. Arlong and his crew had just been defeated. What were three fishmen doing here? At the head of their group was a large red fishman. Normally the fishman had at least somewhat human-like faces, but if you buried this one up to his neck in sand, Nojiko suspected he might be mistaken for a normal fish lying on the ground. As they approached the small group of villagers who had been chatting with Nojiko, Genzo immediately stepped in front of her protectively. Not at all frightened by his display, the leader walked up to the heavily scarred man. "Tell me, human, what happened to Arlong Park?" he asked menacingly. "It was destroyed," Genzo answered. "And unless you want to be taken out like your leader was, I suggest you leave town and never return." "I know it was destroyed," the fishman snapped back. "I want to know how. And where is Arlong? I'm not fool enough to fall for your transparent lie." "Believe what you want," Nojiko yelled at him from behind Genzo. "But it's still the truth." Enraged by her reply, Nojiko saw the fishman prepared to backhand her. She closed her eyes reflexively before hearing a large crash. Worried Genzo had just taken the blow for her, she opened her eyes only to discover the sound had actually come from the other two fishmen. Or more accurately, from their bodies crashing into the ground next to their leader and going limp. Her would-be assaulter, now the only remaining fishman, had stopped his intended blow mid-swing, shocked by unexpectedly violent arrival of his companions. "Back away from the villagers," a young, blonde-haired Marine called out from behind the fishman. Next to him stood a darker-haired boy and a very large white dog. They must have all been so focused on the fishmen no one had seen them coming. Not looking at all worried by how easily his men had been defeated, the fishman pirate casually walked over to the blonde Marine who had just spoken. "You may have caught my men off guard, but you'll find I'm not so easily beaten," he boasted. "Is that so?" the Marine asked almost mockingly. "Then why don't you show me what you're made of?" "Hey, just remember that you asked for it," he replied. Walking up to his challenger, the difference in their size became very apparent. The blonde wasn't at all short by human standards, looking to be about 6 feet tall. But the fishman stood almost a foot taller and had to weigh at least twice as much. And he intended to take advantage of that fact, throwing his whole body into a single punch aimed at the young man's chest. Nojiko cringed as the Marine made no attempt to dodge the attack as it barreled in. But rather than breaking ribs and knocking the smaller of the combatants away, the fishman's fist halted abruptly when it struck him. "You call that a punch?" the blonde mocked, appearing completely unfazed by the attack. "This is a punch." So saying, he threw a right hook at the fishman, although it almost turned into an uppercut given the differences in their height. But whatever kind of punch it was, it connecting to the side of his target's face, twisting his whole body to the side and sending him cartwheeling several yards before he came to a stop. When it became clear that he wasn't getting up again, the villagers swarmed the Marine. "That was amazing," one of them called out. "That wasn't anything impressive," the darker-haired boy insisted, sounding a little jealous of the attention his companion was getting. "They were all really weak. Naruto was just showing off." "Well then, Naruto," Genzo stated, walking over to the boys himself. "We're just grateful you and Kiba," Naruto provided, "and the dog is Akamaru." "Yes," Genzo gratefully, "that you, Kiba, and Akamaru here showed up. If there's anything we can do to repay you, just let us know. Actually, we're here looking for a dangerous pirate by the name of Monkey D. Luffy," Naruto told them. "We heard he and his crew caused you some trouble and we'd appreciate any information you might have on where they went. Or perhaps a description of their ship if anyone got a look at it." The villagers quickly grew silent at the revelation that their current saviors were hunting their previous saviors. "But Luffy is, hey," Genzo said. The sentence may have made more sense if Nojiko hadn't, accidentally, stomped on his foot rather hard part way through. "Sorry," she pretended to apologize. But as Genzo was saying, Luffy is very dangerous. You should avoid him for your own good. He doesn't worry us, Kiba boasted. We're combat specialists from Marine headquarters. You barely saw a fraction of what we can do just now. Is that so? Nojiko asked sweetly. Then did Captain Nezumi send you after Luffy? That's right, Naruto confirmed. He specially charged us with bringing Luffy to justice. In that case, I'll be happy to tell you what their ship looks like, Nojiko told them. It's a large vessel, painted completely black, with blood-red sails. And it must have at least 24 cannons. That certainly sounds unique, Naruto answered. Now do you have any idea where he's heading next? And I don't know where they're headed, but they sailed off to the east, Nojiko lied. Well, they're probably trying to throw off pursuit then, Naruto told his companion. He was quite clear he was heading toward the Grand Line. We may be able to beat him to the entrance if we hurry. Nojiko silently cursed that she hadn't been able to throw them off the trail, but at least they seemed to have believed her about the ship. But she realized there might be another way she could help her sister. Please, if you're going after them, take me with you, Nojiko requested. What are you talking about? Genzo yelled out in surprise. Do you know how dangerous it would be to go with them? Yes, a marine vessel is no place for a civilian, Naruto replied. But his partner immediately pulled him to the side and began whispering furiously at him. No rule against it. Crazy not to. Hot, just look at her, were some of the pieces she managed to catch Kiba saying. It was easy to see he was trying to change Naruto's mind and exactly why he was doing so. So she did her best to smile cutely whenever they looked her way. But despite Kiba's best effort, he seemed unable to sway the other marine. I'm sorry, it's just too dangerous, he told her. If he wasn't going to cave that easily, then it was time for Nojiko to kick the act up a notch. I didn't want to tell you this, she began melodramatically, but Luffy and his crew took my little sister. I know I may not be much help in a fight, but I just can't sit here and do nothing. A pretty good performance if she said so herself. She could see that Naruto was wavering. Now to go in for the kill. Getting down on her knees, she looked up at him pleadingly and even succeeded in producing a couple of crocodile tears. I'm a pretty good cook, she informed them in mock desperation. Or I could help clean. I'll find some way to contribute. Please just take me with you. She could tell by the look on his face that she'd already won. It seemed that, like most men, he was unable to say no to a woman in tears. Fine, he finally answered. We'll give you 20 minutes to gather your things and say your goodbyes. If you're not back here by then, we're leaving without you. Thank you. You won't regret this, she told him, turning to head to her house, more to hide the smirk she was struggling to suppress than out of any real hurry. But then again, maybe she should hurry. 20 minutes wasn't a lot of time. Not wanting to waste it, she ran back to her house and began to quickly pack her things. About a minute into the process, Genzo walked in. What was that all about? He asked her disapprovingly. You're the one who was about to declare yourself a pirate sympathizer to a couple of thugs sent by Nezumi, Nojiko fired back. That's not the point, Genzo answered a little sheepishly. What makes you think going with them is a good idea? Even if you can send them on a wild goose chase, they're hardly the only Marines around. Maybe not, but they do seem pretty strong, Nojiko argued, and they're hunting Luffy specifically. And what happens if they ever find out what you're doing? Genzo countered. It's too dangerous. I'll be careful, she replied stubbornly. They proceeded to lock stairs in a contest of wills. But Genzo was the one to give up first, turning away with a sigh. It's all right, he told her. I know what this is really about. What do you mean? Nojiko asked in confusion. It's easy to see, he told her. Your little sister is off having wild adventures, and you're still here with little more than a boring old man to keep you company. It's no wonder you'd jump at a chance to head out into the world yourself. You're not boring, she answered, trying to raise his spirits. But inwardly she wondered if he was right. She had been a little envious of Nami going off to travel the world. Maybe she'd let that subconsciously cloud her judgment. Don't change your mind on my account, he said in a rather abrupt about-face from his previous position. It'll be lonely with both of you girls gone, I'll admit. But I don't want you blaming me for having missed this opportunity. What happened to it being too dangerous? She asked him. I didn't want you to go, he admitted. But in all honesty, those two boys seem decent enough folk. Really, I can't see it being nearly as dangerous as joining a pirate crew. Just take care of yourself. I will, she promised him, giving him a quick hug. Then finishing her preparations, she made it back to where Naruto and Kiba were waiting, and still had a few minutes to spare before her deadline. Nojiko was glad to see them, worrying a bit on the way back that Naruto would have changed his mind and used the opportunity to leave her behind. Ready to go? Naruto asked her. Yeah, let's head out, she suggested. Nojiko hadn't expected to depart Kokoyashi village herself so soon after Nami had. But she was looking forward to swapping adventure stories with her sister someday. Although if Nojiko had anything to do with it, that day would be far off, as she was going to do her best to keep these Marines far away from her sister. This is your ship? Nojiko asked in surprise. The black-sailed vessel she stood in front of looked nothing like any Marine ship she'd ever seen. Yeah, we captured it from some pirates, Naruto informed her. We decided we might as well put it to use, but we haven't had a chance to repaint the sails yet. Are the Marines really so hard up for ships they couldn't give you one of their own? Nojiko queried. That's a bit of a long story, Naruto told her hesitantly. Yeah, nothing you need to worry about, Kiba added, looking decidedly nervous. They were obviously hiding something from her, but she decided not to press the subject. After all, she wasn't being entirely open with them. So instead she boarded the ship, dragging the suitcase she'd packed behind her. There are a number of empty quarters below deck, Naruto told Nojiko after following her aboard. Feel free to claim whichever one you want. Thanking him, she decided to take him up on his offer, heading down the stairs and below deck. The hold contained a number of crates and barrels and quite a bit of rope and chain. Looking around, she was wondering which room she should check first when one of the doors began to open. Did they have another crew member on board? But the person who walked out of the room was Naruto. How had he gotten down here before her? What are you doing down here? He demanded of her. You, told me to pick a room. She replied, still trying to figure out what had just happened. Oh, I did, he asked her. Does that mean you're coming with us? Yes, she replied, her confusion causing her response to come out as more of a question than a statement. Did you pick out your room yet? A familiar voice asked from behind her. Spinning around quickly to face back toward the stairs, she confirmed it was indeed Naruto, dragging the still unconscious fishman behind him. She turned back and forth between the two Narutos several times to confirm she wasn't seeing things. Ah, so you're identical twins? She asked, glad to have a logical explanation for Naruto's earlier positional and behavioral changes. Not exactly, the Naruto by the stairs answered. It's probably easiest if I just showed you. Nojiko jumped as two more Narutos popped into existence next to her without warning. Poking one of the new additions, she confirmed it felt solid. Then as one, the two new ones and the one that had first started this situation by coming out of the room vanished. Pretty neat, huh? Naruto said proudly. You know, I'm going to go pick my room now, Nojiko answered. I could certainly use bed to lie down on. You better get used to strange things, Naruto advised. Lots of people on the Grand Line have devil fruit powers. Many of their powers are even more unusual than mine. A couple of days ago, she'd been sure stories about devil fruit were simply myths. Now she'd personally seen the powers of two people who had consumed them. One of whom she was traveling with to a place where such people were common. Just what had she gotten herself into? Naruto stood at the bow of the ship enjoying the sea breeze. One good thing that had come out of his meeting with the two Nezumis was that he'd had a chance to get some spare uniforms. He just felt more comfortable wearing one for some reason. He heard footsteps behind him and turned to see they belonged to Nojiko. He still had reservations about bringing a civilian. And they were only magnified by how shell-shocked the blue-haired young woman had been the other day when she'd first learned about his power. Thankfully, by the next morning it appeared she had fully recovered. She even took Akamaru's devil fruit power in stride. So, how much do you know about Luffy's crew? Nojiko asked him. Well, there's pirate hunter Zoro and some long-nosed kid named Usopp, he counted off. There were a couple of bounty hunters named Yosaku and Johnny and a cook by the name of Sanji who associated with him. But I'm not sure if they're members of his crew or not. I guess you already know about all of them. I gotta look at, Nojiko told him. I was hoping I could help you there. Don't worry, we'll find them, Naruto promised her. But she didn't seem terribly comforted by his assurance. Poor girl was probably still worried about what the pirates would do to her sister. Anyway, you said you hadn't been able to repaint the sails yet, Nojiko stated. Is there any reason for that? We don't have any paint, he answered. I thought that might be it, she said cheerfully. We really should get some, unless you want to risk other Marines mistaking you for pirates. Yeah, we'll get around to that when we have some time, he replied. I also couldn't find any spare lumber, she added. What are we going to do if the ship needs repairs? And you don't have much variety in food. I said I could cook, but I can't exactly work miracles. You know, we could stop back at my village quickly. I'm sure everyone would be happy to give us the supplies we need after how you helped us. Turning back now is too far out of our way, Naruto pointed out. Nojiko looked disappointed by his pronouncement, and he wondered if she might be feeling a bit homesick already. She could be beating around the bush, not wanting to admit that openly after the scene she made the other day. You know, if you're having second thoughts about leaving home, I'm sure we can find someone who will take you back, he offered. No, it's not that, she quickly answered. I just think we need to be fully prepared. You said yourself the Grand Line is a dangerous place. Actually, Naruto replied thoughtfully, Loguetown should be only about an hour from here. We could stop there and get supplies without losing much time. That sounds great, Nojiko cheerfully declared. Besides, there's a good chance Luffy and his crew will stop in Loguetown as well, he told her. Oh, why is that? She asked, tensing up a bit. It seemed however much she wanted to save her sister, she still grew nervous at the thought of facing the pirates again. Not that he could blame her. An ordinary civilian would be no match for even normal pirates. And Luffy was no normal pirate. It's the birthplace and execution site of Gold Rogers, Naruto answered. It's almost like a tourist spot for pirates. In that case, do you mind if I take a turn in the crow's nest? Nojiko queried. I'm the most likely to recognize their ship if we come across it. Go right ahead, he responded. As they neared Loguetown, Nojiko examined the other ships in dock through the telescope. Sure enough, there was the Going Merry. Of all the rotten luck. Why did she have to suggest this in the first place? But there was still hope the two parties wouldn't run into other. After all, her companions just wanted to get in, get their supplies, and leave as quickly as possible. Their ship isn't here, she yelled down to Naruto, who was at the helm. Or maybe it was one his clones. She hadn't figured out a way to tell the difference. But it looks like there's another port further north, she added. We should check there as well. Setting course now, he yelled back. Unsurprisingly, there was no ship in the northern dock that matched the false description she'd given them. So she climbed back down to the deck as the ship was docked. Phase 1 of her plan was a success. Now she just needed to make sure they didn't bump into anyone from Luffy's crew. But this was a pretty big town, so what were the odds of that? She just needed to try to convince them to stick together. If they split up, she wouldn't be able to keep an eye on both Marines. Akamaru and I should stay here and guard the ship, Kiba suggested. Yes, Nojiko responded, but winced as she realized she sounded far too excited about that. I mean, that's a good idea. If they thought it odd, they didn't say anything. And it certainly made her job easier to only have one of them running around town. So leaving with Naruto, they made their way into town. So, do you and your sister have any family back in Kokoyashi village? Naruto inquired. No, she answered solemnly. Our mother was killed when Arlong took over our village. We don't have any family left but each other. Sorry, Naruto replied. I didn't mean to bring up any bad memories. Don't worry about it, she told him. It happened a long time ago. Not that you ever truly get over it. I know what you mean, he replied. I'm an orphan too. My father died over a decade ago. You learn to deal with it, but you never really stop missing them. Looking down a side street to her right, her eyes went wide. She'd let herself get too caught up in their conversation and forgotten what she was supposed to be doing here. Now Zoro was running directly their way. Frantically scanning the area, she spotted a shop that looked promising, grabbed Naruto's hand, and dragged him inside. "What's the big rush?" Naruto asked her after they were safely inside. "Ah, just excited about shopping," she answered nervously. You know how women get about shopping. Inwardly she kicked herself for coming up with such a lame excuse. "You're excited about buying lumber?" he asked dubiously as he examined the contents of the hardware store they'd entered. "They have paint too," she quickly pointed out, grabbing up a large can of white paint and trying to smile convincingly. Eventually he nodded and went around looking for the wooden tools they would need. "That's all you're buying?" Nojiko asked when she saw him preparing to make his purchases. "It seems like enough for now," he answered. "It's better to err on the side of caution," she told him, and proceeded to grab up lumber from around the store and add it to the stack he was carrying. Soon it was piled high enough that it blocked his vision. That should help if they have any more unlucky encounters. Naruto paid for their supplies and managed to maneuver his way outside the shop again. "This is a lot of stuff," he complained. "I'm going to get some clones to help me." "No," she ordered quickly. "I mean you don't want to cause a scene, do you? Not everyone is used to seeing devil fruit powers." "I guess not," he admitted. "But I can't even see where I'm going." "Don't worry, I'll guide you," she assured him. Now they just needed to get some food and they could leave. Wait, there was Zoro again, running toward them from directly ahead. Not having time to be choosy this time, she twisted Naruto sideways and shoved him through the nearest door, following him inside. "What are we doing in a clothing store?" he asked. "I need to buy a raincoat," she lied. "It looks like it's going to rain." "The sky looked clear to me," Naruto countered. "Just trust me, I know these things," she insisted. "You should probably buy one too." "I'll risk it," he responded. So she began to look over raincoats. When she concluded she'd stalled long enough to give the green-haired swordsman plenty of time to get out of the area, she selected a dark purple coat and purchased it. Continuing on their shopping trip, she located a grocery store and led Naruto inside. The place seemed to have a pretty nice selection. Fruits, vegetables, a wide variety of spices, a blonde cook. Wait, a blonde cook. Looking again she confirmed that was indeed Sanji shopping in the same store as them. At least his back was turned so he hadn't seen them yet. Running over to him, she shoved him to the ground behind an aisle. That would hide him from Naruto's view if he peeked out from around the lumber. "Close your eyes and wait there quietly for a minute," she whispered to Sanji in her most sultry tone. "I have a surprise for you that I know you'll enjoy." Sanji actually listened to her without even glancing back to see who had said it. So she left the now grinning fool there and went back to Naruto. "This store doesn't look very good," she whispered to him. "We should go to another one." "Why are we whispering?" he asked. "Because it would be rude if the owner of the store heard me insult it," she told him. Leading him back to the door, she started to walk out but came to a sudden stop when she saw Zoro run by a third time. What on earth was he doing? She watched him run into an alley a short distance away and again began to leave the store. But she came up short a second time when Zoro ran right back out of the same alley he'd just entered. That's it, she was going to kill that idiot. "What do you keep stopping for?" Naruto asked. "There's a crowd outside," Nojiko claimed. "I just don't want you bumping into them." "Don't worry though, they're moving on." Her luck from that point improved a little. She was able to find another grocery store and buy some food and spices without running into any other familiar faces. And surprisingly, it had started pouring while they'd been in the store. "Looks like you were right about the rain," Naruto conceded. "Next time you'll know not to doubt me," she answered with a small laugh. It figured that the only luck she'd have today was being right about the bad weather. At least she had her raincoat. Setting down the groceries she was carrying, she took her coat out of its bag and began to put it on. Meanwhile Naruto had managed to find his way outside and was already being soaked by the rain. "Stop that pirate," a feminine voice cried out. Despite the fact she'd only gotten as far as putting one arm into the sleeve of her new coat, Nojiko ran outside in response to the call. But she was relieved to see it wasn't one of Luffy's crew. instead being a man with a big red nose who looked more like a clown than a pirate. Turning sidewise so he could get a look at the man, Naruto moved in front of his path to block him. But instead of a collision, the pirate split into pieces. His upper body flew over Naruto's head while his feet ran right between his legs. She watched his parts reattach themselves on the other side and continued running toward the docks. She still wasn't used to seeing devil fruit powers on display. But turning back, she saw that the woman who had called out hadn't slowed her own run and crashed into Naruto. Both of them went sprawling with the lumber and tools Naruto was carrying tumbling all over the place, along with the sword the woman had been wielding. Naruto, the dark-haired woman asked. They recovered. Tashigi, he replied. Apparently the two of them knew each other. Ah, I don't have time for this, Tashigi cried out, jumping to her feet, grabbing up her sword. Buggy is getting away. She then ran off after the departing form of the pirate. I'm going to help her, Naruto informed Nojiko. In a flash, two clones were next to Nojiko gathering up the fallen supplies while the real Naruto ran off after Tashigi. Not wanting to be left behind, Nojiko got up and followed after him. As she ran, she got her other arm into her raincoat so it wouldn't drag behind her, but didn't see the point in buttoning it up, as she was already soaked. It quickly became obvious that even her top speed wasn't enough to keep up. Naruto was gaining on Tashigi, but both of them were pulling further ahead of her. Wait for me, she called out. Glancing back, Naruto summoned a third clone. The clone scooped her up in its arms without warning and ran with her in pursuit of the original Naruto. She struggled reflexively for a moment before calming down. As embarrassing as it was, this was the only way she'd be able to keep from getting left behind. Still, being carried through the street, soaking wet, was not how she'd envisioned the day going. Buggy and their crew had made it back to their ship and sailed off as quickly as they could hoist the anchor. As they pulled away, he let out a sigh of relief for having escaped that island. Captain, a ship just left the dock in pursuit of us, Moji informed him. Grabbing a telescope, he looked at the ship himself, worried Smoker was coming after him. But in all the rain he wasn't able to make out who was on board. Keep running, he ordered, deciding to play it safe. But the other ship proved faster, slowly gaining on them. Still, as their distance shrunk, he was able to get a better look at their pursuers. He didn't see Smoker anywhere on the other ship. Just that swordswoman who was chasing him earlier and a couple more young Marines. And she'd soon learn that Buggy had nothing to fear from swords. Bring us about, he ordered. Prepare to open fire. Turning the ship until their port cannons were facing the other vessel, they fired 3 shots. 2 of them went wide to either side. However, Buggy was pleased to see the third taking a trajectory that would have it land right on top of a blonde Marine standing at the bow of their ship. Seeing it hit, he turned to Kabuto beside him. That was almost too gruesome to watch, he caught it. What kind of a person could catch a cannonball with their bare hands? Still, he couldn't protect the entire ship at once. Keep firing, he ordered. I want that ship gone. The end of his order was cut off as he was forced to dodge the cannonball the young man had just caught. He'd thrown it back at him. Examining the hole left in his deck, he struggled to get his heart rate back under control, realizing how close that had come to hitting him. Of course, with Buggy's ship no longer fleeing, the other vessel was closing rapidly. And while he was still trying to recover from the shock of the most recent attack, his attacker himself landed on the big top's deck. You're boarding my ship, Buggy mocked the blonde. Do you really think one person can take on my entire crew? How about 5? He asked as 4 more blondes popped into existence around him. That made 5 copies of a boy that could catch a cannonball and throw it back. As he was realizing that, another boy, a large dog, and that swordswoman from before all jumped across, the 2 ships now having been pulled up next to each other. My crew is still more than capable of handling you themselves, he said as quickly flew up above the ship and out of range. Captain Buggy, several of them cried out in protest. But they weren't given much time for protest as they were attacked by their opponents. It's not like they had any room for complaint in the first place. He was just more valuable coordinating the fight from up here where he could get a good view. You call yourself a lion? He yelled at Richie. How can you be losing to a dog? There, see, his motivational speaking would be the key to their victory. he spotted someone else who looked to be in need of his help. "First Zoro and now you're losing to a woman, Kabuto," he berated. Although oddly enough, while he'd been trying to motivate Kabuto, the woman was the one who seemed to be fighting harder in response to his call. "Stop lying around and get up," he ordered his crew, as the majority of those cowards were no longer participating, instead being sprawled out on the ground. It was then he noticed one of the blondes was standing over his feet, which were still back on the deck, examining them curiously. "Don't touch those," he screamed. "Oh," the boy said in response. "You mean I shouldn't do this?" He then stomped down on one of them hard, and Buggy was sure he felt some of the bones snap from the impact. Furious at the boy for the assault, he flew down and got right into his face. "I told you not to do that," he screeched. But the blonde just smiled, and it was then he came to the realization that he was now only inches from the person he'd flown up to avoid. The last thing he remembered was a fist heading for his face. "I want to thank you again for your help, Naruto," Tashigi told him. "Without the use of your ship, Buggy and his crew would have gotten away." "Just doing my duty," he told her. "Anyway, there's no reason you can't take these three back by yourself." The three he was referring to were Buggy, Kabuto, and Moji, the three leaders of the Buggy pirates. Buggy was wrapped up in several nets, which were themselves put in a large sack that Naruto was carrying to make sure no body parts got away. The other two were more traditionally bound and walking behind them. "Nonsense," she told him. "This is the second event I owe you big for. I'm not letting you go without meeting my captain. I'll make sure he puts you in for a commendation." Naruto acquiesced, but still didn't look happy. He must be one of those people who just wasn't comfortable with praise. They soon entered the base, allowing themselves to get out of the storm. Another Marine approached the two of them plus three captives as they dripped all over the entranceway. "We've recaptured Buggy the clown," she informed him. "Where's Captain Smoker?" "We're sorry, Ensign Tashigi," he replied. "But he left town to chase after Straw Hat Luffy. He was looking for you before he left, but no one could find you." She'd been left behind, and when Smoker was going after the Straw Hat Pirates too, there went her chance to confront Zoro again. "Wait," Naruto said to the man, "Luffy was here in Loguetown." "Yeah, but he managed to escape," the Marine responded. "Why, have you run into them before?" "We were chasing after the Straw Hat Pirates as well," Naruto answered. "But we didn't know they were here on the island." "You're after them too?" asked Tashigi. "If that's the case, I have a favor to ask you. Please, take me with you." I don't know if that's a good idea," he replied. "I know I'm the one who owes you," she admitted, "so I shouldn't be asking for more favors. But please, I have unfinished business with Zoro. And if you're both going after the Straw Hat Pirates, I might run into my captain." He still appeared to be mulling over the idea, probably wondering if she'd be worth taking. Crashing into him earlier probably hadn't made the best impression. "Look, I know I can be a bit clumsy," she told him. "But you've seen me fight. I'm sure I can help you. And I'll train really hard to improve." "That's not what I'm worried about," he reassured her. "It's just, oh, forget it. If you're that determined to come, I'd be happy to have you along." "Thank you," she replied graciously. "You won't regret this. I'll find a way to pay you back for everything someday. I'll just grab a couple of things and meet you at the ship." Tashigi turned around intending to run off and do as she'd said. Instead, she tripped over the sack containing Buggy and landed rather painfully face first on the ground. "Watch where you're going, you stupid woman," Buggy yelled from in the sack. "When I get out of here, I'll make you pay for that." "Oh, you want a rematch?" Naruto asked threateningly. "I'm sorry," Buggy quickly answered. "I meant to say there's no need to apologize to a pirate like me. I only hope you weren't injured in your fall." "Don't worry, I'm used to it," Tashigi told him. "I mean, I'm all right." Getting up, she hurried off into the back and out of sight. That was great. She'd just been trying to convince him she was worth bringing along, and then she had that little display. At least he had already agreed. Now she just needed to pull herself together before he changed his mind. Naruto saw Tashigi making her way through the rain to the ship, carrying a satchel over her shoulder. The worst of the storm seemed to have passed, but there was still a good amount of rain falling. He greeted her as she came aboard the vessel. We didn't have time for proper introductions before, he declared. But this is Ensign Kiba, Akamaru, and Nojiko. Tashigi nodded to each one as he introduced them. Everyone, this is Ensign Tashigi, he continued. She'll be joining our crew. I'm sorry this isn't the best weather for a welcoming party. Nice job finding her, Kiba whispered approvingly to Naruto. I'm sorry, Tashigi said, addressing Nojiko, but I didn't catch your rank. I'm not in the Marines, Nojiko replied simply. Nojiko's sister was captured by the Straw Hat Pirates, Naruto added. She's come along to help rescue her. I'm sorry to hear that, Tashigi told her, but I promise I'll do my best to help bring them to justice. Yeah, thanks, Nojiko replied with a strained smile. That's, just what I wanted to hear. Naruto nodded, impressed she was trying to put on a front of cheerfulness for Tashigi's sake when the thought of her sister being held by pirates obviously made her uneasy. If you don't mind my asking, how did you get your own ship already? Tashigi inquired. He did mind her asking, but Naruto wasn't about to say that. Nojiko, however, was kind enough to answer for him while he was still deliberating how best to respond. A marine captain by the name of Nezumi sent them after Luffy, she said. He got beat up by the Straw Hat Pirates himself, so he sent some combat specialists after them. That makes sense, she replied to Naruto's relief. I've seen Naruto fight on more than one occasion and he's very impressive. I'm really strong too, you know, Kiba claimed. Buggy's crew was just too weak for you to see what I can really do. Ah, I wasn't implying you weren't, she assured Kiba. I just didn't get much of a chance to see you fighting in all the chaos. Well, forgive me for not having a flashy power or anything, responded Kiba petulantly. Now that we're all acquainted, let's shove off, Naruto ordered. The longer we delay, the further behind we get. So they left the dock and set course for Reverse Mountain. Since this wasn't a marine vessel, that would be the only way they could enter the Grand Line. It didn't take long for the rain to let up, and once the wind had dried the sails enough, Naruto set his clones to work and finally repainted the sails white. Before the paint had even finished drying, Reverse Mountain came into sight. It was then his clone up in the crow's nest pointed out an oddity to him. Off to the side, a fair ways from the entrance, was a small marine vessel that appeared to have crashed into the side of the mountain. The currents were supposed to be tricky around the entrance, but they were crashed pretty far off for them to have simply been pushed away by the currents. Either way, he decided to investigate and see if they needed help. As they got closer, Naruto was able to make out a number of Marines standing on the ship. It seemed someone did need help after all, but when he was close enough to make out through the telescope just who was on the ship, he gasped. That can't be, he said out loud. What can't be? Tashigi asked from next to him. See for yourself, he told her, handing off the telescope. She examined the ship herself before letting out a gasp of her own. I don't believe it, she declared. I'm going drop anchor a short distance from them, he informed her. I don't want to risk getting the ship too close to the shallows. Then I'll be taking a lifeboat over to see I can help them. Care to join me? I guess, she replied unenthusiastically. Making good on his plan, Naruto was soon lowering the small rowboat into the water and rowing the two of them over to other ship. When he got there, someone lowered a rope ladder for them to climb. Only when he attempted to do so he found it wasn't secured to anything and almost went over the edge of the boat. Frustrated, he grabbed the rope ladder and jumped up onto the other ship. Making sure it was tied off properly, he dropped it to Tashigi, who used it to climb up. They then looked around to see a small crowd had gathered around them. Naruto, Tashigi, imagine seeing you here, a portly marine told them. I haven't seen either of you since that naval exercise thing we won. And getting a closer look at them, he confirmed that, yes, every single one of them were the other recruits on that exercise. I'm sorry, I don't believe I ever got your name, Tashigi replied. I'm Seaman Chops, ma'am, he told her. Or at least that's what everyone calls me. Imagine all of us are together again now. What are the odds of that? I'm surprised you even all got the same assignment, Naruto pointed out. We must have really impressed them with our victory, Chops boasted. The proctor even told us he'd never seen a group like us before. That we had something special. So they decided to post us all together in a special group. It's called the Punishment Squad, another one added. That's an imposing name, don't you think? So, where's your captain? Tashigi asked them instead of answering. You mean our current captain? Chops queried. We've had 6 captains since our squad was formed. Yes, your current captain will be fine, Tashigi told them. He's been locked up in his room for days, Chops answered. But we hear a lot of crying from inside. We think he must be really sick. So I take it you had trouble navigating Reverse Mountain, Naruto said, changing the subject again. Oh, we weren't trying to use Reverse Mountain, Chops corrected him. We were just patrolling the area for any pirates who were. Then how did you crash? Naruto asked curiously. Well, none of us had ever seen Reverse Mountain before, Chops told him. So we were all so engrossed at getting a good look that we didn't notice that none of us were at the helm until we crashed. We're going to check how much damage your ship took, Naruto informed them, trying to end the conversation lest he add any more fuel to a growing headache. Tashigi, you check the inside and I'll examine the outside. So Naruto went to the bow of the ship and jumped off onto land. From what he could see, there didn't appear to be any significant damage. The ship was simply stuck in shallow water. Soon Tashigi came back up to talk to him. I'm not seeing any holes or leaks, she reported. Looks good here too, he told her. Pull our boat on board, then I'll see about getting them unstuck. After the rowboat had been secured on the larger vessel, he summoned 4 clones to push the boat back into deeper water. Hopping on board himself, he signaled for them to start. Their strength proved sufficient as the boat moved backwards. The clones all vanished from following it into the seawater, but that was no matter. Tashigi and Naruto helped them get the boat turned around and ready to sail again, before lowering their rowboat and climbing back down to it. It looks seaworthy, Naruto called back up to them. But I recommend going back to Loguetown and having it professionally looked at. We'll do that, Chops called back. Thanks again. Their whole crew stood at the stern of the ship waving goodbye. Wait, their whole crew was at the stern of their ship, which was current sailing directly toward where his was anchored. Get to the helm and turn your ship, he yelled out angrily. He saw Chops scurry off and waited anxiously as the 2 ships drew closer. But then the Punishment Squad's ship did begin to turn and, he was relieved to see, narrowly avoided a collision. He watched them sail off briefly, kind of expecting something else to go wrong. That's not the way to Loguetown, Tashigi pointed out. Do you want to catch up to them and make sure they get back safely? He asked. I'm sure they'll be fine, she answered after pondering that for a moment. Returning to their ship, he was able to hoist the anchor and resume their previous course. Naruto took the helm and approached the treacherous waters at the entrance of Reverse Mountain. After getting a good look at where they were headed, Kiba came up to him nervously. You sure you can handle this? He asked. This isn't exactly your specialty. No, it isn't, he admitted. But I have a plan. Look. Kiba directed his focus at the bow of the ship where Naruto was pointing. There, he had 4 clones leaning over the edge and examining the water. I don't get it, Kiba admitted. Then just watch. We're about to enter, Naruto told him, not having time to explain. They were all closely watching the position of the rocks and examining the currents. Every so often, one of his clones would vanish, instantly giving him the memory of what it had just seen, which allowed him to quickly react accordingly and steer the ship. He would then summon another which would take its place. It was still difficult to pull off. Kiba was right, this wasn't his specialty. But he made it through the gates unscathed, and from there the current did most of the work itself. Everyone was gathered around him on the deck watching the ship go up the mountain appreciatively. This is amazing, Nojiko declared excitedly. I've never seen anything like it. I haven't either, Tashigi admitted. I traveled through the calm belt to get to East Blue. Soon they reached the apex and began their descent toward the Grand Line. He could see his ocean of birth coming into view, but that wasn't the only thing. Waiting at the bottom was a large marine vessel. He saw Kiba growing nervous beside him, but tried to stay calm himself. They didn't know what it was there for. When they hit the bottom and entered the Grand Line, the other ship began to approach them. Drawing up on the port side of their own ship, he saw an officer standing by the starboard railing looking at him. Namikaze Naruto, he called out. I am under orders to escort your ship back to base. Well, wasn't that just perfect? What do we do? Hiba asked Naruto. We follow them, Naruto replied. We knew this was going to happen sooner or later, it's time to face the music. Turning back to the officer on the other ship, Naruto called out his response. Understood, sir. We'll follow behind you. The marine vessel began to sail deeper into the Grand Line, and Naruto matched the ship's heading and sailed after it. Their two most recent additions to the crew were understandably confused about what was going on. Tashigi, however, was the first to ask about it. What were you two talking about? She inquired. And do you have any idea what that was about? I guess there's no point in hiding it anymore, Naruto replied. It's true that Captain Nezumi sent us after the Straw Hat Pirates. But he didn't give us this ship. Then who did? She asked curiously. Actually, we just sort of took it, he admitted. They wanted it destroyed anyway, so it's not like we really stole it. I think they're more upset with us leaving without telling anyone. You mean you're just a couple of rogue Marines? Nojiko interjected. It's not like that, Hiba said defensively. Our commanding officer was imprisoned before we even arrived at our first assignment. The place was in chaos and they didn't even know what to do with us. So we just decided for them. Don't worry, Naruto assured them. We'll make it clear that neither of you two knew anything about this. What possessed you to do it in the first place? Tashigi asked. You had to know you would get caught eventually. It just felt like something I had to do, Naruto replied honestly. I am sorry I won't be able to return you to your captain. But maybe they'll be able to locate him at the base. You should be more worried about yourself, she snapped back, surprising Naruto with the force of her reply. You could have ruined a promising career with your decision. If you don't follow the rules, you're no better than a bounty hunter no matter how many pirates you capture. Having said her piece, she stormed off and went below deck without even giving him a chance to reply. Naruto was still stunned by the strength of her reaction. He certainly wasn't expecting praise, but that seemed a bit much to him. And now the part he was really dreading. With Tashigi practically biting his head off, he could only imagine how Nojiko would react to this. After all, her sister's life was on the line. I guess I owe you an even larger apology, he told Nojiko. I got your hopes up and now I won't be able to do anything for your sister. Don't worry about it, she answered without a hint of recrimination. I'm sure you did the best you could. And it's not like you would have been able to do anything for her if you hadn't taken this ship. Besides, Nami is resourceful, I'm sure she'll be fine. Okay. Now he was really confused. The person he was just giving a ride to was furious with him, and the one with a sister he'd failed to save wasn't upset at all. I just want to remind you, this was all your idea, Hiba declared. Hiba on the other hand was completely predictable. Maybe it was just women being naturally incomprehensible. Naruto continued following the marine ship in front of them lifelessly. Not even the crazy weather they ran into early in the Grand Line was able to bring him out of his funk. Tashigi had been right. No matter how boring it would have been, he should have just stayed on Shell Island. If he'd just been patient and worked hard, eventually things would have worked out. But he couldn't take back what he'd done. Now he'd just have to hope he wasn't kicked out of the Marines. But the waiting to find out what they'd do with him was the worst part. He needed to find something to take his mind off this mess or he'd go crazy. Actually, he remembered seeing some guns and targets down in the hold when he was taking inventory. He preferred using his fists, but maybe some target practice would make a decent distraction. Heading down to the hold he found the items he was looking for. There were 3 straw targets and a big stack of paper with circles painted around a bullseye. You could the paper of the targets and replace them when they became too riddled with holes. He also grabbed a handgun and a good supply of bullets. Going back above deck he gave each of the 3 targets to a clone to hold over the railing. But after shooting for several minutes it became evident this wasn't helping his mood. He'd only managed to hit the bullseye once. Sure, he was a bit out of practice, and this gun was pretty low quality. But with how close he was to the targets he shouldn't be having anywhere near this much trouble. His mood must be affecting him more than he thought. Mind if I give it a try? Nojiko asked from behind him. He hadn't realized he'd had an audience. Go right ahead, he told her. My focus is so off I don't know why I'm even bothering. You ever used a gun before? No, she answered. But how hard can it be? You point and you pull the trigger. Naruto reloaded the revolver for her, while his clones put fresh targets over the straw. Handing it to Nojiko, she deliberately took very careful aim at the leftmost target before pulling the trigger. Checking where it had hit, he saw she was a little low and to the left, but only 2 circles from the bullseye. Not bad for your first time firing a gun, he told her encouragingly. Try it again. Firing a second shot, he saw that she'd overcompensated, going high and to the right, but was only 1 circle from the center this time. I think I've got it now, she said confidently. Naruto chuckled a bit at that. That was a nice shot, he admitted, but you'll find that being consistent with your aim isn't as easy as it looks. If it only took 2 shots to get your aim down. Bullseye, Nojiko shouted proudly, having fired off a 3rd shot in the middle of Naruto's sentence. She then quickly fired off 2 more shots, and Naruto was amazed to see all 3 targets had now been hit dead center. Everyone would be a sharpshooter, Naruto deadpanned, completing his earlier sentence. Normally Naruto would happy for her success. But they say misery loves company. And with his current sour disposition he just wanted to bring her down a peg or 2. And he might have just the way to do that. You seem to be quite a natural, he told her. Why don't we move you on to trying moving targets? But I should warn you, it's quite a bit more difficult. I'm willing to give it a try, Nojiko replied, already reloading the revolver. From the mischievous grins he saw on his clones' faces as they replaced the paper targets over the straw, he knew they were thinking the same thing he was. Completing their tasks, they began to move the targets around as quickly and erratically as they could. Even hitting the targets at all would be difficult with their movements. But undaunted, Nojiko fired off 3 shots in rapid succession. You were right, she told him. That was a lot harder. The 3rd one was a little off. Sure enough, 2 of the targets had received a solid bullseye, while the 3rd shot had landed right on the line between the center of the target and the first ring. I'm going to my cabin to lie down for a while, Naruto declared, having had his fill of target practice. You 3 help Nojiko out if she wants to continue practicing. I don't want to do this anymore, one of his clones complained. Yeah, the other 2 quickly agreed. Just shut up and do it, he answered tersely, then stomped off down below deck. Snapping at himself, he was even more on edge than he'd realized. He really did need to lie down for a while. Finally they had docked their ship next to the marine vessel that had been leading them. All 5 of them disembarked, finding the captain of the other ship already waiting for them on the docks. Welcome to G5 base, he told them. G5 was definitely the largest base Naruto had seen since leaving Marineford. It was a large complex of buildings, at least 10 based on what he could see. There were also a dozen marine ships currently docked and a few more visible patrolling the area. It had a much more rustic look than Marineford though. Rather than being nothing but buildings and pavements, he could see several open fields. And there were numerous trees and bushes growing, with many Marines relaxing under the former. Even a couple of picnics seemed to be going on. This hardly looked like the sort of discipline he would expect in the middle of a marine base. Didn't they have work they could be doing? I wish I could say it was a pleasure to be here, Naruto replied. But given the circumstances, I'm afraid that isn't true. The captain let out a deep laugh at his reply. I won't hold that against you, he told Naruto. Now if all of you will follow me, we can get this over with. Maybe when afterward you'll have a chance to relax and enjoy the area. Yeah, we'll have plenty of time to relax in prison, Kiba muttered. That may very well be, the man answered, letting out another laugh. I'm not actually a Marine, Nojiko pointed out. I'm even allowed in the base. Don't worry about it, he replied casually. No one's going to care. The 5 of them were led into a large building in the center of the complex where they were directed to sit down in a lobby area. There were a number of tables set up around the room, and the 4 humans selected one and sat, with Akamaru lying on the floor nearby. Just wait here and the boss will be with you soon enough, they were told, before the man left them to themselves. Great, more waiting, Naruto complained. And they were waiting for more than an hour with nothing more interesting than the occasional Marine passing by. Naruto and Kiba's collective anxiety had put a pall over the table that had stifled any conversation. The waiting had become so unbearable that it was quite a relief when a Marine who looked to be in his 30s approached them. "Hey there folks," he greeted. "The name's Carl. I hear rumor that you're the kids who stole a ship to go off on a joyride." Carl was a thickly muscled man with a shaved head. He appeared to be deliberately going for a tough guy look. But his efforts were somewhat hindered by his less than intimidating height that fell almost half a foot short of Naruto's own. "It's not like that," Kiba yelled, jumping angrily to his feet. "We were out ridding East Blue of its pirates." "Don't lie to me, kid," Carl told him. "You do know the Marines keep records of who turned in any pirates with bounties on them, right? We just got the latest list today. I got myself a nice 5 million belly paycheck from a pirate I captured earlier this week." "Wait, Marines can collect the bounties?" Naruto asked curiously. "Aren't we already getting paid to capture pirates?" "A Marine can collect half the bounty," Carl informed him. "But I wouldn't be too concerned about that. Even if you did catch any real pirates, it's doubtful any of them had bounties." "Why don't we have a look at that list of yours and we'll find out?" Naruto suggested, knowing for a fact that some of the pirates he'd captured did indeed have bounties. "Hey Mary," Carl called out to a receptionist sitting at a desk by the entrance. "Bring us the bounty list." The young woman nodded and carried over a large binder to the table, handing it to Carl. Carl grabbed a seat from a nearby table and invited himself to sit down with Naruto's group. "So, whose name did you give when you turned in these pirates of yours?" Carl asked. "That'd be mine, Namikaze Naruto," he answered. "Let's see, Namikaze. Ah, here it is," he declared, then read it silently before giving a small chuckle. "Real funny kid, what's your real name?" "I told you, it's Namikaze Naruto," he answered smugly. The opportunity to put this guy in his place seemed to have been just the tonic he needed to lift his mood. "You mean to tell me a couple of punk ensigns fresh out of the academy managed to collect 48 million in bounties this quickly?" He questioned them, disbelief clearly showing on his face. 15 million for Buggy the Clown, 17 million for Don Krieg, 10 million for Krieg's first officer Jin, Naruto recited. "I'm not sure where the other 6 million came from, to be honest, but it sounds about right." "You were the one who captured Don Krieg?" Tashigi asked him. "I guess I shouldn't be surprised with how easily you handled Buggy the Clown." "Would you like me to request the funds from headquarters?" Mary asked, as she picked back up the list she'd been waiting for. "If I process the paperwork now, it should be cleared for you to pick up by the end of the day." Sure," Naruto replied. 24 million, huh? That would make a nice little bonus. "Even if this is true, it doesn't change the fact that you ran off," Carl told him in an attempt to save face. "It most certainly doesn't," a deep voice announced from right behind Naruto, startling him. It wasn't often he ran into someone who could sneak up on him like that. "Rear Admiral Kakashi, sir," Carl called out, jumping to his feet and giving a salute. Naruto, Kiba, and Tashigi quickly followed suit, standing at attention. The Rear Admiral was a slender, silver-haired man. Not much was visible of his face, with a mask covering his mouth and nose and an eye patch over his left eye. It caused Naruto's imagination to run wild at what kind of injury would prompt him to cover so much. "Please, be seated," Kakashi ordered them. The 5 of them complied without question. "Not you, Carl," Kakashi said to the bald man who had retaken his own seat. "This has nothing to do with you." "Sorry, sir," Carl apologized, quickly getting to his feet and scurrying off. "I apologize for making you wait so long," Kakashi told them. "But a pirate who had a grudge against me snuck into the base and took me hostage." "Who was he?" Tashigi asked, as shocked as Naruto that a pirate would do something so brazen. "Who was who?" Kakashi asked. "The pirate that took you captive," Tashigi replied. "Oh, I guess I'm not used to people believing my excuses," the Rear Admiral told them. "I'm afraid I hadn't thought that far ahead." None of their group knew how to respond to that, so they simply waited for Kakashi to continue. Instead, he took a small orange book out of a coat pocket and began to read it silently as he stood there. After they'd been sitting patiently for about a minute, Naruto finally worked up the nerve to interrupt. "Excuse me, sir," he said hesitantly. I believe there was something you wanted to discuss with us. I wouldn't think you'd want to rush me, Kakashi answered, but did put his book away. After all, these are some pretty serious charges being leveled against you. Do you have anything to say for yourself? I just want to say that Nojiko and Ensign Tashigi here knew nothing about what we've done, Naruto replied. We didn't tell them a thing until your ship met us at the entrance to the Grand Line. And if you don't mind my asking, how did you know to have a ship waiting for us there? I have an agent in Loguetown, he answered. When I heard you were there, I figured you'd be heading for the Grand Line shortly. And since you don't have a marine ship, I knew that would be the only route you could take. You seem very well informed, Nojiko told him, finally breaking her silence. You look almost nervous, Kakashi replied. Is there something you're worried I might know? Nojiko hasn't done anything, sir, Naruto interrupted. I take full responsibility for everything that happened. And do you have anything to add, Ensign Kiba? He asked. I was fully aware of the actions I took, Kiba said firmly. That said, it was all Naruto's idea. Akamaru stood up and barked at Kiba accusingly. What? I told him I'd say that when he talked me into this, he told the dog defensively. Sir, if I might add something, Tashigi interjected. Their methods may have been wrong, but you can't ignore the good they've done. They left East Blue a much safer place than they found it. Tashigi had come to his defense, after verbally ripping him to shreds when she'd found out about this. She's right, you know, Kakashi said. The two of you deserve to be thrown out of the Marines, but your results speak for themselves. I'd rather not lose 2 officers of your ability. So I'm going to just consider this matter settled. Really, sir? Naruto asked hopefully. There is a price, however, Kakashi told them. I'm not about to let you run around doing whatever you want anymore. From now on, you work for me, understood? Yes, sir, Kiba and Naruto said nearly in unison. Good, because I have a mission already lined up for you, the Rear Admiral continued. We've been receiving reports of citizens disappearing from Gunsmith Island. Based on information we've received, we believe those responsible operate from the nearby Rabbit Island. However, whenever we send Marines to investigate, they find nothing. I'm not sure what you expect us to do, Naruto admitted. Detective work isn't exactly our forte. I was getting to that, Kakashi responded. We don't have any eternal poses that go directly to Rabbit Island. But if you wait for an hour on Gunsmith Island, a regular log pose will lock onto it. We believe they have lookouts on Gunsmith Island that warn them whenever a marine ship stops by. But our ship doesn't look like a marine vessel, Tashigi said knowingly. Exactly, Kakashi replied. Obviously you'll also want to forego your uniforms for the duration. You'll be in command of the mission, Naruto. I'd like you to stay on the crew as well, Ensign Tashigi. Oh, and you're welcome to take the young lady there if she wants to go. I would like to stay on for now, Nojiko confirmed. Good, Kakashi responded. I'll have an eternal pose sent to your ship. Ask Mary to find the quartermaster for you if you need any other supplies before you leave. Oh, and good luck, Lieutenant. Sir, Naruto asked. You heard me correctly, Kakashi replied. Wow, avoiding punishment was more than he'd expected, but a promotion too. Thank you, sir, Naruto said enthusiastically. I'll do my best to deserve this honor. Sir, said Kiba as he got the Rear Admiral's attention hopefully. Didn't you just say it was all Naruto's idea? Kakashi asked in reply. Kiba's silent fuming was the icing on the cake for a day that had already made a dramatic turn for the better. Naruto had been busy loading supplies and preparing their ship for departure. In addition to the eternal pose for Gunsmith Island, they were given a second that lead back to G5. They'd also been given a Den Den Mushi that would allow them to communicate with the base should the need arise. But shortly after the sun had set, G5 as well had slipped over the horizon. And with the ship sailing smoothly along, Naruto found himself with some free time on his hands. So he left a clone at the helm and approached Tashigi, who was busy taking practice swings with her sword. I'd like to thank you for standing up for me with the Rear Admiral, Naruto told her. Especially after how vigorously you expressed your opinion earlier. Oh, that, she asked with a touch of chagrin. I may have overreacted a bit, but only because I expect a lot from you. Still, I really do appreciate it, he said honestly. It takes a lot of courage to stand up to a superior officer. Yet you did it for my sake when you hardly even know me. I did owe you several favors, she replied. I'm just glad I had the chance to pay one back. Naruto didn't feel like he was owed any favors by the young woman. Stopping Buggy and winning that naval exercise. Both of those cases were done more for his own sake. Helping her had simply been an unintended benefit. She on the other hand had stuck her neck out for him. Now he felt like he was the one who owed her. You want a sparring partner? He asked. I'm not very good with a sword, but I should be better practiced than swinging at air. Actually, she answered, do you think you could get a couple of clones to help? I was thinking it would be good practice if all three of you attacked at once. Ah, training for Zoro? Naruto asked, seeing her intent. Yeah, she confirmed. Even if you're not very good, you're certainly fast. And if I can fight against 3 swordsmen at once, I should be able to handle 1 swordsman with 3 swords. I think I can manage that, he replied. Great, she said excitedly. I'll go get the training swords. Tashigi began to hurry off toward the stairs, sugar still in hand. This made Naruto a bit nervous considering the trouble Tashigi sometimes had with stairs. Or walking for that matter. You may want to sheath your sword, he warned her. Thanks, she replied, doing as he suggested. Unfortunately, in doing so she managed to trip over her sheath, sending her tumbling down the stairs she had only just reached. At least she'd succeeded in putting her sword away first, so she was probably fine. Indeed, she quickly returned with 4 wooden swords seeming little worse for the wear. They began their training, discovering that despite her superior skill with the sword, handling Naruto and 2 of his clones at once was simply too much for her. He did his best to keep his blows light when they did land, but as the evening progressed he could tell her body was protesting the abuse. So he finally insisted on calling a stop to it. Thanks for your help, she told him after she'd managed to catch her breath a little. But I think it's obvious I have a long way to go. Maybe I should start with just 1 clone helping me until you get used to that, he suggested, feeling sorry for the other Marine. No, she insisted, it has to be 3. I want my body so used to fighting 3 swords it becomes instinct. And Tashigi proved to be quite stubborn on that point. She insisted on fighting 3-on-1 the next night as well. And despite it not going any better than the night before for her, he had a feeling these training sessions would become a regular part of his routine. Nojiko started her day in a great mood. They were no longer chasing after Luffy, so she could stop worrying about protecting Nami and just enjoy the adventure. And she was enjoying it. Even in the short time she'd been traveling, she'd seen sights she never would have imagined back in Kokoyashi village. As she came up the stairs to the early morning light, Nojiko found Naruto was the only other person up at the moment. He spotted Nojiko coming up the stairs and came to greet her. Nice timing, he said cheerfully. We're almost to the island, have a look. Naruto handed her the telescope and she examined the port they were rapidly approaching. It was a decent-sized port. The village probably wasn't small either to warrant a port of this size. It was fascinating just looking at all the different designs for the ships that were docked. But one particular design on the far side of the port made her heart skip a beat. It was mostly obscured from view, but that was definitely the Going Merry. Of all the islands in the Grand Line, why did they have to be here? I'm going to go wake the others, Naruto told her. No, she insisted. We only need to stay here for an hour before we can move on. We should let them sleep. Oh, and get rid of your clones, we wouldn't want to attract any attention. Remember, we don't want the lookouts to find us suspicious. I guess, Naruto said, and the 2 clones that were in sight vanished. You're going to have to help me dock the ship though. Nojiko still wasn't very good with ships. But she'd had some chance to practice, and the 2 managed to dock without incident. Almost the moment they had, Nojiko grabbed Naruto's arm and started to drag him off the ship. She didn't want him hanging around so close to the Going Merry. Where are we going? Naruto asked her. Shopping of course, she replied enthusiastically. Somehow I figured, he muttered. At least let me grab my money. Fine, but hurry, she told him. Going below deck he quickly returned, ready to go. Nojiko hurriedly dragged him deep into the town. As she got further from the dock without running across any of the Straw Hat Pirates, she began to relax and take in the town a bit. Gunsmith Island was certainly well named. Considering the number of gun stores in the area, she'd wager it was a major part of the town's economy. Growing interested, she began to browse the wares which were put openly on display outside of shops or in small street stalls. She seemed to be somewhat of a natural with guns, but the few they had on the ship were all quite cheap. It'd be nice to get something a little higher quality. At one stall her eyes stopped on a handgun that was painted sky blue, which certainly stood out from any other weapons in the area. "I see the young miss has a good eye for quality," said the owner of the stall, a tall and wiry merchant. "This gun is the latest model from South Blue. It only arrived today, and I don't need to tell you how hard it is to find merchandise from South Blue." "What makes this gun so special?" Nojiko queried. "I'm glad you asked," he said enthusiastically. "In addition to being highly accurate, it fires bullets at more than twice the speed of any handgun you'll find elsewhere. And that's not all. Normally you have to load a gun one bullet at a time. And who wants to do that when you're being shot at? I certainly wouldn't." Pulling out a small rectangular object of some sort, he held it out in front of them. "This holds 10 bullets, he told them. "And look how simple it is to reload the gun." He then demonstrated how easily it slid into place, a fact that more than impressed Nojiko. "And this fine piece of craftsmanship can be yours for only 11 million belly," he announced. "I'll even throw in this fine leather holster, a masterpiece in its own right." The price sent her hopes crashing. As captivated as she'd been by the gun, Nojiko didn't even have a tenth of the money she would need. 11 million for one gun? Naruto asked. "That's nothing short of a scam." "If this were an ordinary gun, I would agree with you," the merchant replied, not yet ready to give up the potential sale. "But this is far from an ordinary gun. Having this could very well be the difference between life and death. Surely the young lady's life is worth more than 11 million belly." The merchant was a pretty good salesman, but he'd chosen his target poorly. Naruto wouldn't have 11 million belly any more than she would. "Of course not," Naruto shot back, "but I couldn't buy it if I wanted to." Nojiko almost felt sorry at the merchant's crestfallen look. He'd probably been sure he was about to be 11 million belly richer. Although why he thought they'd be able to afford it she didn't know. "I only brought 10 million with me," Naruto added. The merchant's eyes immediately lit up again. 10 million. Where had Naruto gotten? Oh. The bounty money. If he'd grabbed that before he left, he should still have at least 14 million left back at the ship. So she wouldn't have to feel too guilty about manipulating him into buying her the gun. "Well, it's barely more than I paid for it," the merchant said, doing a pretty convincing job of sounding reluctant. "But I will gladly sacrifice a mere million belly for the sake of such a beautiful young woman. I'd feel safer if I had a gun like that protect myself with," Nojiko added, doing her part to sell Naruto on the purchase. "Look," Naruto told her, clearly still looking for a way to avoid the large purchase, "its biggest selling point are those special bullet clips. But if the gun is so rare, the bullets must be too. So what happens when you run out of them? It becomes a 10 million belly paperweight." "I'm glad you brought that up," the merchant replied brightly. "You see, along with the gun, I also purchased a whole crate of ammunition." Ducking down behind his stall, he struggled with a large box, but managed to lift it onto the counter. Opening the lid, he showed that it was indeed filled with the same clips he'd demonstrated. "Of course these are all included in the price," he told them. "If these are not enough to last the young lady a lifetime, I'm afraid I have badly misjudged her." "See, there's nothing to worry about," Nojiko told him. "This is still a lot of money," Naruto countered. "Please," she asked with her best puppy dog eyes. Manipulating men like this was usually more of Nami's thing. But she'd seen her sister do it enough that she had a pretty good idea of how it was done. And she just had to have that gun. But either she still had to work on her technique or Naruto was stronger-willed than she'd expected, as he lasted several seconds before he gave in. "All right, already," he told them, "I'll buy the gun." "Thank you," Nojiko answered with genuine enthusiasm, latching on to the young man and give him a firm hug in gratitude. "Not so hard," Naruto complained. "These things can't take much abuse." Releasing him quickly, she looked at him questioningly. "By these things, You don't mean your clones, do you? She whispered so the merchant wouldn't overhear. Sorry, he whispered back. When I went to get my money I did a quick switch. It's just that I remembered our last shopping trip, and even if we are keeping a low profile, I at least wanted to patrol around a little. This was not good. Hurrying back to the merchant, she pulled out some of her own money and put it on the counter. Will you have this delivered to our ship for an extra 20,000? She asked. Certainly, the man answered. There's no need for that. I can carry it, Naruto pointed out. No, you are going to tell the nice man how to find the ship and then wait right here, she ordered firmly. I need to find a bathroom and then we're going to continue shopping. Grabbing the gun and holster, she strapped them on and started running back in the direction of their ship. How can we not be done shopping? Naruto asked her retreating form. I just spent all my money. And despite the fact she was ignoring him as she ran on, Nojiko really was grateful. Now she just hoped she wouldn't have to use his own gift against him. You could have let me sleep in a little longer, Kiba complained. We're leaving in less than an hour. Naruto had been bad enough when he was just a self-proclaimed captain. Now that he legitimately outranked him, he was going so far as to drag him out of bed far too early in the morning for some pointless patrol. We're only doing our duty as Marines, Tashigi countered. That's more important than a little sleep. Tashigi being so gung-ho about it did nothing to help his already poor mood. Kiba couldn't decide if he was more annoyed by workaholics or morning people at the moment. But seeing as his two companions each fell into both categories, he supposed it didn't really matter which came out on top. They only needed to stay here an hour, and almost half of that was spent between docking the ship and rousing the two ensigns. So what was the point in patrolling? They'd barely have time to walk to the end of the pier before they needed to turn around and prepare for departure. What were the odds they'd find anything in that time? Kiba was about to begin another round of complaining when Naruto roughly grabbed him and shoved him into an alley they were walking past. Kiba was going to give his friend a piece of his mind, but was brought up short when Naruto shushed him. Then there was the fact that Tashigi had joined them under her own power and was now peeking intently around the corner. Even Akamaru was waiting patiently in the alley. That was enough that even in his sleep-deprived state, Kiba realized this was probably important enough to hold off for an explanation. I saw the Straw Hat Pirates, Naruto whispered to Kiba. But I don't think they've spotted us yet. Tashigi gave up her spot to let Kiba have his own look. Sure enough, there they were only 40 feet away or so. He saw Luffy, that Usopp kid, and the blonde chef. It was only the throng of people on the pier that had prevented them from spotting the group earlier. He didn't see any sign of Zoro or his two bounty hunter friends, but the group appeared to be standing there chatting with two young women. You think one of those girls is Nami? Kiba asked while moving away from the corner to let Naruto look. Maybe the blue-haired girl, Tashigi suggested. The hair color might run in the family. No, I think it's the other one, Naruto replied. I can't see it clearly from here, but I got a glimpse of a tattoo on her arm that looked similar to Nojiko's. So what's the plan? Kiba asked. He didn't have much experience dealing with a hostage situation, so he wasn't sure what the best way to proceed would be. I'm going to go in alone and distract them, Naruto answered. Kiba, while their attention is on me, I want you to sneak up behind them and get Nami out of there. Understood, Kiba replied, and once she's safely away, we capture the rest of them, Naruto finished resolutely. Giving them each a final look, he must have been satisfied with what he'd seen from them. Nodding, he ran out of the alley and toward the pirates. Running right past their group, he turned around and confronted Luffy, who immediately recognized him. Ah, Naruto, Luffy said cheerfully, I've been thinking about it and I'm kind of jealous of your power. You know how when there's beef over here, and chicken over there, and you can't decide which one to eat first. You could just make a copy and eat both at the same time. Actually my clones don't eat, Naruto correct. Ah, Luffy answered knowingly. They're mysterious copies. That boy was just as strange as Kiba remembered. But their group looked sufficiently distracted, so Kiba began to make his way through the crowd toward where Nami was standing. You never told me you were a pirate, Naruto replied, accusation clear in his voice. I didn't, Luffy asked. Well, I'm telling you now. I'm going to be the Pirate King. Pirates, A passerby asked worriedly. They're pirates. The word quickly spread as panicked civilians cleared out of the area as fast as they could. The press of people going the other direction was making it difficult for Kiba to move forward. And once they were gone, his cover would be too. He'd have to move quickly when that happened, or he'd be spotted the first time one of them turned around. You won't be if I have anything to say about it, Naruto insisted. I'm taking you down right here. So you want to be the Pirate King too? Luffy responded. I guess that makes us rivals. That's fine, but I'm not going to lose to you. Kiba had finally reached the girl he assumed was Nami and grabbed her from behind, putting a hand over her mouth to prevent her from screaming. I'm here to help you, he whispered in her ear to calm her down. But she was anything but calm. Grabbing the arm he had over her mouth, she twisted and threw Kiba over her shoulder so that he landed flat on his back. What are you doing? He yelled accusingly, propping himself up into a sitting position. I'm trying to rescue you. The only person I need rescuing from is you. She yelled back. Had he gone after the wrong girl? Maybe it was the blue-haired one after all. But said girl was now coming at him with some sort of spinning weapon tied to ring on her finger. She didn't look any more eager to be rescued than her orange-haired companion. He heard Akamaru bark a warning at him, and instinctively jumped to the side, avoiding a small explosion where he'd just been sitting. He turned to see Usopp had just fired something at him. But the odd thing was it had come from a slingshot. What kind of a pirate used a slingshot? Akamaru had moved past Kiba and was now approaching the long-nosed boy, growling as he did. Nice doggy, Usopp said nervously. I'm not going to hurt you. Look, I'm putting the weapon down. Kiba saw Akamaru relax a bit as the boy slowly lowered his slingshot to the ground. But that had been just what Usopp had been waiting for, as in a split second he loaded and fired off a shot at the dog. Tamago Boshi, he cried out as the projectile flew toward Akamaru, hitting him directly in the face. The dog immediately let out a yelp of distress and began to run around frantically, pawing at his nose. What did you do to Akamaru? Kiba yelled angrily at the boy. Not even waiting for an answer, he charged Usopp, intent on avenging his partner. But Akamaru cut him off, looking him directly in the eye. Kiba had been with Akamaru for so long, he could almost always figure out what his partner was trying to tell him. And this time there was no doubt at all. His eyes clearly said that this one was his. Nodding to Akamaru, he looked around for a new target. Naruto looked to have claimed Luffy already, so he should probably help out Tashigi. The other ensign had charged in and was surrounded by all three of the remaining pirates. And that was probably more than she could handle. Locking onto the blue-haired girl, he charged her, quickly ducking under a swipe she made with that weapon of hers. Grabbing her weapon arm, he was able to halt the spinning. He was about to finish her when a kick from Sanji on his arm forced him to release the girl. I won't let you harm so much as a hair on Vivi's head, he promised. It looked like he would have to deal with this jerk first. But that was proving to be more easily said than done. The man was good, more than just good, he grudgingly admitted. He might have his hands full dealing with just him, and having to dodge that crazy Vivi chick's attacks at the same time wasn't going well for him. He hadn't been able to get in one attack that hadn't been dodged or parried by Sanji, yet he'd taken a couple of glancing blows himself. And even glancing blows from the man's kicks had hurt, which spoke highly of the power behind them. At least Tashigi seemed to be doing much better than him. The girl she was fighting was attempting to defend herself with a staff. But it was obvious to anyone who was watching that Tashigi had the upper hand. And just as he was thinking that, Tashigi knocked the staff away from her opponent. Good, Tashigi could take her out of the fight, and then they'd see how well they could do 2 versus 2. But back in his own fight, Kiba stumbled a bit, surprised that his most recent attempt to pummel the blonde chef hadn't come close to hitting anything. The cause was that his intended target had already taken off running the short distance to where Tashigi was fighting. He made it just in time to kick away the sword stroke that had been intended to finish the orange-haired girl. Thanks, Sanji, she told her savior. Now pay her back for trying to kill me. I'm sorry, the chef replied, but I could never hit a lady. Kaya, you're so frustrating, she yelled at him, turning to run to where her staff had landed after being knocked away. Tashigi gave chase, Sanji quickly following behind the two of them in order to continue protecting the now unarmed woman. Kiba almost failed to dodge an attack from Vivi as distracted as he was, but he still refused to return his focus to his attacker. This was his opportunity. Putting every bit of effort into his legs he could manage, he ran after the cook himself. Tashigi, meanwhile, had caught up to her target and made an attempt to slice through her from behind. But Sanji had pulled up next to the blue-haired ensign before her assault. In a flash, he dropped down onto his hands, flipping into a handstand as he spun around and hooked Tashigi's arm with his foot, pulling her strike off target. But this was just what he had been waiting for. Vivi's call of warning from behind him is too late, as he reached the cook before he had righted himself and treated the man to a kick of his own. With a powerful punt, he hit the side of Sanji's neck. Following through with the motion, the cook went spinning sideways down the dock, coming to a stop less than a foot from the edge of the water. This wasn't going to be a good day for the man, but at least his luck had kept him from drowning. But now that he was down, they shouldn't have any trouble finishing off the two girls. And Tashigi had wasted no time going after the staff-wielding girl again, who was doing all she could just to avoid decapitation. "Zoro!" the girl yelled out in desperation. "Wake up and get down here, you worthless idiot." But her pleas for help went unanswered, and Kiba returned his attention to Vivi. She had pulled a second one of those weapons from somewhere and was now wielding one with each hand. Kiba would have to approach this carefully. Dodging several of her assaults, he finally saw an opening. One attack went wide, and before she could recover, he dashed into her guard, ducking under the follow-up swing from her other hand. With nothing left to stop him, he planted his fist into her gut, knocking Vivi flat on her rear, gasping from the blow. "Do you surrender or should I continue?" Kiba asked her smugly. "I held back, but I can hit a lot harder than that." "Interesting," she answered when she was able to speak again. "But how are you at taking blows?" That was an odd response. Was it supposed to be some kind of a threat? Suddenly he found himself flying through the air, only then registering a throbbing pain in the side of his head. In his dazed state he attempted a controlled landing, but wasn't very successful as he plowed through a street stall of some type. After taking a few moments to collect himself, he stood up to see Sanji standing there, only just lowering his foot from the kick that had been the cause of Kiba's involuntary flight. "I'll never forgive any man that hits a woman," the chef declared angrily. "Now prepare yourself, because this fight is about to get serious." Naruto watched Kiba slam into the ground after his failed rescue attempt. He never should have trusted Kiba with that task. Nami probably thought he was some kind of pervert grabbing her like that. Well, he'd have to leave that situation to his crew. He still had Luffy to deal with. So he took a stance and prepared to fight. "You don't have a weapon?" Luffy asked. "You can't hurt me with your fists, you know." "Funny," Naruto replied, "I was about to say the same thing to you." This could be a good chance to use his Tekai to demoralize his opponent. The boy was used to being invulnerable to blunt attacks. Let's see how he liked a taste of his own medicine. "Of course I can," Luffy insisted. "I'm the rubber man. Your power is to make mysterious copies. Did you forget what your power was or something?" "Then go ahead and try," Naruto challenged. "Gomu Gomu no pistol," Luffy shouted as he sent out his first attack. But Naruto had no trouble absorbing the impact with his Tekai. Luffy asked. "Why didn't that work? I'm not the one who forgot my power, am I?" "No, my arms just stretched, so I must be a rubber man." Thinking about this is too confusing, I'm just going to hit you harder." Not for the first time, Naruto had to wonder if this kid was actually this stupid, or just messing with his mind. "Gomu Gomu no rifle," he yelled as he sent out a more powerful attack. Naruto grunted when it hit but managed to avoid giving off any other sign of how hard the blow had been. That punch was like being hit by one of Garp's cannonballs. No, it might even be stronger, since he had little doubt he'd improved the strength of his Tekai since then. But he could still handle it, and soon Luffy would realize how hopeless it was. "Gomu Gomu no Gatling," Luffy cried out, sending a rapid stream of punches after Naruto. But Naruto only grinned. He could hit him with as many of those as he wanted. Neither was as strong as that rifle of his, so he could easily handle them. And Luffy seemed to be getting very frustrated by the situation. "Gomu Gomu no Bazooka," The pirate captain screamed at the top of his lungs as he pulled back for a giant double-handed punch. This was the strongest attack Naruto had seen Luffy use against Krieg. If he could resist this, his opponent should be demoralized. But some instinct in his mind told him the attack was simply too strong, urged him to get out of the way. Trusting his instincts, he jumped to the side, narrowly avoiding the attack. Luffy retracted his arms and stood there with a huge grin on his face. "What are you smiling about?" Naruto snarled. "You still haven't hurt me in the least." "You jumped out of the way," Luffy answered. "That means this is my win." Even more annoying than his words, was that Naruto couldn't help but feel he was right. In refusing to take the last blow had lost that little challenge. But he would still win the fight. His fists may not hurt his opponent, but let's see how much fight he had in him after Naruto had tied that rubber body of his into a knot. "Ah, no fair, Usopp," Luffy called out to his crew member. "I want to play with the doggy too. What part of this looks like playing to you?" Usopp yelled back angrily from within Akamaru's large jaws. Luffy may let himself get distracted, but that didn't mean Naruto had to wait for his opponent. He summoned 4 clones around himself. Although he was confused for a second as it seemed somehow more strenuous than usual. But that was probably just his imagination. His Tekai might not have been strong enough to withstand Luffy's strongest attack, but it was time to show him how lacking he was in speed. Naruto and his 4 clones all rushed toward Luffy. But the pirate captain wasn't about to go down without a fight. He threw punch after punch at the approaching targets, but Naruto's Soru-enhanced speed proved too great for his opponent. Pistols, rifles, even that Gatling move of his had failed to land a single hit. And to be honest, Naruto was deliberately drawing this out as a small revenge for their earlier challenge. "Hold still and let me hit you," Luffy ordered. Naruto was pleased to see the frustration was getting to him. But he'd had enough playing around, now he needed to finish this. Signaling his clones, the 5 of them all converged on Luffy. Victory was as good as his. "Gomu Gomu no Hanabi," Luffy shouted. His opponent began spinning, sending a flurry of punches and kicks at a faster rate than anything he'd done before. But he was still being naive. It was a good attack, but it just wasn't fast enough to be a threat to him, as he proved by dodging every blow. However, a flood of memories brought to his attention the unexpected detail that 3 of his 4 clones had been destroyed. But how had that happened? He could believe one of them had slipped up and made a mistake, but there was no way that attack could have taken out 3. After he'd had a moment to process the new memories, he realized exactly how it had happened. Somehow his clones weren't quite as fast as he was. The Rokushiki required the user to be a master of their own body. And something about the sensations of being a clone just felt a little off. Not surprising for a body that lacked hunger or thirst, a body that didn't even feel pain. And those unfamiliar sensations had prevented him from fully utilizing Soru. He wished he'd discovered this fact sooner, but Luffy had been the first opponent to push his clones to move so quickly. "That's 3 down and only 2 to go," Luffy said proudly. In response, Naruto simply summoned replacements for the 3 that had been destroyed. "That's not fair," Luffy protested. "Usopp, tell him that's not fair." But his long-nosed subordinate was busy lying unmoving on the ground beneath Akamaru, who was sniffing the fallen body. "Stop ignoring me and tell him that's not fair," Luffy ordered. "I already beat those 3, that means they're out, right?" "Stop yelling at me, you idiot," Usopp lifted his head to shout back. "I'm trying to play dead here." He quickly realized his mistake as the now very angry dog above him began to growl. "I mean, your noise briefly woke me from unconsciousness, but now everything is going black again," he claimed, laying his head back down and going still. But Akamaru wasn't about to fall for the same trick twice. He was glad at least one of them was doing well. But the revelation about his clones' limited speed made this much harder. If he couldn't reliably count on his clones to avoid taking hits, it could get down to grappling 1 versus 1 against Luffy. That is, if he were to stick to his original plan of tying the boy up. It could still work. Once he had a hold of an arm or a leg, it should greatly reduce the speed of his attacks. But he couldn't keep up Tekai while moving. And close-range combat against an opponent who could do so many odd things with his body, was immune to physical blows, and packed a horribly strong wallop was a large risk. If only he'd swallowed his pride and brought a knife or something. He could have diced Luffy to pieces with ease by now. Although, there might be another way to get the same sort of effect. A properly performed Shigen could tear right through a body. It might be enough to wound even Luffy. He couldn't reliably do a Shigen yet, but it was worth a try. Stop complaining, he taunted Luffy, trying to provoke an attack. You still haven't even managed to hit the real me. Which one is the real you? He replied in confusion. I am you moron, Naruto yelled back. Naruto had been trying to provoke Luffy and instead he was the one losing his cool. The boy was just so frustrating. Well then, see if you can dodge this, Luffy challenged. Gomu Gomu no Gatling. Luffy was now focused entirely on the real Naruto, which suited him just fine. As he dodged the attacks he rapidly fired off Shigens from both hands, hitting the extending arms repeatedly as he danced around them. Quit doing that, Luffy complained. It stings. It looked like the move might have potential if he ever fully mastered it. But causing a stinging sensation against his opponent hardly seemed like a fair trade-off as Naruto examined his two badly sprained pointer fingers. He supposed that's what he deserved for using the technique in combat when he hadn't even fully learned it. But it looked like it would have to be his original plan, risky or not. In a way Naruto was looking forward to the risk. This was already the most exhilarating experience of his life. Stop, Nojiko yelled out. Everyone stopped fighting. When had Nojiko arrived, Naruto briefly surveyed the area to see how the rest of his crew had been doing. It looked like Usopp was truly unconscious this time. His partner didn't seem to have fared as well, only now pulling himself up from the remains of a street stand. Tashigi appeared uninjured and seemed to have been locked in combat with the girl he'd assumed to be Nami, near where Nojiko had just appeared. Why would they have still been fighting? Was she not Nami? But now that Nojiko was here he should be able to get some answers, and he hurried over himself to make certain he didn't miss any. Nojiko, the orange-haired girl asked in surprise. What are you doing here? Nami, Nojiko answered, confirming the girl she was now hugging was her sister. I'm glad I made it in time. Something wasn't right here. Nojiko looked awfully calm for a girl who was surrounded by the pirates who had kidnapped her sister. And piecing the clues he had together, Naruto was pretty sure he knew just what it was that was off. Your sister wasn't kidnapped, was she? Naruto asked accusingly. Nojiko's guilt-stricken face was all the answer he needed. Kidnapped? Nami asked. Who are these people and what have you been telling them? I believe I can answer that, Naruto replied. She's been giving us false information, trying to keep us bringing you to justice. Is this true? Tashigi questioned Nojiko. If anything, Tashigi actually looked more upset than Naruto felt. He wasn't sure if she'd even noticed it, but she was now pointing her sword at Nojiko rather than Nami. Nojiko again remained silent, eyes downcast. Why would you help the pirates that attacked your village? Kiba asked, having wandered over himself. It's not like that, Nojiko insisted, finally finding her voice. They saved us from Arlong's pirates. They're heroes in our village. Even if that's true, Naruto countered, they still attacked Captain Nezumi and his men. Yeah, we attacked him, Nami yelled back unapologetically. But he was in it with Arlong, taking bribes to look the other way. Then, after we took out Arlong and his crew, he showed up trying to rob the village one last time. What were we supposed to do, let him? That's a lie, Tashigi accused her. No marine captain would behave in such a fashion. Actually, Naruto corrected her, I've actually met the man, and I just might believe him capable of something like that. You're not just going to take their word for it and let them go, are you? Tashigi questioned him. Of course not, Naruto replied, then turned to address Nami. If you've truly done nothing wrong, then turn yourselves in. We'll see that you get a fair trial. Excuse me, the blue-haired girl interrupted. There's something else you should know before you try to arrest them. My name is Nefertari Vivi, Princess of Arabasta. Pull the other one, Kiba snorted. You don't expect us to believe a princess is hanging out with a bunch of pirates. Are you calling Vivi a liar? Sanji asked, getting right up in Kiba's face. It's all right, Sanji, Vivi assured him. It is hard to believe. As for why I'm with them, they're helping me get back to Arabasta safely. Get back safely? Naruto asked. Are you in some kind of trouble? A criminal organization by the name of Baroque Works is trying to incite a rebellion in my country, she informed him. I infiltrated the organization and discovered the identity of its leader, but was found out in the process. It's imperative I get back to my father with this information. She seemed earnest enough to Naruto, but he'd already been fooled once by Nojiko, so he wasn't about to take Vivi's words at face value. Still, he couldn't completely discount the possibility either. If you're telling the truth, you won't mind coming with us, Naruto told her. After we confirm your story, I'm sure the Marines will be more than happy to ensure you arrive home safely. Hey, I've got a lot of money riding on this job, Nami complained. I'm not going to let you steal my client that easily. Besides that, there's no time, Vivi added. How long will it take for you to confirm my identity? And how soon could you spare a ship to escort me? Every delay just gives them more to send assassins after me, and they could make their final move in Arabasta at any time. She wasn't making this easy for Naruto. What if she was telling the truth? Could he risk that? On the other hand, you can't make it as a Marine officer if you believe every sob story a pirate feeds you. What are your opinions, Tashigi? He asked the ensign, who had been surprisingly quiet about the story. I hate to say it, but her story is plausible, she answered. The princess of Arabasta has been missing and she does appear to be about the right age. I've also heard there's been a good deal of unrest in Arabasta lately. Of course, it's also perfectly believable that pirates' loyalties could be bought for the right sum. I say we let them go, Hiba opined. Doesn't seem to me they've done anything wrong. They helped us save the Baratie, saved Kokoyashi village, and now they're helping a princess save her kingdom. Sounds like they deserve a medal more than prison. That's absurd, Tashigi protested. Whatever they've done, they're still pirates. And just because their story is plausible doesn't change the fact that we have a duty to capture them. We'll take Vivi to Arabasta ourselves if we have to. Are you forgetting that we have our own mission? Hiba argued back. Considering our history, I'm not about to risk disobeying orders and going off on our own. We can contact the rear admiral, Tashigi countered. I'm sure he'll understand the importance of the situation and let us go. And what about the kidnappers? Hiba asked. We just let them go about their merry way. If allow the Straw Hat Pirates to handle Vivi, we can solve both problems at once. That's enough, Naruto ordered. You've both made your points. So what's your decision then? Hiba asked. That was a good question. What was his decision? Seeing him deliberating, Vivi decided to make one last plea. I'm begging you, she pleaded, getting down on her knees. Millions of lives are at stake. Please just let them go, Nojiko added, kneeling next Vivi. I swear to you they're good people. Looking at the two emotional young women, Naruto knew he just couldn't give the order to start fighting again. Don't think I'll forget your pirates, he told Nami resolutely. If I run into you again after you've delivered Vivi, I won't hesitate to capture you. Now get out of here before I change my mind. You're welcome to try, Sanji challenged. I'll be looking forward to teaching this barbarian some manners. Hiba snarled back but left it at that. And Tashigi didn't look very pleased with his decision, but he took it as a good sign that she wasn't openly protesting. At least everyone else seemed happy with how things turned out. Thank you very much, Vivi said gratefully, standing up only to bow to him. My entire country owes you a debt. Will you guys keep it down out there? A new voice called out from a nearby ship. I'm trying to sleep here. The voice belonged to Zoro, who stood on a small ship docked right next to where they were standing. One with a very familiar straw hat as part of the design painted on the flag. Well, it was good to know what their ship really looked like. Now you show up, Nami asked angrily. Where were you when I was almost killed? Huh, Zoro asked, hopping off the ship and landing next to them. Are we fighting or something? Zoro, Tashigi shouted, brandishing her weapon at the former bounty hunter. What are you doing here? Zoro asked after seeing her. Are we ready to start fighting again? Luffy yelled out from behind the group. Because I was getting bored. He'd somehow all but forgotten about the boy. Luffy was still standing a couple dozen yards away, not having moved from the position he'd occupied when their fight was interrupted. Almost as if he'd been waiting for them to continue where they'd left off. No, there is no more fighting, Nami yelled, making sure to look meaningfully at both Luffy and Zoro. We're all done fighting. Now get over here, Luffy. They both complied, and even Tashigi stood down, so it looked like they'd be avoiding further incident. Meanwhile Nojiko was hesitantly approaching him. Now that I've been found out, I guess this is goodbye, she said. I just want you to know that I really do feel bad about deceiving you. Oh, and I enjoyed our time together. You can come with us, Nojiko, Nami offered. Right, Luffy? I don't really understand what's going on, he answered, but okay, she can join our crew. Welcome aboard, Nojiko-chan, Sanji said enthusiastically. I'll cook a special welcoming feast in your honor. It might be easiest to just allow the sisters reunite, but Naruto had no intention of letting things end like that. You don't have to leave if you don't want to, Naruto told her. With all due respect, sir, I have to protest, Tashigi responded. She's been lying to us and deliberately attempting to sabotage our efforts. Are you suggesting we give her the choice of joining pirates or being abandoned on an island far from her home? Naruto asked. Because I'd rather not have to think I all but forced someone into piracy. I'm sorry, Tashigi replied. I guess you're right, I have no further objections at the moment. Do you really mean that? Nojiko asked. You're not just going to dump me somewhere as soon as they leave. You can stay as long as you'd like, Naruto assured her. I promise. Our offer is still open too, Nami pointed out hopefully. Yeah, don't trust him, Sanji advised desperately. He has the look of a liar. Sorry Nami, Nojiko told her sister, but I think it's better if we have our own adventures. We'll get to see twice as many things that way and we can tell each other all about them. Besides, I'm fine with having a dog for a crew member, but I don't think I like the idea of having a captain with the intellect of an animal. She's calling you stupid, Luffy said to Naruto with a laugh. It was you she was calling stupid, Nami pointed out, getting a noticeable tick in her eye. Really? Then I take back what I said, Luffy replied petulantly. She can't join my crew after all. She wasn't going to join anyway. Nami yelled at him. What part of this conversation were you listening to? Sighing, Nami turned back to her sister. Why do I suddenly get the feeling I ended up with the raw end of this deal? She asked. I'm sure you'll be fine, Nojiko told her. Then looking at her sister she embraced her in a hug. Good luck out there. You too, Nami replied, returning the hug warmly. Oh, I almost forgot, Nojiko stated. Releasing the hug, she marched over to Zoro and without warning sent a fist into his gut. Do you want something? Zoro asked nonchalantly, not at all fazed by the surprise attack. Apparently, this was not the right answer as Nojiko followed up with a knee to his groin, a move that made Naruto wince sympathetically. This attack had a much greater effect, as the swordsman fell to the ground in pain. That's for Loguetown, Nojiko told him angrily. What did you do to my sister, you monster? Nami shouted, slamming her staff down over the head of the green-haired young man. What's wrong with you two? Zoro managed to gasp out. I never even saw her in Loguetown. I just bought some swords and then ran around trying to find Luffy. That was it. Naruto didn't know what that was about. But since they had nothing else to do here, it was time they got back to their own mission. I believe our hour is almost up, he declared. It's time we head back to our ship. His crew turned to follow, Akamaru trotting after them carrying Usopp in his mouth. You'll have to leave him behind, Naruto told his canine subordinate. Akamaru whined, but followed orders, dropping the unconscious boy to the ground and following after them. With the adrenaline fading, his sprained fingers were really starting to bother him. He'd be glad to get back to the ship and find something to take his mind of the pain. But why did he have the feeling he was forgetting something? Naruto waited by the gun stand growing more and more frustrated. Well, it would be more accurate to say Naruto's clone, but it was odd to think of himself as anything other than Naruto. Still, how long did a simple bathroom break take? It had already been more than half an hour. They should be getting the ship ready to leave by now. Maybe she'd realized it was getting late and went back on her own. Naruto was about to dismiss himself to let the real Naruto know what was going on when a commotion caught his attention. A struggling young woman about his own age was being dragged through the street by a group of men. She had blonde hair put up in a ponytail, a rather revealing purple outfit, and a mean right hook if you asked the thug she'd just caught with it. But it was clear she needed help, and Naruto obliged. There were 4 men, counting the one picking himself off the ground after taking the girl's punch. Naruto had taken out 2 of the men before any of them even realized they were under attack. The first with a simple shoulder throw, and the second with a roundhouse kick to the head. The remaining 2 temporarily forgot about their captive and moved to either side of him in an attempt to get him in pincer attack. Both charged straight at him, but the effort was in vain. To him they appeared to be moving painfully slow, and he just ran out of the way at the last second, letting them collide with each other. While they were still dazed, he walked up to them, grabbed a head with each hand, and slammed them together. He then released them and let the 2 bodies fall limply to the floor. The man he had thrown earlier got up and looked at him fearfully. "Gato will hear about this," he promised. "You just signed your own death warrant." The man then scurried off. After he'd left, he saw the girl he had just rescued approached him, looking surprisingly calm for what she'd just been through. "Thanks for the help," she told him. "I'm glad someone had the decency to come to the aid of a woman in need." She looked around accusingly at the numerous people who had been watching the scene as she said that. In response to her glares, most of the gawkers moved off to other tasks. "I'm Yamanaka Ino, of Yamanaka Industries," she told him. "Perhaps you've heard of us." "I'm afraid not," he replied. "I'm Naruto, by the way." "Well, we're big in South Blue," she told him. "I'm currently working on expanding our markets, but it seems some people take offense to a little competition." Pausing for a second, she looked over him thoughtfully. "You know, I could actually use someone like you," she said. "You wouldn't happen to be looking for a job, would you?" "I'm actually in the middle of searching for someone," he told her. "And I'm not really looking for a job. There could be more of Gato's men out there," she pointed out. "You wouldn't leave a girl who had just escaped a kidnapping attempt to try to make it back to her ship on her own, would you?" "Okay, I'll escort you," he told her. "But only back to your ship." "Great, right this way," she said, grabbing his arm and pulling him along toward the pier. Clones didn't have much in the way of sensations, but he still had a bad feeling about what he'd just gotten himself into. Naruto watched as Gunsmith Island retreated behind them. His mind was still largely occupied by the unsatisfactory performance of his clones in the fight with Luffy. But there might be something he could do about that. If he couldn't use Soru properly with his clones because his body felt off, then he would just need to get used to the sensations of fighting as a clone. Leaving Kiba at the helm, he gathered 4 clones around him. 3 he set to just practicing Soru, getting a feel for it. The final one he left to meditating. As for himself, despite his protesting fingers, Naruto set to work practicing Shigen. At least the movements behind it, he wasn't going to try it on anything solid until his fingers were recovered. But he was able to spend a lot of time getting a feel for the process. His biggest problem was that with how natural throwing punches was for him, his form tended to mimic his punching form. But using the Shigen wasn't about putting his body behind the blow or getting maximum power. It was about a quick, sharp motion. Occasionally he would dismiss his clones and resummon so they could share what they'd learned. He was a bit disappointed by how slow the progress was going. It didn't look like this was going to be something he could master in one day. But he wouldn't let that dissuade him. Soon enough Nojiko called them for lunch. She'd prepared some sort of seasoned fish for them. It turned out to be quite good as usual. He was glad that her skill at cooking was one area she hadn't deceived them on. Tashigi, however, had yet to touch her food. "I promise you, it's not poisoned," Nojiko told her. "Still, I think I'd rather just grab something myself," Tashigi answered coldly, walking out of the ship's small dining area. It seemed Tashigi wasn't yet ready to let this whole thing go. "I want a couple of your clones to train with this afternoon," Kiba requested. "I'm kind of busy with my own training," Naruto replied. He was making slow enough progress as it was, so he wasn't eager to lend them out at the moment. "You're not the only one who didn't like how that fight went," Kiba argued. "I owe that jerk for the sneak attack he got me with. You don't expect me to practice without anyone to spar with, do you? And getting yourself beat up is better practice." Naruto teased his friend. "Are you trying to learn Tekai or something? You just better make sure you keep the clones coming," Kiba shot back. I'm going to be tearing through them pretty quickly. I still haven't agreed to give you any, Naruto pointed out. It's not like you were even using all of them, Kiba argued. I was watching you, and you had one just sitting around doing nothing. As much as he would love explaining the concept of meditation to his stubborn crew member, Naruto decided it'd be less of a hassle to just go along with him. Fine, Naruto agreed. 2 clones, but only until dinner. After lunch, Naruto went back to training. At least it wasn't a complete waste lending Kiba clones to spar with, they got some training themselves. But with another of his clones taking over the helm, that left only one he had direct control over for training purposes. But he made do with what he had, continuing his own training as well. It also became clear to him over the course of the afternoon that Tashigi was none too subtly keeping an eye on Nojiko. And when dinner came around, she again passed on eating the meal Nojiko had prepared. It looked like he was going to have to step in before this got out of hand. Their evening training session seemed like a good opportunity, and she seemed to be doing a little better than normal, so maybe that would put her in a good mood. Although it was possible that was only because he was a bit distracted trying to figure out the best way to approach the Nojiko issue. When they finally called a stop the training, he decided he shouldn't put this off any longer. And no one else was on the deck to make this any more awkward. It seems you're somewhat uncomfortable around Nojiko now, why is that? He asked. Tashigi paused briefly, most likely considering her words carefully. I don't trust her, she admitted. I can understand not wanting to strand her on an island, but we should find a ship to take her home as soon as possible. I promised her she could stay as long as she wanted, Naruto reminded Tashigi. I know, she responded, but I don't understand why you did that. Tell me, can you cook? Naruto asked. Excuse me, she said questioningly. Can you cook? Naruto repeated. I'm not exactly very good with fire, she finally answered meekly. Kiba and I are pretty lousy cooks as well, Naruto told her. After having had Nojiko on board, I don't want to go back to the kind of meals we ate before. You can't seriously be saying that's the reason you told her she could stay, can you? Tashigi questioned with a dangerous glint in her eyes. I'd like to say there was a much deeper reason, Naruto replied. But there really isn't much else. But the better question is, what reason is there to send her away? She's a pirate sympathizer, she answered firmly. We have to constantly watch our own backs as long as we have her on board. I see no reason to believe she'd give us trouble with any crew other than the Straw Hat Pirates, Naruto countered, and it's not even our mission to hunt them down anymore. The Grand Line is a big place. We may never even see them again. But there's still no telling what she might do if we did run into them, she argued. She might even decide it's safest to just get rid of us now. One less group of Marines hunting her sister. Nojiko is pretty good with a gun, right? Naruto asked. She's more than just good, Tashigi told him. She probably lied about her experience in that matter as well. But that's just one more reason she's dangerous to keep around. Well, she had a gun on her when she stopped our fight, he informed Tashigi. So if she's as dangerous as you think, what was to stop her from just shooting one of us in the back rather than halting the fight? I don't know, Tashigi said in frustration. Maybe she just didn't want to risk any witnesses. She might be bolder out at sea. Look, Naruto said firmly, it's prudent not to trust anything she says about the Straw Hat Pirates. But I don't want you following her around the ship or refusing to eat food she's prepared anymore. Understood. Understood, she confirmed. Good, Naruto replied. Then I'm going to turn in for the night. Deciding the situation was taken care of, Naruto turned and began walking for the stairs, intent to follow through on his plan for sleep. You're pretty good at that, Tashigi said from behind him. Excuse me, Naruto asked, turning around to face her again. Dealing with your subordinates, I mean, she clarified. There's just some quality about you that makes people want to follow your orders. Is that so? Naruto asked, genuinely pleased to hear her say so. Captain Smoker was the same way, she added. It's like you're both natural leaders or something. I certainly hope that's the case, Naruto said cheerfully. I plan to go much further than lieutenant. I have a feeling you'll do that, Tashigi replied. Thanks, Naruto responded simply, now I really do need that sleep. We should be arriving at Rabbit Island tomorrow and I want to be ready for whatever we run into. I'm going to take some swings with Sugar before I turn in, Tashigi answered. But good night. The day must have been even more exhausting than he'd realized, as Naruto's head had barely touched the pillow when sleep claimed him. Naruto climbed above deck to greet the morning light. He was glad to see he was still a fast healer, as there was hardly a twinge from his fingers after a night of rest. Nojiko had risen before him today, so he called out a greeting to her. Good, you're awake, she told him. I've been wanting a chance to talk to you alone. You could have spoken to one of my clones, he told her, pointing to the figures that had been running the ship and getting a little training in overnight. I know, she replied. But it just seems a little odd talking about something serious with one of them. I'd rather talk to the real you. She then paused for a moment as she examined him. You are the real you, right? Nojiko queried. Last I checked, he answered with a smirk. Well, basically I understand you don't want me to become a pirate, she began, so it makes sense you offered to let me stay. What I don't get is, why aren't acting more like Tashigi? You noticed that, huh? Naruto replied. It was kind of hard to miss, she confirmed. Given what I did, you should be angry too. So why aren't you? I don't think it's so odd, Naruto answered. Kiba doesn't seem at all mad at you either. It's pretty easy to guess what Kiba's motivations are, Nojiko responded with a grimace. But you think mine are different? He queried. Maybe they're not, Nojiko answered. You are male as well, after all. But I get the feeling there's more to it with you. And either way, I want to hear the reason from your own mouth. Naruto hadn't really had any desire to have a deep discussion about his feelings. But she seemed determined to get her answer, and he didn't see any real reason to brush her off. Did you know my father was an admiral? He asked. No, she answered. Is he the reason you joined the Marines? That's right, Naruto replied. But back to the point, there was one time my father disobeyed a direct order. And it was a pretty important order too. Was he punished for it? Nojiko asked, obviously intrigued by the tale. Well, they demoted him, he admitted. But he was already dead at the time. Anyway, the important thing is why he disobeyed the order and gave his life. It was to protect his village. To protect me. So you see, Naruto continued, it's true you deceived me and I should be upset with you for that. But you did it for the sake of your sister. So how could I blame you for that and still defend what my father did? I see, she said solemnly. Well, I better get started on breakfast. I don't want to listen to Kiba's complaints if there's nothing to eat when he wakes up. With that Nojiko turned and hurried off the galley. That was a little more awkward than he'd hoped for. Maybe he should have just made some excuse up rather than answering. But he supposed it was still better than her thinking him no better than Kiba. Rabbit Island looked to be much smaller than Gunsmith Island. There was a single dock made to hold no more than 3 ships at once. In addition, the small town it serviced looked quite dilapidated. Probably just the sort of place criminals would like to hide out. One ship was already docked at the island, a small sailboat of the type designed to be run by a single person. Naruto's clones were more than capable of docking the ship themselves. So Naruto and his crew were all on deck waiting to depart as the ship pulled in. That was when they saw a group of people walking their direction. It appeared to be one man leading 3 bound captives. Do you think that's our kidnapper? Kiba asked from beside him. Taking a quick peek through the telescope, Naruto got a better look at the group. It was a black-haired young man leading the captives, the 3 of whom were all large, rough-looking men. If he is, Naruto stated, he seems to be kidnapping the ugliest people he can find. Whatever he's doing, we should probably investigate, Tashigi suggested. Naruto agreed, and the entire crew disembarked, approaching the man who was still headed in their direction. But it seemed they weren't the only ones intent on confronting their target. A second young man was hurrying after him from behind. The new arrival was a tall brown-haired man that looked to be about the same age as their target. Although it was harder to tell with dark sunglasses and the high-collared coat that obscured his face almost up to the nose. He reached the man leading the prisoners before they did, but Naruto and his crew were close enough to overhear their conversation. Especially given that there was no attempt made to keep their volume low. You were supposed to stay and guard the ships, the taller man accused him. No, You told me to guard it, but I never agreed to do any such thing, the black-haired one responded. But you made no objection, which generally implies consent, his companion argued back. Now some of them escaped, and in my ship no less. Look, he replied crossly, I only agreed to work with you because you knew where the kidnappers were based. Beyond that, it's every man for himself. You should have taken care of your own ship if you're so concerned about it. Excuse me, Naruto interrupted, but if I heard correctly, these are the men who were kidnapping people from Gunsmith Island. That's right, the black-haired man replied. Are you bounty hunters too? If so, you're too late. Actually, we're with the Marines, Naruto replied. Good, he responded, shoving his prisoners at Naruto. You can take them off my hands. Just make sure you let your superiors know that it was Uchiha Sasuke who caught them. I already have an account with the Marines, so they'll see that I get my money. Did he say Uchiha? That's right, Sasuke replied, seeing how his entire crew reacted to that name. Uchiha Itachi is my brother. That was a surprise. He wouldn't have suspected the brother of one of the Yonko to be a bounty hunter. Maybe there was bad blood between them.
How many of them escaped? Tashigi asked the man. And are there any left in the city?
Don't know, don't care, Sasuke replied, already turning to leave. This whole thing was a waste of my time. It was just a bunch of nobodies kidnapping people. Probably some black market slave ring. Hopping onto the small sailboat, he untied it from the dock, quickly pulling away from the shore. So, you currently don't have any way off this island, Mr. Nojiko asked the remaining bounty hunter. Shino, he supplied, and that assessment is correct. But despite my companion's lack of teamwork, the results may have been for the best. Especially given that they took my ship. Why would it be a good thing they took your ship? Kiba questioned. I have a way of tracking its location, he told them. I believe there is more to this than we have yet discovered. Following them may lead us to answers. That is if you're willing to assist me in pursuing them. Our mission is to hunt these kidnappers down, Naruto replied. If you can lead us to them, then I'm all for it. Good, Shino replied simply. Are you ready to depart? Almost, Naruto answered, but first I think introductions are in order. I'm Naruto, the captain of our ship. This is Tashigi, Nojiko, Kiba, and Akamaru. Shino nodded briefly to each of them as they were introduced, then began heading to the ship without further comment. He certainly wasn't the most warm and friendly of people. Following after him, Naruto reboarded the ship. Once on board, Shino stopped in his tracks, having caught sight of Naruto's clones. Interesting, he said calmly before moving out of the way to let Naruto and his crew finish boarding. Naruto was a bit disappointed by the subdued reaction to his power. He always got a bit of a kick out of the surprise people usually expressed. Shino, however, simply moved the starboard side of the ship and pointed out a direction. They're that way, he told them. You're sure? Naruto asked. Very sure, Shino answered. Naruto couldn't see anything that would indicate where he was getting that information from. A power of his perhaps. Are you a devil fruit user? Nojiko asked him, apparently coming to a similar conclusion. I am, he answered, but didn't seem inclined to elaborate. Set course in that direction, Naruto ordered when it was clear he wasn't going to get anything further. As they sailed, Shino proved to be frustratingly uncommunicative. He was open enough about what he knew regarding these kidnappers, which was very little. But he refused to answer any questions that he felt didn't have anything to do with their current task. Naruto quickly ran out of patience with the bounty hunter, and went off to do a little light training. Nothing that would tire him out before they arrived. But he didn't have long to train as the kidnappers hadn't gone far. The place they'd fled to wasn't so much an island as a chunk of rock jutting out of the water like a giant stalagmite. It didn't look more than 300 yards at its widest. There wasn't even a dock, just two small ships not much larger than their ship's rowboat tied to the shore. There appeared to be an entrance to a cave in the face of the rock. He had to assume that's where their targets were hiding. We've likely already been spotted, Naruto told them. I don't want us stuck on the rowboat if they start shooting at us, so I'm taking the ship in close. Hopefully we won't hit any rocks. But the steep slope of the rock face must have continued beyond the water's edge, as they were able to anchor less than 10 feet from the shore without hitting anything. And during that time, no one had yet come out of the cave. Moving to the bow of the ship, Naruto easily leapt across the water to land on the shore. Kiba and Akamaru followed suit, and Naruto was pleased to see even Shino had no trouble with the jump. Tashigi probably could have made it as well, but she caught her foot on the railing when jumping over, leading her to take an unintended dive into the water. "I'm okay," she told them after she'd surfaced. Climbing to the shore, Naruto could see for himself that her only ailment seemed to be her soaking wet condition. She wasn't even favoring the foot she caught on the railing, so he doubted she was just hiding an injury. "I'm going to polish that wonderful piece of railing every day from now on," Kiba whispered to him, eyeing the dripping Tashigi appreciatively. "I'd rather not get my gun wet," Nojiko called down to them. "Do you think you could help me down?" "Just throw us your gun," Kiba suggested hopefully. "Then you can dive in safely." "I can carry you across if you'd prefer," Naruto offered, trying to be a bit more helpful than his friend. "Better than getting wet, I suppose," Nojiko answered. In response, Naruto popped a clone into existence next to her on the deck. Lifting her over its shoulder, it jumped the distance, setting her down before vanishing. "You're getting nothing from me on your birthday," Kiba muttered from next to him. "I'll stay here and make sure no one escapes," Shino told him. "No offense, but recent experience leaves me disinclined to trust this task to another." "That's fine," he agreed. "Do you want to stay with him, Nojiko? You're not in the Marines, so there's no need for you to risk your life." "I'll be fine," she answered, holding up her gun as if to prove her point. "All right then, let's move in, but be careful," he ordered. Entering the cave, they paused a moment to adjust to the dimmer light. They could see some illumination coming from further ahead, so at least they wouldn't have to deal with total darkness. Moving through the passage, it soon widened into a larger cavern. 3 men stood at the far end from the entrance watching them come. In the center stood a man in glasses with gray hair pulled back into ponytail. The gray color didn't seem to be a result of age, however, which Naruto would guess to be somewhere in his mid-20s. To his left stood a very large man, in both height and girth. The sort of person who would generally be called fat by anyone who wasn't intimidated by his size. His orange hair was patterned in an odd style, with almost a mohawk in the center and a small band of hair by each ear. The final man stood to right of both of them. His hair was even lighter in color than the first man, but seemed to have just as little to do with age. His most unusual feature was the 2 red dots near the center of his face, positioned slightly above his eyes. Something about the first man in the glasses looked very familiar, and he searched through his memories trying to place him. With a flash, he had what he wanted. "You're Kabuto," he declared. "Orochimaru's first officer." "I'm flattered you recognize me," he replied. "But I'm afraid I can't let you leave alive. You understand how it is, this sort of thing getting out could jeopardize my captain's status as a member of the Shichibukai." Naruto looked around the cave they were in. He wanted to make sure there were no surprises hiding in dark corners left by the few oil lamps scattered around. Doing so brought his attention to some very unpleasant features. There was a corpse tied to a table with his chest sliced open. It looked like someone had been examining the organs inside. There was a second corpse floating face down in a tank of water. A third was chained to a wall with no visible markings, but looking no more alive than the other 2. His entire crew seemed to be unnerved by the sight. Nojiko was backing away from the nearest body. Tashigi was gripping her sword so tightly her hand was shaking. Kiba meanwhile looked to be putting a great deal of effort into not losing his lunch. "I'd ordered them to bring more test subjects," Kabuto informed him. When they came back alone, the only reasonable conclusion was that they were volunteering their own bodies. "You did this to your own men," Tashigi cried out in a fury. "This is the sickest, most depraved thing I've ever seen," Kiba added. "You're a monster. As much as I'd love to debate ethics with you, I really am quite busy," Kabuto replied. "Kimimaro, Jorubo, finish them." The slimmer of Kabuto's 2 subordinates was charging directly for Nojiko. She held her gun pointed right at his chest but hesitated. She'd never actually shot a person before, and now she found herself plagued with indecision. But soon the man was only a few feet from her, and in a panic she fired from point-blank range. Her assaulter stopped in his tracks, a spot of red forming on his shirt. Despite knowing there was no way he'd survive that, she scurried off to another corner of the cave, still training her gun on him. To her shock, he turned calmly to face her. But even more astonishing, the bullet seemed to push itself back out the hole in his shirt, falling to the ground. The man began moving her way again, and this time she didn't hesitate at all as she emptied her entire clip into him. She hit both legs, both arms, and then fired the rest into his chest. But the man didn't so much as slow. She was beginning to panic when Tashigi jumped in front of the charging man, slashing at him. He blocked with his arm, allowing the blade to cut into it. But he just stood there calmly as if having a sword stuck in his arm was no big deal. "So are you Kimimaro or Jorubo?" Tashigi asked him. "Kimimaro," he answered, "and there is no point to resisting. Your fight with me is hopeless enough, to say nothing of your chances should Kabuto come to my aid after dispatching your friends. Might I remind you that you're the one who's already injured?" Tashigi said smugly. "This?" he asked, pulling his arm free. "This is nothing to me." Almost as soon as he'd pulled it loose, the flesh pressed itself back together, leaving not so much as a scar to indicate the wound he'd just received. "My bones are harder than steel and my flesh will repair itself in moments," Kimimaro declared. "Then how about this?" Tashigi asked, slicing her sword across his abdomen. But it seemed to deflect off of something, leaving only a shallow cut which quickly healed as fully as the first one. "I have extended my bones to protect all vital organs," he said calmly. "Your efforts are wasted." Not willing to give up so quickly, Nojiko took aim at one of his eyes and fired. However, his arm had moved up in sync with her gun's aim and blocked the bullet's path. But she smirked anyway. It looked like her theory was right. "You blocked that," she pointed out. "So I'd wager your bones can't protect your eyes." "I guess you're not as invulnerable as you'd want us to believe," Tashigi chimed in. "Perhaps so," he admitted. "But while I have only to guard my eyes, you still have to protect your entire bodies." As if to emphasize his words, he threw a punch at Tashigi. She blocked the incoming knuckles with the blade of her sword, but was almost skewered when 3 sharp white spikes burst out of his fist. But Tashigi slipped to the side of attack and Kimimaro withdrew the spikes back into his body. A little more cautiously now, Tashigi jumped back at her opponent. It proved to be a dangerous game, as Kimimaro would simply ignore any attack that wasn't aimed for his face, using the opportunity to go on the offensive instead. Tashigi sported several tears in her still wet clothes as proof how difficult avoiding those counterattacks was. Meanwhile Nojiko was growing frustrated as she'd been trying to get a sight on his eyes. But even while fighting Tashigi, he always had the presence of mind to keep an arm up guarding them from her. And her attempts to move to where she'd have an angle she could reach them proved useless as he would simply adjust appropriately. It didn't look like the two of them could handle Kimimaro. They needed help, but if she could finish off one of their other opponents, that should free someone to come to their aid. She doubted they were all bulletproof. Catching sight of the fat one fighting Kiba and Akamaru, she moved her aim in his direction. But Kimimaro remained a step ahead of her, quickly placing his own body in the way. "Your opponent is me," he declared. Nojiko couldn't believe just how dangerous this man was. He continued to block her every effort to get a shot off at any opponent other than himself. And he was pretty much fighting one-handed to keep a constant guard on his eyes. And despite having to keep close track of his allies' and enemies' movements, he was still keeping the upper hand against Tashigi. Tashigi seemed as much at a loss for what to do as she was. But Nojiko certainly wasn't expecting her to turn her back to their opponent and run directly at Nojiko, coming to a stop next to her. For his part, Kimimaro stood there watching her impassively. "If you're ready to surrender, I'll make your deaths as painless as possible," he offered. "You'll find it much less pleasant if you end up as Kabuto's next test subjects." "We can't beat him," Nojiko said. "But you can still help someone else. He can't block your path and my bullets at the same time." "If I leave you behind he'll kill you," Tashigi countered forcefully. "Now shut up and listen, I have a plan that should let us both live." Surprised by Tashigi's resolution, she did as she was told. "You see this spot right here?" she asked, touching the back of her head to indicate where she meant. "Yes," Nojiko answered. "Good," Tashigi replied. I need you to stay right where you are and aim very carefully for that exact spot. While you're doing that, watch my feet. As soon as I take my 7th step, aim right where the spot I showed you is at the exact moment my foot touches the ground. Then wait half a second and fire. I can do that, Nojiko said, hope blossoming once again that they might actually win. Good, Tashigi replied, but it's very important that your aim is exactly on that spot. That won't be a problem, Nojiko assured her. Good, then start counting now, she said, taking off charging at Kimimaro. Useless, Kimimaro told them as Tashigi ran toward him. Your plan is transparent. She heard a cry of pain off somewhere else, but ignored it, making sure not to lose count of the steps. But sure enough, when Tashigi jumped out of the way, his arm was already blocking his eyes. But Nojiko didn't fire. That had only been 6 steps, hadn't it? Following Tashigi's flight through the air, she took aim just in time for Tashigi to touch down. As Tashigi instantly ducked down, she began to hope this might work. Had it been a trick to keep Kimimaro from blocking a shot at one of his allies? But by the time she'd fired, she'd realized there wasn't anyone behind Tashigi. What could she be hoping to accomplish? The only thing in the path of her bullet was Tashigi's sword. Wait, she couldn't be trying to do that, could she? A metallic clang a moment later indicated that the bullet had indeed hit Tashigi's sword. Looking back at Kimimaro, she saw his arm fall, giving Nojiko her first look at his eyes since the beginning of the fight. Or it might be more accurate to say his eye. The other was little more than a bloody mess. Tashigi had actually managed to redirect the bullet into his eye with her sword. She was either far more skilled or far more lucky than Nojiko had realized. Either way, she still stood transfixed as Kimimaro fell lifeless to the ground. They'd won. They'd actually won. As usual, it looked like Naruto was going to help himself to the leader. Oh well, the big one looked more fun to mess with anyway. Hey Fatso, he called out to the man. If you can manage to make it over here without having a heart attack, how about we have a little match? Although I guess we can hardly call it a little match if you're participating. Don't call me Fatso, the man replied angrily. My name Jorubo. Whatever you say, Fatso, Kiba answered with a smirk. Now that he'd succeeded in getting his attention, Kiba and Akamaru spread out to either side of Jorubo as he approached. Kiba had to wonder if he had some giant blood in him. He looked to be over 7 feet tall. But he didn't let that worry him, and with years of practice, he and his partner fluidly moved into position and began their attack without so much as a signal needed. Akamaru began his Suga, barreling toward the giant of a man, while Kiba ran from the opposite direction. Apparently deciding Akamaru was the larger threat, Jorubo turned to face the dog. But that suited Kiba just fine, he was leaving his back wide open. Then, almost in time with Kiba's own fist, Jorubo swung a right hook at Akamaru which caught the dog in his side right before he would have hit the large man. The force of it knocked his partner right out of his spin and sent him careening into the rock wall of the cave, actually cracking it. Meanwhile Kiba's own fist impacted full force with his opponent's back, but it seemed to have no more effect than if he was giving a message. Akamaru, Kiba cried out in concern. But he saw his longtime companion get up, if a little shakily. Getting their distance again, the two warily began circling their opponent, giving Akamaru more time to recover. Was that Tekai or something? Kiba asked. Don't make me laugh, Jorubo mocked. Your punch is just too weak. The man gave no indication of making a move of his own, so eventually Kiba moved in a bit closer to his target, then nodded for Akamaru to give it another try. As he attempted another Suga, Kiba timed it carefully, and right before Jorubo would need to punch, he latched onto the man's arm. Unfortunately for Kiba, even his whole body weight didn't seem to slow the man's fist, as for a second time it slammed into Akamaru, sending him right back into the same cracked spot in the wall he'd hit before, doing further damage to it. Then grabbing the still stunned Kiba with his left hand, he yanked him free and threw him right after Akamaru. The dog gave a startled yelp as they collided rather painfully. But they both made their way unsteadily to their feet. Kiba was pained to see that Akamaru was now favoring his front right leg as they spread out and again began to circle the man. This was hard enough before the injury. They were going to need a different strategy. Approaching very cautiously, Akamaru now attempted a sort of hit-and-run tactic. Not that there was any actual hitting yet, he darting just in and out of range of their opponent trying to provoke a careless punch. But Jorubo wasn't biting, which prevented Akamaru's more literal biting that would be the follow-up move to any such attempt. Trying something else, Kiba leapt up on the man's back, wrapping his arm around the large neck in an attempt to choke him. But Jorubo proved more flexible than Kiba had hoped, and he had to quickly jump back down to avoid being grabbed. Backing up, he almost slipped on something. Looking down, he saw the offending object was a dagger. What was a dagger doing lying on the floor? And one that seemed to be covered in fresh blood too. Still, this could be just what he needed. Jorobu's back was still to him, so he hadn't seen him pick up the dagger. Signaling Akamaru again, his partner prepared for one more attempt with the Suga. With his attention fully on the incoming dog, Jorubo was completely caught off guard when Kiba buried the dagger up to its hilt in his back. He cried out loudly in pain, the shock also preventing him from countering Akamaru's Suga. Kiba jumped quickly out of the way as Akamaru slammed into Jorobu's stomach, giving him his own turn to be sent forcefully into the cave's wall. After his back slammed into the cave, gravity took over and pulled the orange-haired man back to ground, where he landed flat on his impressively large stomach. Kiba approached him cautiously, but a quick check for a pulse found him dead. The dagger had still been in his back when it had collided with the wall, and the force of the impact had pushed the point even further into his body. Far enough to reach his heart, it seemed. Gingerly pulling the dagger out, Kiba decided to hang on to it. The weapon might just come in handy again. Naruto went straight for Kabuto. The first officer of a member of the Shichibukai was unlikely to be a pushover, so he wouldn't be much of a captain if he didn't confront this threat himself. Still, as he'd pointed out, this was probably a dangerous man. Some caution was called for. Summoning 4 clones around his opponent, he hung back, deciding to use them to gauge Kabuto's abilities. "That's a fascinating power," Kabuto told him. "Tell me, do they function like normal bodies? I would love to have a self-replicating test subject. It would be a huge boon for my research." But Naruto wasn't here for conversation. He had all 4 clones attack simultaneously. For his part, Kabuto pulled out a dagger, and attempted to defend himself. As the battle began, Naruto realized that Kabuto really was very good. He had yet to be overwhelmed even by 4 of Naruto's clones. But he was nothing Naruto couldn't handle. He was so busy defending himself he hardly got a chance to attack and had yet to even take out a clone. Meanwhile, Kabuto had even taken a few glancing blows. Deciding he'd seen enough, Naruto moved in himself to finish this. As he neared his target, a dangerous glint in the man's eyes lit off warning lights in Naruto's head. Trusting his instincts, Naruto began to change course almost before he saw Kabuto charging him. Leaning back, to avoid the incoming swipe with the dagger, he didn't quite get away unscathed as it left a cut beneath his eye. Quickly backpedaling, Naruto realized how close he had come to losing an eye. It seems you're a bit faster than your copies," Kabuto said with an wicked grin. "I'll keep that in mind for the next time." As if it hadn't already been clear he'd been holding back as a trap, Kabuto began making quick work of Naruto's clones. He was fast, so very fast. Naruto couldn't hope to match him in speed, he wasn't even close. Naruto found himself afflicted by something he'd never felt in combat before. Fear. It was all he could do to keep replacing the clones that were being destroyed to prevent Kabuto from reaching him. He was almost in a panic now. Nothing his clones tried worked, and even though they weren't quite as fast as he was, he knew the difference wouldn't be enough. Every scenario he ran in his mind ended the same way. Even with his clones for interference, Kabuto's attack would hit first should he fight directly. Especially as the man would go straight for the real Naruto. But maybe he could use Tekai. He was nearly certain he could withstand a blow from the dagger, which would then give him the opportunity to counterattack. He was about to go with that plan, a thought stopped him. No, that would almost certainly fail too. He couldn't move when using his Tekai, and Kabuto was just too fast. He'd be able to dance back after the strike before Naruto would get in a counter. But there was a solution. He'd just been letting his fear blind him to some of the options. Kabuto's strike would hit first, he was certain of the fact. But that was the key to everything. With all the clones he'd lost fighting Kabuto, he was getting a lot of information on his opponent's fighting style. So he had a pretty good idea of how this exchange he had planned would go. At least he hoped so. Charging Kabuto personally, he saw the man accept his challenge and head straight for him. He used his clones the best he could to slow and distract the man. Meanwhile he twisted his own body, which caused the downward diagonal slash that was aimed at his neck to miss by a couple of inches, burying itself in Naruto's left shoulder instead. But the whole time Kabuto had been swinging, Naruto's own right arm hand had already been in motion. Only a moment after blade cut into his shoulder, Naruto sent a Shigen into and right through Kabuto's wrist. Kabuto dropped the dagger involuntarily and Naruto quickly kicked it away. Kabuto leapt back and was already ripping his shirt with his left hand and wrapping it around the wound to staunch the bleeding. Naruto was having his clones rip his own shirt to do the same to his wound. But Naruto was very pleased with the success of his plan. Kabuto's strike had hit first, as he'd known it would. But that hadn't meant it would be the only attack to land. And Kabuto had lost his weapon hand and his weapon. Naruto meanwhile had a shoulder wound on the side of his offhand. And he could still move that hand. A little he amended to himself with a wince as he tried to do just that. Regardless, he considered his injury the lesser of the two, and his clones were completely unaffected by it. In this war of attrition, he was taking a strong lead. But his opponent was far from helpless, he realized. As Kabuto had just pulled a scalpel from somewhere and used it to dispatch one of his clones that had been attempting to take advantage of his wounded state. A loud cry of pain echoed through the room, and Naruto glanced at its source just in time to see the large orange-haired pirate sent hurtling into a wall by Akamaru. "Jorubo, you worthless fool," Kabuto muttered, then turned away from Naruto to run to where his final companion was fighting, apparently intent on joining forces. But he stopped in his tracks as a moment later Kimimaro fell to the ground, bleeding from his eye. "Kimimaro too," Kabuto cried out, looking genuinely shocked that his companion had fallen. The defeat of both his comrades seemed enough to convince the man that discretion was the better part of valor, seeing as he turned and ran for the entrance. And unfortunately for Naruto, their fighting had left Kabuto closer to it than him. He gave chase to the man as they ran through the cave and back out into the open. Shino saw Kabuto running toward the ships and moved to block his path. But he doubted Shino realized just how fast and dangerous Kabuto was. "Look out," he yelled in warning. But his cry was too late, as Kabuto had already darted right at the young bounty hunter, sending his scalpel straight for Shino's chest. However, instead of piercing clothing and skin, a hole opened up in the center of his chest, allowing the hand to pass right through. The hole then closed itself back up around Kabuto's arm. But rather than Shino's body, it looked to be a swarm of dark brown bugs of some sort, that were now crawling further up his arm. "Logia," Kabuto snarled, rushing the last couple of feet and diving into the ocean, forcing Shino to release him as the bugs flew back to his body and joined back into their original form. Kabuto was already lifting a leg over the edge of one of the small boats to board it. But Nojiko had just made it outside, and a quick shot from her gun pierced his thigh and sent him falling back into the water. Briefly treading water, he looked around where Naruto's entire crew had now gathered. "I surrender," he declared firmly. "Very well," Naruto agreed. "Come back on shore and don't make any sudden moves. Everyone else back away from him." He did as he was directed, blood mixing with water dripping from him as he stood there. "Your left arm is no doubt feeling numb by now," Shino told Kabuto. "The insects in my Logia form possess a weak toxin that in large enough doses causes temporary paralysis. If you truly wish to surrender, you will allow me to apply it to the rest of your body." "Fine," Kabuto agreed. Converting his whole body into a swarm of bugs, they flew over and completely covered Kabuto's. A moment later, they reformed into a humanoid form as Shino grabbed the now paralyzed pirate and lowered his body to the ground. "Creepy," Nojiko muttered. "Thanks for your help," Naruto told Shino sincerely. "He might have gotten away without it." "I was merely performing the task I agreed to do," Shino replied. "Well, whatever the reason, I'm just..." "Whoa," he said, his sentence cut off as a wave of dizziness hit him. "You're bleeding," Nojiko said in surprise, his reaction to the blood loss having drawn her attention to his wounds. "It's nothing serious," Naruto insisted. As soon as we report this back to the base, I'll have it looked at. The call can wait a few minutes, Tashigi berated him. It's more urgent that you get that looked at. Yeah, Nojiko agreed. If you're having trouble standing, you're in no condition to be making reports. Fine, Naruto agreed, I'll go get the first aid kit. Moving toward the ship, he was cut off by Akamaru, who stood in his path growling at him. Akamaru wants you to stay here and rest while we get the first aid kit, Kiba translated. Yeah, I kind of got the message myself, Naruto muttered, but complied and sat down on a somewhat flat rock that was nearby. You know who that is, right? Shino asked him. Yeah, Orochimaru's first officer, he answered. From what I know of the man, Shino continued, I find it doubtful that Kabuto has simply gone rogue. I agree, Naruto answered. This isn't over yet. Naruto's clone adventures. Naruto and Ino soon reached her ship, with Naruto dragging one of the unconscious men he'd fought behind him. It was a decent-sized vessel that looked to be about twice as large as his own ship. Boarding, he found the place bustling with activity as men were busy loading and unloading cargo. Oddly enough, there was one black-haired young man lying flat on his back in the middle of the deck and looking up at the sky. Ino spotted him as well and marched right over to him looking none too happy. Shikamaru, she shouted, where were you this morning? I couldn't find you anywhere. I was sleeping, he answered, not even getting up from where he was lying. I checked your room, she insisted. You weren't there. Of course not, he replied lazily. You would have found me if I slept in my room. My father doesn't pay you to sleep, she berated him. For your information, I was almost kidnapped. He doesn't pay me to be your bodyguard either, Shikamaru answered, finally at least sitting up. You have bodyguards. Why didn't you take them? I can't do business properly with those two over-muscled idiots following me around scaring off potential clients. Anyway, I'm going to get going, Naruto interrupted. Hold on just a minute, Ino told him. There's one thing I want to check first. Walking over to the unconscious thug, she began to rather forcefully slap his face in an attempt to rouse him to consciousness. A method that quickly proved successful. Okay, you Neanderthal, tell me where I can find this Gato, she ordered. You won't need to look for him, the man answered. When he hears about this, he'll come here himself. If I were you, I'd leave while I still had the chance. That makes it simple, she answered. For your information, Shikamaru, Gato is the local crime boss or something. It looks like we're going to have to take him out if we want to do business around here. Excuse me, Shikamaru asked. How do you propose we do that? That's where Naruto here comes in, Ino answered. Oh, no, Naruto said. I agreed to escort you to your ship, nothing more. Well, I'm not going to let Gato chase me out, Ino declared. So you can either help me, or leave me and all my employees to die. Look, I'd like to help you, Naruto responded. But I'm not even the real Naruto. I'm just a copy made by his devil fruit power. One good hit and I vanish. The real Naruto should have already left this island. Then you'll just have to make sure you don't get hit, Ino answered. You looked fast enough to do it. Naruto just stared at her incredulously. Was she really going to risk her entire crew's life over this? Just go along with her, Shikamaru suggested. She'll get what she wants in the end anyway, and if you give in early you may be able to get away without a headache. Fine, Naruto agreed. Great, she told him cheerfully. Now if you two would keep an eye out for Gato, I have a business to run. With that she ran off leaving Naruto and Shikamaru alone. She's such a troublesome woman, Shikamaru muttered. Naruto had to agree. The end. Now we will see you in the next video.